Chapter 1: The Apocalypse Descends. Cleared. Watching his game character hammer the final boss to death, Wang Tao felt a surge of satisfaction. He didn't have a huge addiction to gaming. After all, he was busy with work. But whenever he did play, he had to do it perfectly. Things like no damage clears and unlocking all achievements. Of course, this only applied to single-player games. He couldn't afford to spend on pay-to-win online games with his family's financial condition. The game Wang Tao was playing this time was called Apocalypse Kill Kill Kill, a side-scrolling fighting game that wasn't rich in content, but was a good way to kill time. He couldn't remember when he downloaded it, but after playing for a day, he had finally unlocked all the achievements. Time to go out for a big meal, reward my hard work. Only looking at the pouring rain outside, Wang Tao frowned. Why is it still raining? He was an ordinary stuntman for martial arts scenes, and the reason he was home playing games instead of working was the heavy rain, which had led to the cancellation of all the day's shooting. Tired from playing all day, don't feel like cooking. There's a small eatery downstairs, not far from me. In the end, Wang Tao decided to eat out. Just as he opened his door, his neighbor's door also opened. A young woman in a black dress appeared, her left hand holding a phone, her elbow holding a bag, and her right hand carrying high heels. Wang Tao couldn't help but steal another glance at those slender and well-proportioned legs in black stockings. "Sister-in-law, good evening." Wang Tao was surprised to see her, but still greeted her politely. The young woman's name was Ding Yukin, the wife of a young director named Zhao Yuan. They had been married for a short time and were very affectionate. Wang Tao and director Zhao were from the same hometown, and although they both worked in the movie industry and didn't cross paths often, they were acquainted, and he would greet him as brother Zhao. Wang Tao remembered that the couple went back to their hometown last month, and he didn't know when they had returned. Upon hearing Wang Tao's voice, the young woman looked up, revealing a delicate face with light makeup. "Oh, it's you, Xiao Wang, good evening." Ding Yukin tucked her hair back and smiled slightly. Wang Tao held the elevator for her, but Ding Yukin didn't get in, instead saying suddenly, "I just remembered I forgot to take something. You go down first." Wang Tao's face stiffened slightly, but he responded politely, "All right then, I'll go ahead." Rejected again, but he had grown used to it. Ding! Entering the elevator, looking at the reflection of the tall and burly man, 1.83 meters tall, with a vicious scar on his face in the mirror, Wang Tao sighed helplessly. He had been injured accidentally on the set, and with a physique that could rival a fitness instructor's, his appearance scared many people. He once had the appearance of a tender young man and the opportunity to be a lead actor, but now he had become a martial arts double, and always for villains. With a self-deprecating smile, Wang Tao left the elevator, opened the unit door, and rushed into a small restaurant called Big Mouth Meat Eater. The restaurant was empty. An old TV was broadcasting the weather forecast, and the presenter said the intense rainfall would stop tomorrow, telling everyone not to panic. "Boss Lee, where are you?" Wang Tao called out. "Coming." The voice came from the side door. A moment later, the owner came in wearing a raincoat, carrying a military green oil drum. "I was just refueling the car. What would you like, Xiao Wang?" "A large portion of fried rice noodles." "All right, just a moment." Soon, Boss Lee brought over a large portion of fried rice noodles and complained, "Ah, this damn weather, including you, Xiao Wang, not even 20 customers today, can't even make the rent." Wang Tao shook his head with a laugh and then asked curiously, "Where's Sister Liu? She didn't come today." The couple ran the shop together, and Sister Liu was Boss Lee's wife. "She has a fever sleeping inside, but with so few customers today, I can manage alone." Boss Lee shrugged. Seeing this, Wang Tao didn't say much more. Today's downpour had disrupted many people's work. "I am off, Boss Lee. The money's transferred to you, check it." "No problem, take care." Wang Tao lived in an old residential area called Happy Community, which exuded a sense of age with its single courtyard and 4 six-story buildings. The population was not large, and the elevator was installed later. Wang Tao lived in apartment 501 of building number 4. Unlike his neighbor director Zhao, whose house was purchased, Wang Tao's was rented. It was a 2-bedroom apartment that cost $3,000 a month. Although not located in the city center of Huangfeng City, it was close to the Huangfeng Film City, which made the rent not so cheap. Originally, Wang Tao had a roommate to share the rent, but the roommate abandoned his star dream to go back to his hometown to get married. Recently, Wang Tao had been considering moving out because he could barely afford the rent. In the living room, there were a few dumbbells and a punching bag. Wang Tao exercised every day, since having a good body shape required regular workouts. But not today. He finally had a day off, so he decided to relax thoroughly. Play on the computer a bit longer, until 12, then go to sleep early today, he thought. Just as he sat down, Wang Tao suddenly felt a piercing pain spread throughout his body. Sizzle! Looking at the sparking wires at his feet, Wang Tao's eyes widened, and then darkness enveloped him as he fainted. So hungry. In a daze, hunger woke Wang Tao up. He found himself lying on the floor. He quickly stood up, and seeing the charred wires and computer, Wang Tao was utterly bewildered. Electrocuted, it wasn't a dream. I am still alive. There were plenty of snacks on the table. Driven by overpowering hunger, Wang Tao grabbed them and started to eat. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from outside. Instinctively, he went to the window to look, and his pupils shrank abruptly. What the hell? He saw in the courtyard below a blood-covered person pinning a middle-aged man down, ripping and gnawing at his flesh. The man's gaze was vacant. He was clearly beyond saving. The blood-covered person raised its head, revealing a hideous and horrifying face. "The zombies." Wang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Filming? Impossible. He was too familiar with filming, and this was clearly not it. Not to mention there were no cameras or other crew members around, just as he thought there were no other people. Several zombies appeared from out of sight and joined the gruesome feast. Wang Tao had only been dumbfounded for a moment, and the man on the ground was almost dismembered. Ugh. Wang Tao felt nauseous and vomited out everything he had just eaten. Don't panic, call the police. After calming himself, Wang Tao quickly took out his phone to dial emergency services, but all he got was a busy signal. He then opened his web browser to search for local emergency numbers. Instead, he was greeted by a flood of shocking news. The end of the world is here. Zombies. The whole world is full of zombies. The zombie virus is highly infectious. Please stay in a safe place and wait for rescue. The whole world is under attack by the zombie virus. It is advised to seek refuge in less populated areas. Known methods of virus transmission include bodily fluids, scratches, bites, and air. Suspected. The incubation period of the zombie virus ranges from 1 minute to 24 hours, possibly related to the strength of an individual's immune system. Please be sure to take precautions. If you are unfortunately infected, isolate yourself immediately and amputate the infected area. Most water sources have not yet been affected, but it is recommended to filter and boil or distill before use. If the water turns yellow or green, do not drink it. Some zombies may retain certain habits from before, so be sure to distinguish carefully. Some regions have completely collapsed, with water and power outages occurring one after another. An expert says, "Our Cayenne country has made great progress in the anti-zombie virus serum, but we still need a little more time." Reading the overwhelming news, Wang Tao was stunned. How could the end of the world come out of nowhere? He had just fainted for a few hours, no, not a few hours. Wang Tao checked the time. His last payment record at the small restaurant was on April 3, 4444 at 8 p.m., and now it was 9 a.m. on April 7. In other words, he had been unconscious for 3 days. Chapter 2. Taking Good Care of Sister-in-Law. Wang Tao's parents had met with an accident and passed away when he was young, and he was raised by his grandparents. However, his grandparents also died one after the other a few years ago. As for other relatives, he barely had any contact with them, so even with the apocalypse, Wang Tao didn't have many ties to worry about. But he still had a few friends, and Wang Tao certainly didn't want anything bad to happen to them. He opened his social media app, and a flood of 99+ messages popped up, but the content of the messages quickly sank his heart. The chat history in the drama crew group showed that almost everyone who had gone to the film studio to shoot 2 days ago had met with disaster. He had not gone and had unwittingly escaped that calamity. Now there was no one talking in the group. The last message was from yesterday morning, from an actress saying there was a monster lurking outside her room. She said she was very scared, and then there was no more. What surprised Wang Tao was that the young director surnamed Zhao living across from him had made several phone calls to Wang Tao and sent numerous messages. April 4th, 11:30. Wang, I heard you didn't come for the shoot. Are you at home? If you are, reply to me. It's urgent. April 4th, 22:08. Bro, I am still at the film studio hiding out for now. You haven't turned into a zombie, have you? It's terrifying outside. You must be careful. By the way, your sister-in-law is also at home, but we don't have much food. If you can, please look after her. I, Zhao, will be greatly indebted to you when this is over. April 5th, 1849. Bro, I feel like I might not make it. Before I die, there's something I have to ask of you. Could you take care of your sister-in-law? She's too scared by herself at home, and there's not enough food. I'm afraid she won't last until the rescue. April 5th, 21:13. Bro, my good brother, would you please respond? Are you dead or what? I'm going crazy. This was the last message, and it was evident that Brother Zhao was close to breaking point then. Wang Tao tried replying. Brother Zhao, I am here. Don't worry, I'll do my best to take care of sister-in-law. He didn't overcommit, only saying he would do his best. Doing my best meant he would help if possible, but if not, then so be it, as his own life was of utmost importance. After sending the message, he waited for a while but got no reply. It seemed that Director Zhao's chances of survival were slim. Wang Tao sighed and quickly reviewed the official news posted online. After half an hour, he roughly understood the current situation. The day after he was stunned, on the morning of April 4th, the zombie crisis had erupted without warning. The exact time was unclear. By the time a massive amount of information appeared online, the situation was already severe. There were also many observations about the zombies posted by the public online. These zombies had stiff joints, weren't very fast, lacked agility, and their vision had greatly deteriorated. Their heads were their weak points. However, they never tired, possessed immense strength, were sensitive to light, and had keen hearing. Anyone bitten or scratched by a zombie would be infected, and once infected, would turn into a zombie. But often, those bitten would be devoured by zombies before they could transform. The government quickly deployed soldiers to suppress the outbreak. Faced with an onslaught of steel, the zombies were easily crushed. But suddenly, without warning, the soldiers also turned into zombies. An external enemy is not as frightening as internal collapse. The government's attempts to block the spread failed. At this point, things had pretty much fallen into chaos, and the more chaotic it became, the more people died. No one knew how many zombies were out there in the world now, but the number was undoubtedly terrifying. Wang Tao checked other chat groups to see that some were still active. In the groups, some people were venting their emotions, but even more were asking when the government's rescue would arrive, as they had run out of food. Seeing these messages, Wang Tao hurried to the kitchen to check his supplies, then his face turned somewhat gloomy. He didn't have much food stored, enough to last maybe 3 or 4 days. After all, he didn't eat at home often, and if he kept too much food it would go bad. The 10 kg of rice he bought last month was now half gone. As for gas, he had just bought a full cylinder, which could last 3 months. Out of the blue, The same message popped up simultaneously in all the chat groups. Government announcement. All survivors are requested to stay in a safe place and not to leave their homes at will. The government has mobilized a large number of people for the rescue. Large survivor bases have also been preliminarily established, and we will gradually transport everyone to these bases. Additionally, considering that some residents lack essential living supplies, we will soon perform airdrops of supplies in areas with fewer zombies. If your home is in critical need of supplies, you may take the risk to retrieve the airdrops. The large survivor base of Huangfeng City is located at number 32 Fuqiang Street, Redstone County, while the locations of the various small survivor bases are. The message ended with a photo of a survivor base with tall city walls, which seemed quite safe. Many people became excited after seeing this message. The rescue is coming. Hang in there, brothers. Woo woo woo, rescue is finally on its way. I want to go to the survivor base. Luckily, I still have some rice at home. I can hold on for a few more days. Brother, I've run out of food at home. I have an elderly mother who is 80 and a child who is only 3. I can't survive without food. Brother, could you please lend me some food? I will repay you 100-fold in the future. You better wait for the airdrop. This food is just enough for me and my wife. Besides, we're separated by several buildings. But I'm afraid to go out. Please come and bring it to me. I'll wait for you at home. Get lost, damn it. You're afraid to go out for the airdrops but want me to bring food to you. Blacklisted, no thanks. Hey, don't be so heartless. Wang Tao shook his head truly. All sorts show up in a big forest. And this was his happy community group. The guy playing the sympathy card seemed to be from building number 2 opposite, who also worked at the film studio. Wang Tao had seen him. If he remembered correctly, the guy was a single bachelor. Where would he get an elderly mother and child? Wang Tao then looked at other groups, where in his crews and classmates groups, some proposed that once they reached the survivor base, they could meet up at a scheduled time. After all, no one knew exactly what the survivor base was like. Arriving in a strange place where they knew no one, it seemed better for these acquaintances to stick together for warmth. Wang Tao thought this was a good suggestion. Having fought and struggled in society for so many years, he knew well the dangers of human nature. He sent a receive to acknowledge the message, wanting to agree with a response, but the message displayed a red exclamation mark. No internet, and the cell phone signal is gone too. Wang Tao's expression changed. He could faintly hear some cursing from downstairs. I hope it's just temporary. With communication cut off, it's likely that power and water outages would follow. Wang Tao hurriedly gathered all the containers he could find in his home to fill with water. Then he made himself a simple lunch. He didn't dare eat too much. After all, food was scarce, and he needed to conserve it. Chapter 3. I can see HP bars. After the meal, Wang Tao carefully observed the surroundings from a few windows in the house. Outside the south-facing window, in the courtyard of the residential complex, there were roughly over a dozen zombies. Those were only the ones he could see. There might be more in places he couldn't see. And definitely, there would be zombies inside these 4 buildings. However, the day the zombie virus appeared wasn't a weekend, and the rain had stopped. It was likely that a good number of the working population had gone out. That might be the only good news. Outside the north-facing windows over the main road was a scene of devastation. Many cars had crashed, blood was everywhere, but no corpses were visible, only a few ferocious-looking zombies wandering around. Of course, Wang Tao didn't believe there were only these few zombies on the road. His window's angle limited his view, and he wouldn't be able to see many places. Perhaps, inside the cars, stores, shadows, or even at the base of the wall beneath his building, countless zombies might be lurking. With some resignation, Wang Tao shook his head and began to analyze the current situation. Rescue was something to wait for, but before help arrived, the food at his home might not be sufficient. Go borrow some food from other people's homes, clearly not an option. Wang Tao never placed his hopes on the mercy of others, and under the current circumstances, the likelihood of being able to borrow was almost zero. There was only one thing to do: go out and find food. Inside the small restaurants outside the community, there must be a lot of food, and they were very close to his home. But even if they were close, he would still have to cross through the yard. Wang Tao was strong, but he didn't feel he could win against these 10+ zombies. Suddenly, thump, 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 there came a series of dull knocks at the door. Is it the sister-in-law from next door, or? Wang Tao didn't speak. He tiptoed to the door and looked through the peephole, a tingling sensation running through his scalp. Outside the door was a zombie covered in blood, its neck and face adorned with twisted, dark veins, expression distorted, pupils white, mindlessly pounding on Wang Tao's door. Thump, thump, thump. This person, Wang Tao had seen him before. Seems like he was the single guy in his 30s living upstairs. Could it be that the zombies have discovered me? Wang Tao immediately grabbed a kitchen knife, waiting by the door, somewhat nervously. Although he didn't think the zombie could open his security door, he felt very insecure without a weapon in hand. However, when Wang Tao looked out the peephole again, he was momentarily taken aback. Huh, what's this? He noticed a thin red bar floating above the zombie's head, with a line of text 500 500. This red bar hovered over the zombie's head, unlike a real object. After a while, the zombie gave up on Wang Tao's room and went to knock on room 502 across the hall. The red bar remained in front of Wang Tao's view, and its size did not change. Why does this feel like the health bar from the games I play? Wang Tao was somewhat astonished. Suddenly, a piercing scream of a woman came from the room across. Wang Tao wasn't frightened by the zombie, but the scream gave him quite the startle. Roar! Bang, bang, bang! Upon hearing the scream, the zombie, like a cat that had smelled fish, started hitting the door of room 502 furiously. It seems that when the zombie doesn't detect any movement, it acts very slowly. Once it senses movement, it goes into a frenzy. As for the sister-in-law, she can still scream so loudly, so it seems she's safe for now. Wang Tao continued to observe the zombie through the peephole. The door of the opposite room was equally sturdy, and after pounding for 2 or 3 minutes, the zombie returned to its previous state and slowly descended the stairs. I've been knocking on the door for 2 or 3 minutes. If there were any other zombies, they should have been attracted by now. Does that mean there's only this one zombie in the corridor of this unit? If there's only one zombie, maybe I can try. Wang Tao's gaze flickered. Sooner or later, he was going to have to go out to look for supplies, and there was a high chance he would encounter zombies. He absolutely needed to understand the strength of these zombies and whether he could handle them. Moreover, he suspected he could see the zombies' HP bars. Right, if those really are HP bars, then I should have one too. Wang Tao was about to look for a mirror when, just as he thought about his own HP bar, a golden HP bar suddenly appeared in his field of vision. There was also a line of text on the HP bar, 100 100, and the moment he thought about it, the numbers on the HP bar changed to 100%. An understanding flashed through his mind in an instant. This was his own HP bar. 100 100 indicated that his maximum HP was 100, and he currently had 100 HP. 100% naturally indicated the percentage of the HP bar. Indeed, I can see HP bars. Excitement surged in Wang Tao's heart. He hadn't seen anyone with this ability when he was refreshing the news online before. There's only one zombie in the corridor right now, and although it has 500 HP and I only have 100 HP, this is a chance for a one-on-one battle. It would be a disservice to all my muscles if I didn't give it a try. Let's do this. With such a rare opportunity at hand, Wang Tao decided he wanted to test the zombie's strength. But not right now. He needed to gather his strength and prepare proper protective measures before attempting. After all, zombies were infectious, and getting infected meant the end. Let's warm up first. Wang Tao went to the living room to do push-ups. 1, 2, why do I feel like my physical strength has increased? Is it an illusion? Keep going. 3, 4, 498, 499, 500. Huff tilde. Sweat dripped from his bulging muscles onto the floor, accumulating a small puddle of moisture. After completing the last push-up, Wang Tao flipped over and got up nimbly. Gulp gulp tilde. After drinking half a bottle of water, Wang Tao felt a bit excited. It's not an illusion. My physical condition has genuinely become stronger. His physical strength was originally impressive. He could do over 100 perfectly formed push-ups in one go. That already surpassed a vast majority of people. But now he had just done 500 in one go. And after the 500, he still felt like he had energy to spare, as if he could do another 500. However, exercise shouldn't be too intense at once, especially under current circumstances where he was trapped. It was better to be moderate. There would be plenty of time in the future. Roar tilde. A roaring sound came from the corridor again. Looking through the peephole, he saw that the zombie had moved upstairs. Initially, Wang Tao had been scared of the zombie's roaring, but after hearing it many times, he gradually got used to it. "I'll rest up today and take care of you tomorrow." After muttering to himself, Wang Tao ate some food, then continued to train. He didn't stop until the evening, when he went to take a shower. In front of the bathroom mirror. Where's the scar on my face? Wang Tao discovered that the fearsome scar on his face had disappeared. Not only that, some other minor injuries on his body were also gone, and Wang Tao could feel that his muscles seemed to have grown even larger. Looking at the handsome face and exploding muscles in the mirror, Wang Tao felt a surge of excitement. Looks were secondary. The main thing was the enhancement of his physical condition and the disappearance of scars and underlying injuries on his body. And now, he could also see the zombie's HP bars. This is my chance. Chapter 4, Initial Victory. The next day, Wang Tao woke up early. First, he checked his fully charged phone, still no signal, and emergency calls couldn't get through either. Water and electricity at home hadn't been cut off yet. He looked up at the deep blue sky. Is it the base station that's broken or the satellite? Could there be another disaster? He shook his head and tried not to think about it anymore. Wang Tao took some of the food out of the refrigerator and made a rich breakfast. Then he took all the books off the bookshelf. They were discounted decorations, but the books were real. Wang Tao picked out books of appropriate sizes and taped them to his forearms, shins, front and back of his chest for protection. He didn't wrap anything around his thighs and upper arms because these were areas that needed to exert force, and having them wrapped would make it difficult to use strength properly. Next was weapons, and there were several pointed kitchen knives in the kitchen. But the knives were a bit short after some thought. He tied a knife to a rolling pin to create a makeshift homemade short spear. Wang Tao had actually wanted to make a spear out of a mop, but the corridor was quite narrow, and a weapon too long might not be effective. Getting it stuck could spell disaster. The length of the rolling pin was just right, neither too short, which would increase the chance of infection, nor too long, which would make it unwieldy. Lastly, Wang Tao found a thick hand towel and a pair of yellow anti-blue light glasses. He covered his head, face, and even eyes. After all, the zombie virus was contagious, and preventative measures could never be too careful. Wang Tao checked himself in the full-length mirror. There stood a person in the mirror, over 1.8 meters tall, burly, wearing black gloves, a black mask, yellow glasses, brown hiking shoes, completely wrapped up tightly, with homemade arm guards on his hands, and holding a homemade short spear. He looked very secure. Once everything was ready, Wang Tao waited quietly behind the door. The zombie had been wandering up and down the staircase, and soon came up. Wang Tao didn't rush and continued to wait. The zombie first went up to the 6th floor, then came back down to the 5th, before heading downstairs toward the 4th floor. After seeing through the peephole that the zombie was going downstairs with its back toward him, Wang Tao took a deep breath and then suddenly opened the door. Clack! The sound of the security door opening startled the zombie, which turned its stiff body around, showing a face both terrifying and grotesque. Whoosh! Wang Tao gripped the homemade short spear and stabbed toward the zombie's head. The zombie, upon spotting a person, let out a fierce roar and spun around, but due to its stiffness, the movement was uncoordinated. It nearly tripped over itself, staggering. Wang Tao's stab missed. However, Wang Tao didn't expect to kill it with one blow. The pointed kitchen knife could not only stab but also slash. He held the rolling pin with both hands and swung it down fiercely. Slice! The slash cut from the zombie's shoulder down to its waist. The clothes on the zombie made it difficult to see how deep the cut was, but Wang Tao could clearly see a sliver of HP disappearing from above the zombie's head. -14. 486/500. What the hell? That slash cut only this much HP. Wang Tao knew the zombies had a lot of HP, but he hadn't expected it to be that much. Or rather, the power of his slash was too weak. Although shocked, Wang Tao wasn't too panicked inside. Both he and the zombie were in the corridor, with the zombie below and him above. He had specifically chosen this position. Standing above surely had its advantages. Wang Tao quickly retracted the knife, and the zombie took the opportunity to lunge at him, its hands smeared with blood reaching for Wang Tao. Wang Tao immediately stepped back 2 paces, avoiding the zombie's attack, then stabbed out with another slash. Zombies wouldn't actively dodge an attack. The previous miss was just luck. This time, the stab hit hard on the zombie's forehead, but it didn't go in. The skull is the hardest bone in the human body, and the quality of the kitchen knife Wang Tao held was average, and it even had a slightly rolled edge. It wasn't surprising that it didn't penetrate on the first attempt. But what surprised Wang Tao was that the strike didn't cause much damage. -3. 483/500. Wasn't the head supposed to be a zombie's weak spot? How come it's only this little damage? Could it be because the skull is too hard, so it didn't pierce the defense? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wang Tao gripped his homemade short spear tightly and thrust it fiercely from bottom right to top left. Swish! The blade cut across the zombie's neck. Dark blood spurted from the zombie's neck as it staggered a step back. Wang Tao's cut was shallow. Although it sliced through the zombie's neck, it didn't sever the head. However, Wang Tao was somewhat excited, because the damage from the strike was high. -117. 366/500. This cut took away more than 20% of the zombie's HP. The neck, it's also a zombie's weak spot, and compared to the head, cutting the neck is much easier. Enraged, the zombie charged at Wang Tao again, reaching out both hands to harshly swing at Wang Tao's face. Wang Tao was a few steps from the wall behind him, making it difficult to dodge this time. He quickly took the spear in his right hand, then raised his left arm, using the vambrace to block the zombie's attack. Bang! Wang Tao was forced 2 steps back, right up against the wall. This was the first time Wang Tao had been attacked by a zombie, and he finally understood why they said zombies had immense strength. With his physical fitness, enduring this strike made his arms somewhat numb. If it had been anyone else, they might have been knocked down instantly. But seeing that his HP hadn't dropped a single point, Wang Tao felt invigorated. This is reality, not a game. In games, if a monster attacks you, even if it's just a touch, you lose HP, whether you lose a little or a lot. That's the game mechanics. But reality is different. As long as you are not hit, you won't lose HP. Wang Tao's physical fitness was high. Since the strike with the vambrace didn't cause an exterior or interior injury, just a numbness, his HP remained full. Understanding this, Wang Tao's eyes shone brightly. In games, you have to follow the rules of the game when fighting monsters. Without a one-hit kill mechanism, no matter how strong you are, you cannot kill a monster in one hit. But reality doesn't follow these rules. With this in mind, Wang Tao didn't retreat but advanced, charging fiercely towards the zombie. And the zombie, too, roared angrily and attacked Wang Tao again. Clash! Just as he was about to collide with the zombie, Wang Tao exerted all his strength, suddenly kicked off the ground, and harshly kicked the zombie's chest. The zombie's strength was great, but its weight was the same as when alive, just over 100 pounds. That weight couldn't withstand Wang Tao's energized one hit. The zombie immediately rolled to the turn of the fourth-floor corridor. Without stopping, Wang Tao's foot stepped on the stair and he leaped powerfully. Like a flying man, he plunged toward the zombie, both hands gripping the homemade spear high above his head. As he landed, he stabbed viciously at the zombie below. With the help of gravity, the spear plunged deep into the zombie's forehead. -366. 0/500. One-hit kill. Chapter 5: Monster Killing and Loot Drops. Huff. Looking at the zombie lying on the ground, still twitching, with its head blooming like a chrysanthemum, Wang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. He called this move jump slash, and as a martial arts substitute, it wasn't surprising that he could execute it. However, it was the first time he used it in actual combat, and he wasn't completely certain of victory in his heart. Now it seemed that the effect was pretty good after all. Zombies didn't dodge. With the geographical advantage of jumping from a high place to a lower one, the jump covered a distance of 5 meters. With the force of inertia, the kitchen knife, which normally couldn't pierce through a zombie's skull, successfully entered through the zombie's brow, instantly killing it. But instant killing wasn't without a cost. Wang Tao looked at the kitchen knife, now bent out of shape, and felt somewhat helpless. An ordinary kitchen knife really wasn't up to par. As Wang Tao was getting up from the zombie, his gaze sharpened. That was because he saw a semi-transparent package with bloodstains appear in front of the zombie. With a thought, the package instantly entered his body. Obtained, purified water small x1. What's this? Wang Tao noticed an icon of a backpack appeared below his HP bar. The backpack was empty, except for a white plastic cube marked with 5L. Purified water small, 5L drinkable. Killing zombies can drop loot. Wang Tao felt that he could take out the water with just a thought, but now wasn't the time to study these things, so he quickly searched the zombie's body. He found a set of keys, an electronic wristband, a box of cigarettes, and a wallet. He had intended to take the zombie's belt as well, but seeing that it had a cut that made a crevice, he decided against it. Wasn't in need of a belt that badly. After collecting the spoils of war, Wang Tao went back to check the elevator. It was broken, and he had no idea if there were zombies inside. Bang! Back in his room, it wasn't until he had closed the door and leaned against it that Wang Tao finally felt some lingering fear. During the fight, adrenaline was pumping like crazy, leaving no time for any other thoughts. Now recalling the zombie whose head he'd blown up, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. After calming down a bit, Wang Tao took a big gulp of water and then stripped off all his clothes. Covered in sweat, he needed a shower. After showering, Wang Tao finally had time to study the backpack icon below his HP bar. But before looking at the backpack, he paused. When did my HP increase? Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised to find that his HP bar had gone from 100 to 110. He'd gained 10 HP. Could it be from killing the zombie? Wang Tao hadn't noticed it at the time. He'll have to pay attention next time. If it's really from killing zombies that one can gain an increase in HP limit. Wang Tao's face broke into a brilliant smile. He looked again at the backpack icon below his HP bar. This item was similar to the inventory systems in many video games. However, only the purified water small could be put into the backpack and taken out at will. Other items couldn't be put inside. It seems that only items that drop from killing zombies can be put into the backpack. Wang Tao was excited, as this backpack was like a storage space. And he could sense in the dark that the time inside his backpack was paused, which meant that the things inside would never go bad. Although there was a certain limit to what could be stored, Wang Tao was quite content. After all, he was sure to fight zombies in the future, so there was no worry about not having space for loot. As for the purified water small that the zombie dropped, it was a 5L square plastic bucket. Wang Tao tasted the water inside, and it indeed was purified water. Although it felt somewhat discordant that a single zombie had dropped a whole 5L bucket of water, that wasn't the point. The point was that killing zombies could net him loot. This, like his ability to see zombies' HP bars, was in some ways an invincible power. Others might not benefit from killing zombies, but he certainly could get loot, and there was a high chance that his HP limit would increase. Even his physical attributes might improve, though Wang Tao wasn't sure about this. It might just be an adrenaline-fueled illusion. After he had killed this zombie, he felt like he had gotten somewhat stronger. He would know for sure after killing a few more zombies. In any case, as long as he made an effort, he would definitely reap rewards. This is the apocalypse, huh? Why do I suddenly kind of like it? After feeling a bit smug for a moment, Wang Tao didn't get too arrogant. The zombies were indeed very strong, and a moment of carelessness could lead to disaster. Of course, he had more or less figured out the strength of the zombies. As long as he was well protected and not caught by them, with his physical attributes, he could definitely withstand an attack from one zombie. Moreover, with proper technique, he could potentially kill a zombie with one strike. But to achieve a one-hit kill, weapons were vital. His kitchen knife had been rendered useless after a single user needed to find a weapon that would last longer. In the actual combat with zombies, Wang Tao had come to some conclusions against zombies. How sharp the weapon wasn't the most important aspect. What was crucial was that it was sturdy enough. For example, when he used jump slash, even a not-so-sharp kitchen knife could still pierce through a zombie's skull. If only I could get my hands on a firefighter axe or a crowbar. Unfortunately, those items were not available here. No hurry, take it slow. After grabbing a simple meal and a short rest, Wang Tao put on his makeshift gear again and tied another kitchen knife of the same kind onto the rolling pin. He had a total of 5 such knives, bought on discount just because they were cheap. Based on his previous experience, he could use jump slash at least 4 more times. Fully armed, Wang Tao opened the door again. There was only one zombie in the hallway, and now that it was dealt with, he definitely wanted to go out and look around, especially checking the upstairs. The zombie he had just killed was a neighbor from the floor above. There might be some resources in their home. Wang Tao first tiptoed downstairs. The doors of the apartments on these floors were all closed. It was unclear whether there were people inside them or not. The entrance door on the first floor was locked. He had suspected as much before, but hadn't been completely sure. Now seeing it locked reassured him. Wang Tao arrived at the 6th floor. The door of apartment 602 was open. Entering 602 cautiously with his weapon at the ready, Wang Tao thoroughly checked the room to make sure there were no zombies before closing the door behind him. Although there were no longer any zombies in the hallway, it was still safer to be cautious. With the door shut, he could scour the place with peace of mind. Not only was this his first time killing zombies, but it was also his first time rummaging through someone's home without any reservations. The thought even gave him a sense of illicit thrill. The inside of 602 was not in disarray, showing no signs of a struggle. It seemed his neighbor had mutated suddenly and hopefully not suffered too much. There's a big bag of rice, probably about 7 or 8 kilos. Not bad, not bad. There's a stock of vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. That's great. Instant noodles, pickles, snacks, tobacco, alcohol. I'm taking all of it. What's this, a walkie-talkie? Chapter 6, Search 602. Wang Tao wasn't very familiar with walkie-talkies, but he knew they were a good thing. Without a network, mobile phones were basically useless. However, the working principle of walkie-talkies was different, so maybe they could still make calls. The guy must have been a radio enthusiast. There were 4 walkie-talkies of different shapes, along with their boxes. Besides the walkie-talkies, there were also 2 radios, one large and one small. The small one used batteries, and the large one could be powered by hand cranking. Wang Tao briefly fiddled with them, but all he heard was a buzzing and crackling noise from the walkie-talkies and radios, no useful information. He was slightly disappointed, but Wang Tao wasn't in a hurry. He could take these gadgets home and try them out slowly. After searching the room for a while, Wang Tao gathered all the things he thought were useful. There were 2 suitcases, packed full to the brim. Then he grabbed a bedsheet and wrapped up the rest of the stuff. It didn't matter whether he could use them or not. He took everything he could. Once he was sure he hadn't missed anything for the time being, Wang Tao packed up and locked the door to room 602 on his way out, taking the key with him. As he locked the door to room 602, a sudden bang, bang, bang came from next door's room 601, and a roar seeped through the security door. Wang Tao's spirit instantly focused. There are really zombies in the room. He set down his things, approached the door to room 601, and saw that it was securely locked, which relieved him for the moment. Wang Tao remembered that a middle-aged couple lived in room 601. They seemed to work close together and always commuted together. That means there should be 2 zombies inside. Wang Tao's gaze flickered. He could handle 1 zombie, but 2 was not certain, however. It was too early to discuss this since he couldn't open the security door. I need to find a way to get some tools for prying or picking locks. If I try to break in violently, not to mention whether it's feasible or not, the noise would definitely be loud. With zombies outside, although the corridor was temporarily clear of them, Wang Tao still felt the noise should not be too loud. Otherwise, even if the zombies couldn't get in, if they all crowded at the entrance, he wouldn't be able to leave. Carrying a 24-inch suitcase in each hand and a large bundle on his back, with another hanging around his neck, Wang Tao headed towards the 5th floor. After returning home, Wang Tao found places to store these items. Setting other things aside, just the supply of food was enough for half a month. Along with his own stock, he could probably last about 20 days. If he hadn't discovered his ability before, Wang Tao would have chosen to wait for rescue with so much food. But after discovering his abilities, he definitely didn't want to sit around and wait for death. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, I'll see if I can open any other rooms. As for now, time to treat myself. Having food gave Wang Tao more confidence. He took out the perishables and prepared to make a big meal. As for the cooking method, he wasn't picky. After washing all the ingredients, he added a block of hot pot base and stewed everything together. This is delicious. Wang Tao wasn't sure if it was psychological, but he felt this big pot of food was more delicious than anything he had ever cooked before. He filled a large bowl with rice, sat down, and was just about to start eating when he heard the door knock again. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking was more urgent this time, and quite light. Wang Tao immediately picked up the homemade short spear next to him, and then went to the peephole to take a look. He saw a woman with her hair tied up high, staring nervously at Wang Tao's door. Is it her? Outside the door was none other than Wang Tao's neighbor across the hall, Zhao Yuan's sister-in-law, whom he had asked him to take care of Ding Yukin. Wang Tao did not open the door directly, but first hung the safety chain behind the security door. In the apocalypse, one could never be too careful with others. Outside, Ding Yukin glanced at the corridor and then back at Wang Tao's door, her face extremely tense. Her own door was left ajar. If there was any commotion downstairs, she would run back immediately. If possible, she really did not want to go out. Merely a few steps away, it was the result of her struggling for several hours. But there was no choice. Her family had run out of food a long time ago. If she didn't think of a solution soon, she might starve to death, even if she wasn't killed by the zombies. Of course, What ultimately propelled her out the door was the fact that she had seen with her own eyes Wang Tao kill the zombie wandering in the stairwell. The specifics of the fight weren't clear as large as the peephole's field of vision was. It had its limits, especially since Wang Tao and the zombie had fought all the way downstairs. But she knew Wang Tao had won, the only zombie in the corridor dead. Wang Tao's strength was beyond her expectations. Her husband, back when they were still in contact, had told her about the horrors of these zombies. It wasn't just about wielding cold weapons. Even with a gun, one may not win. Many police officers had met their gruesome end in the jaws of zombies. Yet Wang Tao was able to go solo, using a cold weapon to kill a zombie, which was, she had to admit, incredibly impressive. At that moment, Ding Yukin felt the urge to run out. But she still dared not just from fear of other zombies, but also fear of Wang Tao because she did not know if Wang Tao had been infected. If he was infected, wouldn't she be a lamb walking into the mouth of a tiger? So she waited a few more hours. When she saw Wang Tao heading back and then coming out with a lot of things, big and small, from upstairs, she guessed that Wang Tao was most likely not infected. The information online stated that although the incubation period after infection varied in length, most had a common characteristic. The body exhibited some negative conditions, such as weakness, fever, coughing, and the like. Wang Tao, hopping around and carrying so much stuff upstairs, clearly had no problems with his health. However, she was still somewhat afraid to come out. After all, stepping through this door also required tremendous courage. But now, as her stomach growled, and she smelled the faint alluring aroma coming from next door, she could no longer endure it. Only those who have experienced hunger know that hunger is a more terrifying existence than any addiction. After all, eating is an instinct for survival. When one is close to starving, as long as there's something to eat, a person can do anything. Click tilde. The door of apartment 501 opened. Wang Tao's face appeared from behind the door. "Sister-in-law, is there something you need?" Seeing this face, Ding Yukin was taken aback. Was this the Wang Tao who could frighten children with his looks? Where was the large scar on his face? Even though she was surprised, the voice and height were indeed Wang Tao's. Ding Yukin had no time to dwell on it. She tucked some stray hair behind her ear, then spoke softly. Wang Tao, look, we're neighbors. Could you lend your sister-in-law some food?" Chapter 7, Sister-in-law Borrows Grain. Ding Yukin was wearing a set of light pink sportswear today, which tightly wrapped her graceful figure. Her hair was pulled up, albeit somewhat messily, and it was clear she hadn't taken much care in grooming it. Her face was very pale, extremely haggard. Beneath those captivating large eyes, there were two faint dark circles. Wang Tao couldn't help but feel that Ding Yukin seemed to have lost a lot of weight, perhaps due to the loose clothing. Above her head, there was also an HP bar, but it was green. 63/100. Borrowing food. Wang Tao furrowed his brows. He suddenly remembered the message from Zhao Yuan asking him to look after Ding Yukin. Had it been before, Wang Tao might have hesitated. But now that he had some extra food, he felt a bit more confident in his ability to help others. Seeing Wang Tao frown, Ding Yukin's heart instantly tightened. After days of hunger, she knew all too well the importance of food. If Wang Tao refused her, she would really starve to death, especially since she didn't dare to venture out looking for food. "Wang Tao, I don't eat much, just a little bit of food will do. When Brother Zhao comes back, we will definitely repay you. Please." Ding Yukin's hands were clasped together, her face showing a mix of embarrassment and eagerness to please. Then, as if she remembered something, she quickly dug into her pockets. "Right, I have money, I can give you money." Looking at the few hundred yuan Ding Yukin took out, Wang Tao shook his head. "No need for money, we are neighbors after all. It's only right to help each other. Sister-in-law, wait here for a moment, I'll go get you some food." Watching Wang Tao go to fetch something, Ding Yukin breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that Wang Tao was quite decent, and she might have been a bit too quick to judge him by his appearance before. However, as soon as Wang Tao left, a rich fragrance wafted out, and Ding Yukin's gaze involuntarily followed his figure, from which she couldn't tear her eyes away. Gurgle tilde. Ding Yukin's throat moved as she swallowed hard. What did she see? Was it a large pot of stew and a big bowl of rice? So much food, enough for 4 or 5 people to eat. Was Wang Tao's meal really that good? Then he must be serving her a bowl, right? Ding Yukin's mind wandered with various thoughts. She subconsciously pushed at the door, but the chain behind the security door stopped her. Hearing the noise, Wang Tao looked back at her. Ding Yukin immediately regained her composure and hastily withdrew her hand, somewhat embarrassed. Yet she felt slightly indignant. To chain the door after opening it, I am not the type of person to be so thick-skinned as to insist on entering. Ding Yukin's eyes couldn't leave the pot of stew until Wang Tao came over with a pack of bread. Sister-in-law, there isn't much food left in my house either. This bag of bread is for emergencies. Watching the 250 g of toast bread being passed through the crack of the door, Ding Yukin quickly took it. While excited to have food, she wasn't as thrilled as she had imagined she would be. Thank you very much, I'll go back now. Wang Tao, you be careful too, those zombies are too dangerous. Ding Yukin held the bread tightly, expressing her sincere thanks. MHM, I will, Wang Tao nodded. After seeing Ding Yukin off and closing the door, he then locked it. In this apocalypse, everyone's food supply was precious. He had given Ding Yukin a bag of bread in consideration of his neighbor, Brother Zhao. That should be enough to ensure she wouldn't starve to death. As for providing her with a better life, that was out of the question. Wang Tao's appetite was huge. The food was only enough for him. After all, he wasn't just sitting around at home waiting for rescue. He needed to train and go out to kill zombies. A pot of stewed vegetables and a basin of rice. Wang Tao ate half of it by himself. Not bad, about 70% full after all. I still need to train, can't eat too much. He quickly tidied up the table. The remaining food would be eaten tomorrow. It was 7 in the evening, and there was a long time until bedtime, so he planned to train for a while longer. Otherwise, with no phone or computer to play with, the long night would be tough to endure. He rested until 8 o'clock, and feeling that was enough, Wang Tao began doing push-ups. Yesterday he did 1,000 in 2 hours. Today he'd see if he had improved. 1, 2, 3. Wang Tao didn't intentionally speed up, just followed the previous pace. 999, 1,000. Wang Tao got up and checked the time on his phone. Indeed, there's improvement. These 1,000 push-ups were completed a few minutes faster than before. Wang Tao was very satisfied as he squeezed his fist. The progress was small, but as long as there was visible improvement, there was a source of motivation. After taking a quick bath, Wang Tao picked up the 4 walkie-talkies and the radio. The walkie-talkies came with boxes, one of which had a manual. After studying it briefly, Wang Tao powered on the walkie-talkie and tuned into some channels. SZZZ. It was still just crackling sounds. No useful information emerged. Wang Tao then turned on the radio and adjusted the dial to search for frequencies. SZZZ, the government will SZZZ. There's a voice. Wang Tao quickly turned the dial back, then turned off the lights in the house and went below the balcony window, opening both the curtains and the window. After hearing that zombies were particularly sensitive to light, he had covered all the windows in the house with thick cloth and avoided turning on lights that were too bright at night. Even though he was on the 5th floor, at times like these, one couldn't be too careful. SZZZ, the government will organize rescue as soon as possible. SZZZ, please wait patiently for the public. SZZZ, aid drops will commence on the morning of April 18th. SZZZ, throughout the city. Repeat, the government will. Aid drop. Wang Tao's eyes lit up at the keyword. The government had mentioned future aid drops in the group chat but hadn't specified a time. Now he knew today was April 8th, which meant the drops would start in 10 days. Wang Tao was quite looking forward to this aid drop. If the government had the capability to perform aid drops, that meant they still had armed forces, which meant the possibility of self-defense or even a counterattack. Of course, he was also interested in the aid drop itself. The emergency supplies prepared by the officials would certainly be ample. 10 days' time to prepare well. Wang Tao decided that if there was a chance, such as the aid drop being very close, or even if it landed in the courtyard of his complex, he would try to get one. If it was too far, then forget it. Unless he grew stronger in these 10 days, gaining some ability to defend himself. The next day, Wang Tao got up just past 6. Since the loss of the internet, his daily routine had become more and more regular. He warmed up briefly and ate yesterday's leftovers. Then, as before, Wang Tao armed himself from head to toe. Today, he planned to check out apartment 301 on the 3rd floor, because the 2 tenants who shared it had, Wang Tao had noticed before, left the keys in the crack of the electricity meter box. Under normal circumstances, even if someone knew where the key was, they wouldn't enter. But now, the world was no longer normal. Chapter 8. Clicking. He secured his own door. Fully armed, Wang Tao walked out. His target today was room 301, but before entering room 301, he stopped in front of the doors to rooms 402 and 302, respectively. It was quiet inside both room 402 on the 4th floor and room 302 on the 3rd floor, could hear nothing. Wang Tao knocked softly on the doors, but there was still no sound from within. Wang Tao suspected that these 2 rooms were likely empty, since the outbreak of the zombie virus happened on a workday, and many workers had gone to their jobs. There should be a survivor in the room below him, room 401, because prior to the internet disconnection, Wang Tao heard someone inside cursing. This time, Wang Tao didn't bother them. As for room 301, his target first obtained the key from the electricity meter box, and sure enough, there was a key. He then listened intently at the door but heard no sound from inside. Then he prepared to knock on room 301's door. If nobody was inside the room, there would surely be no response to his knocking. If someone was in there, out of fear or something similar, they might also not respond. Those bolder might ask who was at the door. If there were zombies, there would likely be a response, such as growling, pounding on the door, and the like, as zombies are rather sensitive to sound. However, if a zombie was locked inside the room, even if it did respond, Wang Tao might not hear it. But then again, if it was locked inside, he wouldn't have to worry. So to sum up, he would knock, and if there was no response, then it was likely safe for him to enter, at least the living room would be. If there was noise, then there were zombies in the living room. There might also be the possibility of a survivor lying in wait behind the door to ambush him. This possibility was small, for now, putting aside the question of necessity. If these survivors had the courage to do so, they wouldn't be hiding inside unable to come out. Of course, it was still a possibility, so Wang Tao still needed to be cautious, since it's always prudent to be wary of others. After preparing himself, Wang Tao took a deep breath and then gently tapped on room 301's door. Roar! Listening to the growl and footsteps inside, Wang Tao felt a bit of a headache coming on. The worst-case scenario had happened. There was a zombie inside. And this being a shared room, Wang Tao wasn't sure how many zombies were inside. After a few seconds of solemn contemplation, Wang Tao decided to listen through the door. Thud thud tilde. Roar. Thud thud tilde. Roar. Gripping the homemade short spear tightly in his hand, Wang Tao's eyes flickered with thought. Judging by the sound, there should be only one zombie. I didn't hear a second one. But what if there are 2 zombies, I might not be able to handle them. After all, I can't afford any mistakes. Getting infected means death. Wang Tao was in turmoil internally, but he was not one to hesitate. I've come this far, let's do this. The zombie was now locked inside, and he had the key to open the door. The initiative was with him. If after opening the door he found two zombies inside, he would immediately close the door and retreat. It wasn't that he was being cowardly. If he had a better weapon, perhaps he could try to deal with two zombies. But this weapon was hardly up to the task. One stab to the head and it would be done for. Wang Tao gently turned the key, and the moment the door was opened, he rapidly pulled the door open and then kicked out fiercely. Bang! A muffled sound, and a small but ferocious and scary blood-colored figure was kicked flying by Wang Tao. -3. 482/500. Clink clatter. The zombie he kicked flew into a heap of objects, knocking them over. Wang Tao didn't rush in to deal the killing blow, but quickly scanned the surroundings instead. One of the bedroom doors was closed. He wasn't sure if there was danger inside, but there was only one zombie in the living room. The advantage was his. Wang Tao clutched the homemade short spear tightly in both hands, pushed off with his back foot, and rapidly accelerated. Roar tilde. The female zombie twisted her body to stand up, let out an angry roar from her mouth, and then flailed her arms as she staggered towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao had intended to stab her neck with the short spear, but the zombie suddenly lunged forward, dodging his strike. Unfazed in the face of danger, Wang Tao switched his grip on the spear and chopped towards the zombie's left arm. Thwack! -35. 447/500 HP. The cleaver might not have been very sharp, but Wang Tao's astonishing strength inflicted a huge wound on the zombie's left arm, from which black blood splattered. Meanwhile, the zombie's other right hand smacked down fiercely onto Wang Tao's right arm. Thud! -5. 105/110 HP. Despite the thick protection of the books, Wang Tao still felt his arm go numb, and he also lost 5 HP. He was injured. Wang Tao's mind became even calmer. At that moment, the zombie opened its mouth wide, trying to bite Wang Tao. Wang Tao shoved his left arm, guarded by the arm shield, into the zombie's mouth, blocking its lower jaw. His right hand then thrust the homemade short spear fiercely into the zombie's stomach. -5. 442/500 HP. This minor damage was almost like a tickle to the zombie, but it successfully restricted the zombie's movements. Then Wang Tao's muscles bulged as he gathered strength in his right leg and delivered a sweeping kick to the zombie's waist. Thud! The zombie slid along the ground for several meters before crashing into the wall. For a moment, it seemed dazed and unable to rise. -15. 427/500 HP. Whether it was the impact against the wall or something else, the kick had more power than Wang Tao had expected. Without thinking too much, Wang Tao pressed the advantage, quickly rushing to the wall. He stomped on the zombie's chest, pinning it down, then with both hands, he reversed the grip on the short spear and raised it high. Thwack tilde. -427. 0/500 HP. Headshot kill. A partially transparent package stained with blood appeared instantly. After collecting the package, Wang Tao didn't look at it immediately, but instead glanced at his own HP bar. 110/115 HP. Indeed, the upper limit of his HP had increased by 5 points, and his current HP had also recovered by 5 points. Killing zombies could increase the upper limit of the HP bar and restore the increased HP. After calming his excitement slightly, he then looked at the contents of the package. Acquired Iron Block X1. Iron Block, crafting material. Iron block. Looking at the small cubical iron block in his backpack, Wang Tao didn't have time to study it for the time being. He searched the female zombie's body and found a string of pearl necklaces, a wallet, and a crushed box of women's cigarettes, with no lighter. After collecting the spoils of battle, Wang Tao didn't rush to scour the room but sat down to rest for a while. Then he turned his gaze toward the closed bedroom door. If he didn't remember incorrectly, The female zombie had an HP of 482,500 when he entered, and the kick he had delivered upon entering only caused 3 points of damage. In other words, this female zombie was not at full health. If she had turned into a zombie at home, she should have been at full health, unless... Wang Tao gripped the short spear tightly in both hands, then kicked fiercely at the bedroom door. Thud! The bedroom door was of decent quality and withstood Wang Tao's kick. However, the lock was clearly subpar, as it was immediately wrecked. And in the moment the door opened, Wang Tao saw a male zombie lying on the ground, missing half its body, unable to move. Roar tilde. Thwack. Minus 286. 0/500 HP. Chapter 9. Sister-in-law comes to help you. The room contained a male zombie that had lost half of its body. Though it still seemed vigorous and had a sturdy build, it ultimately lacked arms and legs, couldn't stand up or dodge, and was easily headshot by Wang Tao. Wang Tao felt that this female zombie wasn't as strong as the male one in the hallway. He killed her without using jump slash. The minor injury he sustained was due to the terrain. However, while jump slash was powerful, it also greatly damaged the weapons. Having dealt with the female zombie without using jump slash, his homemade short spear was barely usable. After killing this male zombie, though, his kitchen knife was completely ruined, and even the rolling pin developed a crack and was on the verge of being scrapped. After a brief rest, Wang Tao checked around the room. He looked in the bathroom and the kitchen, and after confirming there was no danger, he locked up apartment 301 and then began to inventory his gains. First was the male zombie. After killing him, Wang Tao gained an additional 5 HP, making his HP bar read 115/120. Then there were the items he dropped. Acquired Gear X1. Gear crafting material. This was a gear about the diameter of a ping-pong ball. The female zombie dropped an iron block, and the male zombie dropped a gear. Moreover, both were described as crafting materials. The term crafting materials is quite broad, and things like iron blocks and gears should be common everyday items, abundantly available in hardware stores. Wang Tao didn't know the difference between the items dropped by zombies and those found in everyday life, but before figuring out their use, he was certainly going to save them for later rather than use them indiscriminately. After all, items dropped by zombies could be stored in the space backpack, which was very convenient for storage. After putting the gear into the space backpack, he began to loot the corpse, but this male zombie didn't have anything useful on him. Last was to scour the entirety of apartment 301. As Wang Tao scavenged, he inferred the previous situation from clues and his own speculation. It was likely that at the outbreak of the apocalypse, the woman turned into a zombie, whereas the man was initially normal. The man might have had some strength. In the attack by the woman, he fought back, taking away over a dozen HP from the female zombie. But he was wounded too, even having half of his body eaten by the female zombie. The time it took to mutate after infection with the zombie virus varied from 1 minute to 24 hours. The man held on for quite a while, having a strong will to survive, and with the zombie virus potentially providing some enhancement when it activated, he dragged his severely injured body back to his own room. But in the end, he couldn't withstand the virus and became a zombie. After he turned, the female zombie probably lost interest in him, which is why when Wang Tao arrived, it felt so deathly quiet inside. The end of the world, huh? He sighed in his heart, but Wang Tao's hands didn't stop searching. Perhaps because 2 people lived here, the apartment was cluttered with numerous belongings. Especially the woman's things, which included clothing, cosmetics, adult toys, bags, various small ornaments, and so on, which took Wang Tao quite a while to sift through. As for the man's possessions, they were simpler. Besides a relatively large number of shoes and various electronic products, there were few other miscellaneous items. However, what Wang Tao cared about the most was the food, but these two didn't have much, only enough for a day or two, and it was all vegetables and fruits that didn't keep well and were wilting. Curiously, the woman's room contained quite a few unopened snacks. Although they weren't filling, they weren't cheap either. Huh. In the kitchen, Wang Tao found 3 neatly cut lengths of steel pipe, one of a meter and 2 of half a meter each. Good stuff. Wang Tao was wondering what could replace his cracked rolling pin when the steel pipe came at just the right time. Moreover, if he sharpened the steel pipe a bit, it could even replace a kitchen knife. He had a whetstone at home, so he could do the sharpening there slowly. Right, I'll take this too. Wang Tao carried out the gas cylinder from the kitchen. The gas cylinder in apartment 602 was nearly empty, so Wang Tao didn't bother with it. But the one in apartment 301 was almost full, so he could take it back home as well. An hour later, Wang Tao, with a bundle wrapped in a bedsheet on his back and with a steel pipe sticking out, ran toward apartment 501 with a suitcase in each hand. After placing the items at the doorstep, Wang Tao ran back to 301 to fetch the gas cylinder. But before he locked the door of 301, he thought for a moment, went into the room and, despite feeling nauseous, dragged the 2 zombies out. Then he opened a window and threw them down, one after the other. He also threw out the zombie in the corridor. Since the southern window overlooked the residential complex's yard, he was afraid of attracting zombies. So he threw them from the northern window, which meant they landed on the street. Thump, thump, thump. 3 sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. Hiss. Roar. Instantly, a series of strange and penetrating hisses and roars came from the street. Several gruesome and terrifying zombies appeared from the darkness, wandering towards the source of the noise. Indeed, the street is full of zombies. Wang Tao felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the number, there were probably 30 to 50 of them, and who knows how many more were inside the shops. If someone unknowingly rushed into that area, they would likely find no place to run. Across the street was a convenience store. Wang Tao had thought about scavenging there if he got the chance, confident that there would be plenty of supplies. But now he immediately dismissed the idea. He wanted to live a little longer. After he moved the gas cylinder up to apartment 501, Wang Tao started to unlock his door. Just then, apartment 502 next door opened a small crack. Ding Yukin looked at Wang Tao with utter shock, seeing the big and small parcels beside him. In fact, she had been paying attention since Wang Tao had left the house. She had roughly heard some of the commotion downstairs. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but she knew when Wang Tao had left. He was holding a rolling pin tied with a kitchen knife. Yet when Wang Tao returned, he brought back supplies in big and small packages. Especially the half bag of rice peeking out of the big bundle. It made her feel like if Wang Tao were to give the rice to her, she could eat it raw. As Wang Tao was about to enter his door, she clenched her teeth and opened her door. Click! Wang Tao heard the noise and glanced at her. As Wang Tao was wearing glasses, Ding Yukin couldn't see his eyes clearly. Cough that Wang Tao, you're amazing. Getting so many supplies today. I see you're having a bit of trouble carrying them, let sister-in-law help you. After saying this, Ding Yukin embarrassingly immediately looked down at her feet-o. She couldn't see her toes. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. Indeed, the stuff wasn't easy to carry, but he had already reached his own doorstep. Was it that hard to take these last 2 steps? Why didn't she offer help earlier? However, looking at Ding Yukin's pale face slowly turn a shade of blush, seeing the HP bar above her head displaying 15/100, Wang Tao thought for a moment and then said, "Okay, then ill trouble sister-in-law." Chapter 10. Are you hurt? Who? Seeing that Wang Tao had agreed, Ding Yukin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had already prepared herself to be rejected by Wang Tao. After all, yesterday he didn't even want to let her into the house. Thinking of this, she still harbored some minor grudges in her heart. Wang Tao opened the door and handed a slightly smaller parcel to Ding Yukin. "Sister-in-law, could you help me take this inside?" "Sure." After Ding Yukin took it, she felt a heavy weight in her hands. She was too weak, scarcely having any strength at all. Wang Tao reached out to support the bundle, somewhat helplessly saying, "Sister-in-law, if it's too much, I can do it." It's fine, I can manage." She finally found an excuse to enter Wang Tao's house and didn't want to waste the opportunity. "All right then." Wang Tao let go and watched as Ding Yukin shakily carried the small bundle inside. He quickly brought the rest of the items back to his house, then closed the door. Wow tilde. Ding Yukin knew that Wang Tao had a lot of supplies, but she was still somewhat astounded when she actually laid eyes on these things. "Sigh, they're just some useless stuff." Wang Tao sighed. Most of these items were miscellaneous. The truly important things, such as food, were not plentiful. As for weapons, only those 3 steel rods passed muster. For the time being, they were indeed of little use. Wang Tao, how about I help you tidy up? Your place is too messy." Ding Yukin ignored Wang Tao's ostentation, getting busy organizing as she spoke. "Sure." Wang Tao didn't refuse. His house was indeed in disarray. He had spent the last few days either eating, sleeping, exercising, or fighting zombies, with no time to clean up. Today, Ding Yukin wore a form-fitting white dress that accentuated her figure, her hair tied up high, revealing a slender and exquisite neck, with a platinum necklace deeply nestled in her cleavage. Perhaps knowing that there were no zombie threats in the hallway, she also wore a pair of impractical caramel high heels. Paired with flesh-colored stockings clinging to her skin, they added much sensuality and allure. Wang Tao watched as she crouched on the ground, deftly categorizing items, before finally pulling his gaze away from her legs. Watching Wang Tao's retreating figure, Ding Yukin's tense body finally relaxed a little. She could feel Wang Tao's unrestrained gaze sweeping over her body, and she had started to regret dressing up so much. If Wang Tao lost control of his animal instincts, she wouldn't be able to resist. At the time, she was just thinking that since she was asking for help, she should at least appear clean and tidy, rather than sloppy and unkempt. Fortunately, Wang Tao only watched her for a while and then left, without making any inappropriate moves. How could I doubt Wang Tao? If it weren't for him, I'd have starved. He's a good man. In the bathroom, Wang Tao took off his gear and carefully set aside the books inside. These were vital for survival and couldn't get wet. Then he removed the coat stained with some zombie blood and washed it separately with water. After rinsing the coat, he stripped off the rest of his clothes and washed them in the machine. While bathing, he looked at the bruise on his right arm and frowned. This was where he had been injured today. A zombie slapped away 5 drops of his HP. During the fight and scavenging before, he had not felt pain. But now, whenever he touched hot water or even lightly brushed the area, he felt a piercing pain, and he started to wonder if the bone had been injured. Wang Tao had been thinking before that he had only been slapped by a zombie, without any wound or serious pain, so why did he lose 5 HP? After all, his total HP was barely over 100. Wouldn't it mean that a few more slaps from a zombie could kill him outright? It seemed a bit unreasonable to him. But now it appeared that it wasn't unreasonable at all, but rather very reasonable. That's because there's a limit to human pain endurance. It's not that you only die by being decapitated or stabbed in the heart. Even some superficial pains can be enough to kill a person from pain alone. The bruise on Wang Tao surely wasn't fatal, but if he accumulated more of these types of injuries, even to the bone, he might die of pain. So losing 5 HP was quite reasonable. This HP bar didn't just represent the HP amount like in some games, but also represented the condition of one's health. That also explained why Ding Yukin's HP bar was only at 15. Although Ding Yukin wasn't attacked, her health kept dropping under conditions of hunger and fear. Without help, she might end up dying from starvation or fear. After the bath, Wang Tao put on long pants and a tank top, exposing his arms. The bruise was painful to the touch, and although he could endure it, he saw no need to torture himself. Ding Yukin was rather capable, it had to be said. In the time it took for Wang Tao to bathe, she had already sorted many items. Everything was neatly placed together, creating a comfortable visual. "Yu Qin, no rush, take a break." Wang Tao spoke. No, it's okay, just give me a moment." Ding Yukin looked up, and upon seeing Wang Tao's explosively muscular figure and his somewhat unfamiliar but handsome face, she quickly lowered her head again. Before long, they had sorted the items into simple categories. There weren't too many things, and no need to categorize them too meticulously. Wang Tao saved these items with the mentality that it was wasteful to throw them away. Whether they would be useful or not was another story. Ding Yukin's legs were feeling a bit sore from squatting. As she prepared to stand up, she suddenly felt a wave of darkness before her eyes, and her body started to uncontrollably fall backwards. Wang Tao, quick as lightning, caught Ding Yukin's waist with his arm. "Yu Qin, are you all right?" Ding Yukin's face was extremely pale, and the words "losing HP" even appeared above her head. -5. 10/100. Good Lord, just tidying things up and she's losing HP. Found a scam, did she? And now that she's down to such low HP, wouldn't it be game over with just a slap? Wang Tao thought with a bit of wicked amusement. "I am fine, maybe just a bit anemic." After recuperating in Wang Tao's arms for a while, Ding Yukin quickly struggled free, a bit embarrassed as she tidied the hair beside her ear, her pale face flushing slightly with a tinge of red. Are you injured?" But when she saw the bruise on Wang Tao's arm, she let out a gasp, instinctively stepping back. "Yeah." Wang Tao nodded his head, not elaborating much, since being injured was nothing to brag about. Ding Yukin initially thought Wang Tao might have been infected. However, seeing that it was just a bruise without any wound, and that Wang Tao was quite composed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling that her step back might have been an inappropriate reaction, Ding Yukin hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Wang Tao's arm, gently stroking around the muscles near the bruise, saying softly, "I have some experience with treating bruises and injuries." Chapter 11, Starving for 5 Days. Ding Yukin finished speaking, and without waiting for Wang Tao to refuse, hurriedly began to gently massage the muscles on Wang Tao's arm. As Ding Yukin drew closer, a faint scent of shampoo wafted into Wang Tao's nostrils, making him feel unexpectedly hot and bothered. Wang Tao had intended to refuse. After all, he was a manly man, and what was a little wound to him? But his sister-in-law, after all, meant well. Seeing how earnest she was, Wang Tao really couldn't bring himself to refusing. It definitely wasn't, because her gentle kneading felt very comfortable. "Oh right, I have a first aid kit at home, just wait for me." Ding Yukin got up, ready to head out the door, but then quickly turned back and gave Wang Tao an appeasing smile. "Wang Tao, don't forget to open the door for your sister-in-law later." She was afraid that once she left, Wang Tao would lock the door behind her. "Okay." Wang Tao nodded, not closing the door. After all, they lived across from each other, just a few steps away. Plus, the zombies in the corridor were already dead, so it was still safe for the time being. Before long, Ding Yukin came out carrying a medicine box from her place, and seeing Wang Tao's door open, her face lit up with joy as she quickly trotted in wearing her high heels. "Inside here are some medications for treating contusions and sprains." Ding Yukin opened the medicine box, revealing various medicines and items like bandages. Wang Tao watched the medicine box in silence. He had rummaged through 2 households and hadn't found a medicine box, at most some cold and anti-inflammatory medicines. Not even his own home had one, as his health had always been pretty good and he hadn't been to the hospital in years. He didn't have any regularly used medications either. After all, medicines have expiration dates, and they're expensive too. Apart from some well-off individuals or those with a sense of crisis who might prepare a professional medicine box, most people wouldn't buy such an item. "These were bought by your brother Zhao, haven't even been used yet." Ding Yukin spoke with a touch of pride. But after saying it, she felt a bit deflated. If she had spent the money for the medicine box on food instead, she could have eaten for quite a while. When Ding Yukin applied some ointments and medicated solutions on Wang Tao's arm, his eyes lit up, because he saw a change in his HP bar. +1, +1, +1, 118/120. The medications had added 3 HP to Wang Tao. He could also clearly feel the pain in his arm diminishing significantly, accompanied by a tingling numbness. No pain meant an increase in HP, which made sense. And from this incident, Wang Tao could also infer that he probably hadn't injured his bones, otherwise he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. This medication is really effective, Wang Tao praised. As long as it helps. Ding Yukin, seeing that Wang Tao didn't seem to be just being polite, was suddenly cheered by the fact she could help him. After all, she wanted to borrow some food, and it was best for her to offer something in return. No one was a fool. After applying the medicine, Ding Yukin continued to knead the muscles on Wang Tao's arm, which helped with the absorption of the medication. However, after a while, Ding Yukin began to inwardly complain. It was just too hard, and her hands were getting sore. And with her hunger pangs, she was running out of strength. Feeling Ding Yukin's hands losing their strength, Wang Tao directly spoke. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to keep massaging, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's also mealtime. Why not have something to eat before you go back?" "Sure." Upon hearing about eating, Ding Yukin agreed before her brain could even register, but perhaps realizing she seemed a bit too eager, she hurriedly added, I don't have anything else to do at home anyway, so let me help you. You guys probably don't cook often, right? I am actually quite good at cooking." Wang Tao suddenly noticed that Ding Yukin's HP bar had also increased. +1, +1. Indeed, Ding Yukin's HP bar above her head was not only depleting due to hunger, but also because of fright, lack of security, and other reasons. "Okay, then ill trouble you, sister-in-law." With more people there was more strength, and Wang Tao did not refuse. Besides, he wasn't really good at cooking. He followed the simple principle that as long as it was cooked, it would suffice. He had just gotten some vegetables with poor appearance from apartment 301. They had been put aside for several days and would go bad if left any longer. It made sense to invite Ding Yukin for a meal, especially considering Brother Zhao had asked him to take care of his sister-in-law. Men and women working together made for lighter work. It didn't take too long, and a rather sumptuous lunch was prepared. Looking at the full spread of 4 dishes and a soup, Ding Yukin swallowed hard once again. 5 days, it had already been 5 days. She hadn't eaten a proper meal for 5 whole days. She didn't even know how she had gotten through it. As she looked at the table full of food, tears suddenly blurred her vision. Only those who had experienced hunger could realize the preciousness of food. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" When Wang Tao saw Ding Yukin suddenly covering her mouth and crying, he was quite surprised. Could she have misunderstood that all this food was specifically prepared for her? Was she moved to tears? If so, she might be reading too much into it. "No, I am fine. Sorry for making you laugh." Ding Yukin hastily wiped away her tears. Even while wiping her eyes, her other eye did not leave the sight of the food. She feared it was all a dream, and with a blink, everything would disappear. Seeing Wang Tao washing his hands, she quickly washed the bowls and chopsticks and set them neatly on the table, then stood aside waiting for Wang Tao to sit first. "Have a seat, don't be polite." Only after Wang Tao sat down did she take a seat herself. Holding a small bowl brimming with rice, she could feel the warmth in her hands and almost burst into tears again. "Oh right, I suggest you don't eat too much all at once, sister-in-law," Wang Tao suddenly said. Yes, I understand." Ding Yukin quickly nodded, understanding that if someone had been starving for too long, eating too much at once could be overwhelming for the body. She carefully picked up some greens, put them in her mouth and bit down. A flood of happiness filled her senses. Even though the vegetables were wilted, she felt they were the most delicious food she had ever had in her life. Huh, it really does taste good. Wang Tao was a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected his sister-in-law's cooking skills to be this good. As he ate, he observed. He noticed that with each movement of Ding Yukin's chopsticks, her green HP bar started to slowly increase. +1, +1, +1. Moreover, it must be said that Ding Yukin was someone who could restrain her own desires. Wang Tao could feel that she wanted to devour all the food, but she was still trying to eat slowly, although her table manners were not very elegant. After eating for a while and feeling her strength gradually returning, Ding Yukin finally had a moment to sneak a peek at Wang Tao. No wonder Wang Tao was such a big guy with developed muscles. It turns out he could really eat. He could consume half of the large spread of dishes all by himself. However, she also realized at that moment that her own eating manners were quite unseemly. To avoid embarrassment, she wiped her mouth and then took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Sai Wang Tao, you don't know how unlucky your sister-in-law has been. It's a good thing we're neighbors." After Ding Yukin explained, Wang Tao finally understood why she was so starving. Simply put, she and her husband went back to their hometown last month, planning to spend a month there. So they cleaned out all the food in their home in advance. But her husband had sudden business and came back earlier. Upon returning home, they had no food at all, but they didn't think much of it, deciding to make do with a meal at a restaurant for the time being and to go shopping together at the supermarket once her husband was less busy. The next day she slept in, and by the time she woke up, the virus had broken out. That meant that, while other families could last a few days even with little food, she had nothing at all at home. If it weren't for some snacks she bought earlier and a bag of bread given by Wang Tao, she might have truly starved to death. Chapter 12, Nighttime Explosion. Woo woo woo, why is my life so miserable? At the heartbreakingly sad part, Ding Yukin covered her face and wept profusely. Then through the gaps in her fingers, she stealthily glanced at Wang Tao, hoping to gain his sympathy. Wang Tao did feel sympathy. He could tell she wasn't lying just by looking at Yu Qin's HP bar. He guessed that if she went another day without food, she really would die. But sympathy couldn't be traded for food. So Wang Tao showed no reaction and simply buried his head in his meal. Ding Yukin, shrewd as she was, saw that Wang Tao remained unmoved and felt a bit down. She wiped her tears and stopped crying. After all, crying would also consume physical strength, and right now, every bit of strength was precious. After the meal, Ding Yukin took the initiative to wash the dishes, and Wang Tao didn't stop her. He looked at Ding Yukin's graceful figure from behind, lost in thought for a moment. 4100 now. When she heard about my offer to eat with her, her spirit improved, gaining 10 HP. After having a meal, she gained 20 HP. However, her body is still in a state of weakness, and even if she keeps eating, it probably won't increase as much as it did today. After quickly washing the dishes, Ding Yukin dried her hands and then said to Wang Tao, "Wang Tao, do you have any laundry that needs washing? I don't have much to do at home, so I can help you wash them." Wang Tao shook his head. "No need for that, I have a washing machine." Ding Yukin felt a bit awkward but soon thought of another excuse then. "Can I give you a massage? I am pretty good with my hands." Massage? Wang Tao was somewhat tempted, especially since the one offering was a great beauty. However, he had to train in the afternoon. He was always very disciplined, not to mention that now, in the post-apocalyptic world, his body was his greatest asset. "I appreciate your kindness, sis, but there's no need. I have to start my training in a bit." "Okay then, I'll be heading back. If you need anything, Wang Tao, just call me." Ding Yukin left with some reluctance. Both Wang Tao's muscular body and the well-organized food gave her a sense of security. But she could find no reason to stay any longer. "All right, no problem." Seeing that Wang Tao didn't offer to have her stay for dinner or anything of the sort, Ding Yukin let out a sigh. She had actually come over this time hopping to borrow some food. Even a pack of bread would have been fine. Having had the chance to enjoy a big meal was an unexpected delight. She didn't dare ask for anything more, for fear of upsetting Wang Tao, which would sever her last hope of survival. After making sure Ding Yukin got home safely, Wang Tao closed the door and began his training. Today's task was practicing with the punching bag. After 2 encounters with zombies, he realized that his combat skills were lacking. Zombies were not like humans. Though their movements might be stiff, it didn't mean they were slow, it just meant they lacked agility. Besides, zombies were incredibly strong. Fighting zombies was a whole different ballgame compared to fighting humans. Against human attacks, one could dodge, resist, or even resort to an all-out battle to the death. But none of that worked on zombies. The best option for now was just to dodge. Even with Wang Tao's physical fitness, he was left bruised by just one slap from a zombie. The one in the hallway had directly forced Wang Tao back several steps with its blow. Resisting wasn't an option, at least not continuously. And the thought of fighting zombies to the point of mutual destruction was even more out of the question. Zombies could afford countless mistakes, but he couldn't afford a single one. If he were bitten or scratched by a zombie, then he could only wait for death. Wang Tao had never fought zombies before, so he was very unused to this style of fighting. If he could optimize his technique to counter zombie traits, he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill instantly, but at least he wouldn't have to take the hit he did today. During his contemplation, Wang Tao began to ruthlessly pummel the sandbag, pretending it was a zombie. While exercising, Wang Tao suddenly had an epiphany. He felt that if he didn't use weapons and just used his fists, his agility would be much higher. Perhaps in certain specific situations, fists might be more appropriate. He'll look for some special gloves or brass knuckles later. Zombies don't feel pain, so if he were to punch a zombie in the head and the zombie was fine but he ended up with a broken finger, that would be embarrassing. A few hours later, a sweaty Wang Tao stopped his exercise. However, he didn't rest, feeling he still had plenty of physical strength left to sharpen a steel pipe. He found 3 steel pipes in room 301, 2 half a meter long and 1 a meter long. The 1 meter pipe was suitable for use in open spaces, while the half-meter ones were better for corridors and indoor environments. The steel pipes were much better than the homemade short spears he had before. Wang Tao decided to sharpen one of the half-meter pipes first. After all, they were difficult to sharpen. But he didn't need to make it extremely sharp, just a bit pointed would do. After all, with one jump slash, zombies couldn't block his head-exploding attack. He heated up the leftover rice from lunch briefly and quickly finished it. Then Wang Tao began the sharpening. Scrape tilde. He kept at it until 11 at night. If it weren't for being on the 5th floor, Wang Tao worried that the noise from sharpening the steel pipe could attract zombies. But fortunately, it was just about usable. After a quick shower and routinely turning on the radio, it crackled for a while. After not hearing any useful information, Wang Tao turned off the light and got ready for bed. Suddenly, bang! A loud noise came from outside, startling Wang Tao, who had just lain down, causing him to spring up in alarm. Damn it, could it be the government's artillery or missile? He hurried to the north-facing window, only to see a flash of fire in the distance on another street, lighting up the night and illuminating countless zombies. Roar tilde. In an instant, countless roaring sounds erupted from all directions, causing one's scalp to tingle. Ah, help! At the same time, a few screams from survivors arose from outside, but they quickly disappeared. At that moment, there was nothing Wang Tao could do but to hide in the corner and silently wait. After about an hour, there was no second explosion. Wang Tao finally sighed in relief. It probably wasn't artillery or missiles, as the government would have attacked more than once if they had the capability. Looking at the street outside, still ablaze, Wang Tao suspected it might have been a gas explosion in a shop. Fortunately, they were in an old neighborhood that used gas cylinders, so there was no need to worry about a gas leak. Even if a gas cylinder were to explode, it would be contained within a room, not reaching him. But that wasn't the point. The main concern was that Wang Tao could distinctly feel the zombies outside becoming more frenzied, with constant howling sounds. No, it wasn't just the zombies outside. Wang Tao quickly ran to the south-facing window, and in the dim starlight, he saw zombies in the residential area howling and running, sending chills down his spine. What happened to the slow, stiff movements and low agility they were supposed to have? He had fought with zombies and seen them in a frenzy before, but not like this. Chapter 13 Locksmith. Wang Tao didn't sleep well last night. He guessed that other survivors nearby felt the same. After all, last night's explosion was terrifying, and the frenzy of the zombies induced by the explosion's noise, with their chilling roars, made it impossible to sleep. The first thing Wang Tao did upon waking up was to check his HP. His HP was full, and though there were still some bruises on his arm, they barely hurt anymore. His recovery ability had strengthened after the apocalypse. Then he went to check the doors and windows, worried about last night's frenzied zombies, with their agility if they could climb walls. Fortunately, everything at home was safe. Wang Tao then surveyed the zombies in the residential area. There really are more zombies. They must have come from outside, but they look so dull, completely different from last night's what's going on. Wang Tao had thought that last night's zombies had mutated, given how frightening the ones running wildly in the courtyard were. But now, the zombies had reverted to their usual selves, wandering slowly around the yard. No good, I'll have to observe again tonight. I need to figure out what's the deal with these zombies. Hopefully, the weather will be good tonight. After mumbling to himself, Wang Tao looked toward the street that exploded last night. The fire was still burning, and when he opened the window, he could smell a disgusting stench of decay. Wang Tao quickly closed the window. He made a simple breakfast. After eating, Wang Tao pondered for a moment and decided to try his luck on the second and first floors today. He remembered there were tenants on these floors, and what if someone, like the tenant in 301, left the keys in the meter box? Of course, he had to get fully armed before going out. Although there were no zombies in the corridor, safety came first. When he arrived on the second floor, Wang Tao searched both meter boxes but found no keys. Interestingly, he noticed that the door of 201 had many small locksmith ads stuck on it, just like his, but the door of 202 was spotlessly clean. Suddenly, Wang Tao thought of some internet jokes. Could those ads be stuck on the inside of the door? Shaking his head with a chuckle, Wang Tao proceeded to the first floor. There were no keys in the meter boxes on the first floor either, which left Wang Tao slightly disappointed. Since there were no keys, Wang Tao decided not to knock on the doors. After all, without keys, there was no way to enter the apartments, whether there were people or zombies inside. Wang Tao treaded lightly and observed the security gate of the building entrance. The glass on the gate was somewhat shattered, but behind it was a wire mesh, so the door remained quite sturdy. Through the window, he could see a group of zombies wandering outside, at least 20 of them at a rough count. With so many zombies, it will be hard to get out. It was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and he had not seen any sign of rescue operations. Wang Tao had lost hope in that regard. With his limited supplies, he definitely needed to go out. And to get out, there were only two ways, either to go through the courtyard of the complex or to climb out from the window on the north side. But there were more zombies on the street to the north. So he had no choice but to go through the courtyard. Those 20-plus zombies were something he had to confront. If only he could lead them to a certain place and take them down one by one. While he was pondering, Wang Tao glanced at the other residential buildings. He was in Building 4, and from his position, he could only see Building 2 opposite and Building 1 diagonally across. The situation in Buildings 2 and 1 was not great. Wang Tao could clearly see that the gates to their units were opened. Zombies were going in and coming out. He wondered if there were any survivors inside. Wang Tao felt somewhat relieved, guessing that the reason their gates remained closed was because this building housed many laborers. On the day of the zombie outbreak, which was in the morning, the laborers would have all gone to work early. Yet inside buildings 1 and 2, there were many retired old men and women. They would gather downstairs to chat and play chess. To facilitate easy access, some had even propped their unit's security door open with bricks to prevent it from closing. If zombies appeared under such circumstances, it would be hard for them to survive. After roughly understanding the current situation, Wang Tao prepared to return. However, as he was about to ascend to the second floor, the door of room 202 suddenly opened a crack. Wang Tao immediately gripped the steel pipe tightly and cautiously peeked over. "Big brother, I am not a zombie." A man's voice, deliberately lowered, came from inside. Through the crack, Wang Tao also saw a slim, balding, middle-aged uncle inside, roughly over 1.6 meters tall. 25/100. Looking at his green HP bar above his head, his health condition did not seem very good. "Big brother, did you kill the zombies in the corridor? You're amazing, brother." Since Wang Tao was fully covered up, the bald uncle couldn't see his face clearly. But seeing Wang Tao's steel pipe and sturdy figure, he instinctively called him Big Brother. "Is there something you want?" Wang Tao asked with some indifference. If he had the means, he wouldn't mind helping a survivor. But with rescue nowhere in sight yet, he couldn't afford to be overly charitable, especially to a stranger. Well, I've run out of food at home." The bald uncle scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, my food is also running low. If I had enough food, I wouldn't have come out." Wang Tao shook his head. No, you've got it all wrong, big brother. What I mean is, how about we work together? I know where there's food, but I'm afraid to get it." The anxious bald uncle hurriedly explained. "Oh, let's hear it." Wang Tao's brows rose at this. He didn't seem like a fool, so what he meant probably wasn't the outside of the outside had a lot of supplies, but one had to be alive to get them. Sure enough, the bald uncle quickly said, "The 201 right across. 2 days before doomsday, I saw him carrying a 50-pound bag of rice home, and he lives alone. There must be a lot left." A 50-pound bag of rice. If one were to eat normally thrice a day, a person could last about 1 or 2 months. If one were to ration it or eat by the bare minimum survival standards, it might even last for several months. But the door of 201 is locked. Wang Tao looked towards the bald uncle. Living right across the hall, he couldn't be unaware that 201's door was locked. Since he brought up the idea, did he likely have the key to 201? I can pick locks. I'm a locksmith." The bald uncle immediately replied. No wonder there were no small ads for lock-picking services at his door. He was the locksmith. "Big brother, how about this? I'll unlock their door and you deal with the zombies inside. Well, split the found food. I'll only take 1/3, the rest is all yours." After speaking, he looked at Wang Tao with a hopeful expression. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tao shook his head. Chapter 14, Learning Lockpicking Skills. Seeing Wang Tao shake his head, the bald uncle's face suddenly became urgent. "Brother, I know fighting zombies means risking your life, but we're not zombies we need to eat. We have no choice but to take risks. How about this? I only want 1/4, and the rest is all yours, brother." The bald uncle clenched his teeth and lowered his demands further. 12.5 pounds from 50 pounds of rice, 1/4 would be enough for him to eat sparingly for half a month, or even a whole month. And surely there must be other food inside Unit 201. Rounding up, he thought, at least 2 months' worth of food. If he still hadn't received any help after 2 months, he figured he might go mad, but concerns for the future could wait. The immediate priority was to secure food for the short term. Watching Wang Tao remain silent, the bald uncle grew more and more anxious. If he had the ability to kill zombies, he would have gone alone long ago. Just when he thought Wang Tao really didn't want to take the risk, Wang Tao suddenly spoke. "1/4 fine, but I have one condition." "Brother, just say it. I promise I'll agree. The bald uncle immediately became excited and hastily made his promise. Whether or not he could do it, it was best to agree first. Wang Tao looked at him earnestly and said, "Teach me how to pick locks." The bald uncle was stunned for a moment, then his face showed some difficulty. Lockpicking isn't something that can be taught casually. We're registered for that. If. There are no ifs. Just say whether you'll teach or not. A quarter of the food in room 201 is enough to keep you alive for a long time. He hadn't finished speaking when Wang Tao interrupted. Think it over carefully. I am in room 501. Find me there once you've decided. As soon as Wang Tao finished talking, he walked away, as if without a single regret. But he had barely taken 2 steps when the bald uncle hastily called out from behind. "Brother, don't go. I'll teach, I'll teach." The bald uncle still harbored hope that society could return to normal, and he didn't want to do something that would ruin his future prospects. But hope was hope. Reality was reality. He had no other choice. "Good, then open the door. I am going in." Wang Tao turned around, a faint smile on his face. "Please come in." The bald uncle quickly opened the door. His home had the same 3-room layout as Ding Yukin's, and was much bigger than Wang Tao's. However, it seemed he had disassembled the furniture at home. The place was messy, with tools, boards, and whatnot everywhere. "I was sealing up the windows with stuff I found, so it's a bit messy at home. Don't mind, brother. Please take a seat." Wang Tao didn't mind and casually sat down. He then stuck the steel pipe into the sheath on his back and took off his gloves, face scarf, and glasses, revealing a young face. Seeing how young Wang Tao was, the bald uncle suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After all this time, he had been calling a youngster brother. "Big younger brother, wait a moment. I'll go get the tools." Wang Tao didn't care about these minor details in the naming. It wasn't long before the bald uncle came back with a bag containing various tools like torque wrenches and lock picks. "Younger brother, shall we start with the simplest?" "Sure." There are many types of locks, and the simple ones are actually quite easy to crack. It's just that ordinary people don't come across such things, so they seem very impressive. The bald uncle started by explaining the basic principles to Wang Tao. Then he demonstrated how to pick a lock, and finally let Wang Tao try it himself. It didn't take long before they heard a click, and Wang Tao successfully picked a lock with the tools. "Younger brother, you're awesome." After praising Wang Tao a couple of times, the bald uncle went on to teach him other methods of lock picking. When Wang Tao saw the bald uncle open a lock with just a piece of wire, he immediately declared, "Coach, I want to learn this one." Wang Tao had headed out in the morning and kept learning until noon. He felt that if he had had this level of dedication at school, he wouldn't have ended up in this sorry state. Gurgle tilde. The bald uncle, somewhat embarrassed, covered his belly. He hadn't eaten for a day. Wang Tao, seeing the situation, directly took out several squashed pieces of bread from his pocket and handed them over to him. Thank you. I really can't thank you enough." The bald uncle was immediately very excited as he took the bread. He actually didn't like eating bread, preferring steamed buns instead. But he felt that the bread at this moment tasted better than any steamed bun he had ever eaten. +10. 35/100. The bald uncle's HP bar also recovered a small portion. Wang Tao also ate 2 slices of bread to fill his stomach. He had eaten breakfast that morning, and without any strenuous exercise, his appetite was about the same as a normal person's, so he wasn't hungry now. After a simple meal, Wang Tao followed the bald uncle and learned for a while, then stood up and said, "Let's stop here for today. I'm going to take care of the trouble in room 201. All right. Brother, go for it and make sure to be safe." Hearing that Wang Tao was finally going to take action, the bald uncle quickly stood up in excitement. "Are you sure there's only one person inside 201? Wang Tao asked while putting on his gloves. "Sure, he lives alone in there. I haven't seen many people go to his place." Wang Tao paused in his movements. Haven't seen many, so that means you have seen some. I have seen him bring young women home a few times before. The bald uncle scratched his head. Women, his girlfriend or wife. Cough, he brings different women each time. I see, so you're not 100% certain that there's only one person inside. Yes, but most likely it's just him, because he doesn't bring women home very often, maybe once a month. Wang Tao said no more. Assuming there were 2 zombies inside, that still wouldn't be unmanageable. After all, he had changed his weapons. If it really came down to it, he could just run. He believed that zombies definitely couldn't climb stairs faster than he could. After rearming himself completely, Wang Tao and the bald uncle arrived in front of room 201 together. You pick the lock, then go back home and wait. Wang Tao didn't let him get involved in dealing with the zombies. Given the bald uncle's short and thin stature, he probably couldn't withstand a zombie's attack. Letting him in would definitely slow things down. Wang Tao would be better off on his own. Wang Tao didn't want him to die after all. He hadn't fully mastered the lock-picking technique yet. All right. The bald uncle fiddled gently with the exterior of the lock. Then there was a click, and the door opened. Without a word, he turned and ran back home, closing his door behind him. Wang Tao gripped the steel pipe tightly, gently pushed the door open, and quickly scanned the area. There was no one in the living room, but there were many dark bloodstains. There's more than one person in this place. Wang Tao instantly felt nervous, yet somewhat excited. A single person turning into a zombie wouldn't leave so many bloodstains. Clearly, someone had been attacked by a zombie. All the doors inside the house were open, and after Wang Tao took 2 steps, he caught sight of a long-haired woman, kneeling on the floor of the master bedroom with her back to Wang Tao. The woman was slightly bowing her head, as if she was eating something. Seemingly hearing a noise, the woman slowly turned her head, revealing a pale face with white, bloodshot eyes, dark veins all over, and in her hands half of a human head. Chapter 15, First Battle of the New Weapons. Seeing this scene, Wang Tao's heart went cold. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the male owner of the house had been eaten by this female zombie. Grrr. Upon seeing a living person, the female zombie immediately dropped the skull she held, and with a growl, staggered toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao gripped the steel pipe tightly with both hands, his gaze fixed on the female zombie. 510/510. This female zombie didn't have 500 HP, but 10 more. It was unclear whether she was naturally this strong, or had gained it from eating that man. Swish. After the female zombie approached Wang Tao, she swung a claw at him. Wang Tao dodged nimbly to the side and then swung the steel pipe with all his might at the zombie's head. Thud! There was a crisp sound as a streak of black blood spurted from the zombie's head. -102. 408/510. Seeing these damage numbers, Wang Tao became somewhat excited. Indeed, it was different when you changed your weapon. When he had used the homemade short spear before, attacks on the zombie's head had almost never penetrated its defense, and the weapon would become useless after just a few uses. But now, with one swing of the steel pipe, he took away 1/5 of the zombie's HP. The steel pipe remained intact, and the zombie staggered from the blow dizzy. Although this was also related to his slowly increasing strength, the weapon was the most critical factor. The success of this strike bolstered Wang Tao's confidence. Taking advantage of the zombie's apparent dizziness, he struck again at the zombie's head with the steel pipe. Thud! Splash! -135. 273/510. That blow burst one of its eyeballs. Roar! As if enraged, the zombie let out a furious roar and then suddenly pounced forward, its stinking mouth aiming to bite at Wang Tao's neck. Wang Tao's quick reflexes allowed him to hoist the steel pipe up, thrusting it horizontally into the mouth of the female zombie. Grrr. Looking at the disgusting face so close by, Wang Tao forcefully pushed down with the steel pipe in his hands. Crack tilde. A sound of bone breaking was heard, and the zombie's jaw was abruptly dislocated by the steel pipe, leaving behind a pool of black blood. -59. The zombie looked up, the remaining white, lifeless fish eye fixed stubbornly on Wang Tao as its arms reached out in an embrace, an attempt to wrap around Wang Tao. Wang Tao ducked, avoiding the enthusiastic hug of the female zombie, and then smashed the steel pipe onto its legs. Bang! -3. The female zombie had a petite frame and an unstable lower body. Putting all his strength into the strike, Wang Tao knocked her to the ground. Seizing the moment she fell, Wang Tao quickly stood up. The steel pipe rotated 180 degrees in his palm, instantly changing grips. Then, with the pipe held in both hands, he raised it high and stabbed fiercely downward at the forehead of the female zombie. Splash! -211. 0/510. The female zombie twitched a couple of times and then lay still. Though a long story, the actual fight was brief, less than a minute. Tilde. Wang Tao took a deep breath. Although the fight had been short, he had given his all with every strike, so it was still somewhat draining. In fact, Wang Tao had wanted to test if a few good strikes with the pipe could kill it, especially since one strike had cost the zombie over 1/5 of its HP. But the battle was ever-changing, and Wang Tao was a bit too slow to seize the opportunity perfectly. Plus, his strength wasn't sufficient to cause dizziness in the zombie again, so his plan was temporarily thwarted. However, the outcome was good, as he managed to kill it quite easily in the end. Wang Tao had already killed a few zombies, and he felt this one was the second easiest, with the easiest naturally being the zombie that was missing half of its body. But this did not mean that the female zombie was weak. Wang Tao felt that its strength was probably about the same as the one he encountered in the corridor earlier. Indeed, when Wang Tao looked at his HP bar, he discovered it had increased by 10 HP, the same amount as when he killed the zombie in the hallway. 130/130. It was 120 before, now it's 130. Without pausing to feel excited, Wang Tao quickly absorbed the semi-transparent package that floated out of the zombie's body. Obtained steel wire X1. Steel wire, crafting material. Another crafting material. It was still unclear what could be made with all these materials. After collecting it, Wang Tao began to search the body. After a thorough search, he found a gold necklace, a gold bracelet, and quite a few condoms. Wang Tao immediately threw away the condoms. After all, he dared not use anything that came from a zombie. Then Wang Tao looked at the male corpse in the room, who had been eaten by the female zombie until only half a head remained, with only some bones left on the ground, stained with traces of blood. Wang Tao felt a bit queasy looking at it, and even saw a -1 figure appear over his own head. Mental attack, huh? Wang Tao quickly searched the bedroom and then left it. The man only had a wallet and a mobile phone. The female zombie had a women's shoulder bag that contained some change, a mobile phone, various strange drugs and cosmetics or something. Wang Tao didn't care whether they were useful or not, he took them all. If he could survive, he was sure to meet other survivors or make it to a survivor base eventually. Wherever there are more people, there will inevitably be trade. These things he scavenged may not be useful to him, but they might be just what someone else needs. They could be used for trading. As for the paper money, it might still be of value, or it might not, but it was no bother to carry it. If it really became worthless, it could be used as fuel to keep warm. After a quick search, Wang Tao went out and knocked on the door of 202. "It's safe now, come out." The bald man inside the room had been peering through the peephole the whole time. He was incredulous to see that Wang Tao had entered, and after a short time, emerged with no issue. He hadn't expected Wang Tao to resolve the situation so quickly. But he did not rush to open the door. Instead, he waited for Wang Tao to come knock, and upon hearing that Wang Tao's voice was normal and he did not sound injured, he then opened the door. "Young man, you are really impressive. Are you hurt?" The bald man gave a bit of flattery. Wang Tao knew what he was thinking. He was just afraid Wang Tao might have been infected. "Don't worry, it was just one zombie. I haven't touched the food inside. Do you want to go in together?" Wang Tao was a man of his word, having promised to trade a quarter of the food for the bald man's lockpicking skill. He wouldn't go back on that. He didn't even check to see exactly how much food there was. "Yes, yes, yes." The bald man happily followed Wang Tao into 201. As for the women's shoulder bag that Wang Tao was carrying, the bald man naturally noticed it, but he didn't mind. Wang Tao had killed the zombie and thus had the right to pick spoils of war, and besides, those things were of no use to him, only wanted food. But something seemed off. Why was there a women's shoulder bag in room 201? Nothing. When he saw the blood all over the room, the female zombie, and half the head of his neighbor, the bald man's pupils shrunk suddenly, and he felt a surge of nausea. However, remembering that the bread he had just eaten might not have been digested yet, he forcibly held back and did not actually vomit. But a number appeared above his head. -10. 25/100. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. It seemed that this scene had a major impact on him. To prevent the bald man from having a mental breakdown, Wang Tao suggested that he look at the food to distract himself. However, upon seeing the rice in the kitchen, the bald man let out a wail. No tilde. Chapter 16, Outdoor Power Supply. When Wang Tao entered room 201, the sight of chaos and bloodstains everywhere must have given him some expectations. But the sight of rice spilled into pools of blood in the kitchen still pained him greatly. What a waste! Most of the rice was inedible, and judging by the traces on the ground, Wang Tao suspected a female zombie had pursued the male homeowner, who likely tried to grab a kitchen knife, throwing everything at the zombie in his path. The bag of rice in the corner was probably knocked over by the man. Unfortunately, it seemed the fight hadn't delayed the zombie for long. "No, my rice." The bald man wailed, clutching his head. He was genuinely cringed after all. It was 50 pounds of rice. "Pick through it, see if any is still edible." Wang Tao patted his shoulder. Trying to suppress his grief, the bald man began to sort carefully. The kitchen was covered in blood, impossible to tell if it was human or zombie. The woven bag that held the rice had toppled to the floor, the grains mixing with the blood. However, there seemed to be some rice at the bottom of the bag that might still be edible. Swallowing hard as he looked at the rice and the blood, he ultimately didn't dare to take it. If it were only human blood, he might consider it if he were nearly starving to death, but the problem was the zombie blood. If he dared to eat it, he'd likely turn into a zombie within minutes. Reluctantly, he had to give up. Wang Tao searched through the rest. Most of the food in the kitchen was contaminated, but the refrigerator door was unopened. Inside, there were some wilted vegetables, some eggs, and, to their surprise, several pounds of frozen beef in the freezer. Seeing this, the bald man's mood finally improved a lot, making the trip worthwhile. After considerable effort, they managed to sort out the edible rice. Wang Tao and the bald man collected these items and then returned to the bald man's apartment. Only 6 pounds of rice left, 2 pounds of vegetables, 5 pounds of meat, 22 eggs. That's about 2 pounds. In total, 15 pounds of food, not as much as expected, but still decent. After crunching the numbers with pen and paper, the bald man looked at Wang Tao expectantly and said, "According to our deal, I take 1/4, which is 1.5 pounds of rice, half a pound of vegetables, 1.25 pounds of meat, and 5 eggs." Wang Tao was much stronger than he had anticipated. He expected a tough struggle between Wang Tao and the zombie, but Wang Tao resolved it in a minute. If Wang Tao didn't keep his promise, he would have no way to resist. Fortunately, Wang Tao was a man of his word. "Okay, take yours first, give me the rest." All right, thank you, brother, thank you so much. The bald man quickly took his quarter share and then helped to pack up the rest of the food. Having taken the goods, Wang Tao stood up to leave. "I'll be going back now. I'll come over again tomorrow." He hadn't mastered all the lock-picking skills yet, and that was a craft Wang Tao was determined to learn. Sure, I'll give you these tools so you can practice on your own." The bald man readily agreed, and then proceeded to hand over some tools to Wang Tao. "Thanks." Wang Tao looked at him appreciatively, nodded in preparation to leave, but suddenly turned back and asked, "By the way, do you know the situation with the 2 apartments downstairs?" "Downstairs, I'm not too sure. When the virus broke out, I was too scared and didn't pay much attention to the neighbors." The bald man was somewhat embarrassed, but quickly added, however, "I do know that there's an elderly couple in 101 downstairs, and a family of 3 in 102. Their naughty kid always causing trouble." Wang Tao had some recollection when it came to the naughty kid. During the previous winter break, he was hit by a little stone thrown by that kid, and when he turned around, his scary scarred face immediately made the kid cry. Wang Tao even got scolded by the kid's mom, and if the other people in the courtyard hadn't stepped in to defend him, the kid's mom would have even tried to extort money from him. After that, when the kid went to school, Wang Tao's routine didn't align with that of normal people, so they never ran into each other again. "So it looks like there might be 5 zombies downstairs. All right, I'll head back first." "Okay." After leaving 202, Wang Tao didn't rush back home. Instead, he went to the first floor and lightly knocked on the doors of 101 and 102. Soon there came some scratching noises from inside. "Great, there are zombies inside." Wang Tao went back to the bald man to tell him that there were zombies in both houses downstairs and warned him not to unlock the doors rashly. If the bald man, tasting success this time, tried to unlock those doors, that would spell trouble. "Thanks, buddy. You can rest assured I dare not go in there." Remembering the scene he encountered in 201, he was still shaken. "As long as you understand." After Wang Tao got home, he organized the supplies he had gathered that day and analyzed the situation in the building. Based on the current situation, there seemed to be only 4 surviving families: 501, which was his own; 502, where the sister-in-law lived; the stranger in 401; and the bald man in 202. There were also the rooms he had looted, which were 602, 301, and 201. Then there were rooms where he had knocked and heard noises, confirming the presence of zombies. These were 601, 101, and 102. Last were the rooms he guessed were empty, 402 and 302. Of course, his guesses might not be accurate. Maybe the zombies hadn't heard him, or perhaps there were other threats. It was hard to say, but he felt there was a high probability they were empty. One visit will tell if someone's there or not. Wang Tao clenched his fists, ready to venture out again. Killing that zombie today had been relatively easy, and he hadn't wasted too much physical strength. Even if there were zombies in those rooms, he felt confident he could handle them. After eating something light and drinking some water, Wang Tao grabbed his lock-picking tools and the steel pipe and set out again. It was now past 3 in the afternoon, still early before dark, so time was on his side. First, he went to 402. Using the skills the bald man taught him that morning, he managed to open the door after a bit of effort with a click. He cautiously entered and looked around. After a thorough check, Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, there was no one in this apartment. But soon, Wang Tao felt uneasy. Not only was the place void of people, but there were also no signs of life. Furniture was covered with plastic sheets, all of which were layered with thick dust. Judging from the looks, at the very least, no one had lived here for a month or 2. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he certainly intended to look around. He couldn't leave empty-handed. And sure enough, just after stepping into the spare bedroom, Wang Tao found some valuable things. "Is this a portable power supply and a generator?" Among some miscellaneous items in the spare bedroom, Wang Tao spotted a portable power supply and a diesel generator next to it. These people were likely off on a trip. Well then, I won't be polite. Chapter 17, Sister-in-Law Works for You. This outdoor power supply probably weighs about 30 kilograms and is about the size of a small computer case, with a label indicating it can store 5-degree electricity. Despite the evident signs of wear on the power source, Wang Tao didn't mind, as long as it worked. He fumbled for a moment before flipping the power switch on, and the small screen displayed that it was more than half charged. Not bad, not bad. I'll go back and charge it to full. Aside from the power supply, the most conspicuous item was the diesel generator. This thing was much larger and heavier than the outdoor power source. Wang Tao gave it a try and estimated it weighed 70 to 80 kilograms. This is also a good item, but not very convenient to use. The diesel generator had a label stating it could hold 15 L of diesel. Could 1 L of diesel produce about 3 or 4 degree electricity? Wang Tao wasn't very knowledgeable in this area, but he had used generators while working with a film crew, so he knew how to operate one. But first, the diesel engine was very smelly when working. If placed indoors, the fumes would probably kill him. Second, it made a lot of noise when generating electricity. Wang Tao wasn't sure if starting it in the house would attract the zombies. Although in theory, the noise made upstairs should be much less than downstairs and zombies wouldn't climb walls, it should be safe. But he feared trying it out could be the end of him. In a post-apocalyptic world, who knew what could happen? Last and most importantly, it needed diesel to operate, and there was no diesel in the room. It's good stuff, but there's no opportunity to use it for now. After setting aside the outdoor power supply and the generator, Wang Tao continued his search. Horned hammer, wrench, small handsaw, and a map. Seeing these items, Wang Tao suddenly had an idea: would stuffing the horned hammer into a steel pipe increase its power? He could try it later. He had 3 steel pipes after all. After tidying these things up a bit, Wang Tao took some miscellaneous items and the outdoor power supply, leaving the generator there. He couldn't use it at the moment, and it was too heavy and cumbersome to move around. After bringing the items from apartment 402 back to his place, Wang Tao went to 302. After some tinkering, he managed to unlock the door. Just as Wang Tao had anticipated, there was no one and no zombies inside 302. The interior of the apartment was decorated very simply, with not much stuff around. It looked like a rental. After searching for a while, Wang Tao found about 10+ pounds of food. Very good indeed. However, there weren't any other useful items. It was evident that the tenant lived a frugal life. After moving all the items to his place, Wang Tao drank a big gulp of water and rested for a moment. Now only apartments 601, 101, and 102 are left unscavenged. If I can clear out the zombies in these 3 apartments, then this building will be basically safe. Wang Tao was a bit excited. I'll stop here for today, and I'll clean out the remaining apartments tomorrow. The sky outside was already darkening, and even inside the building, Wang Tao wasn't keen on moving about at night. He had just returned to his apartment, and hadn't started to take off his gear when a light knocking sound came from the door. Looking through the peephole, Wang Tao saw Ding Yukin. He opened a crack in the door, his voice slightly muffled beneath his mask. "Sister-in-law, is there something you need?" "Well, Wang Tao, sister-in-law needs to borrow a bit more food." Ding Yukin's face was lightly made up, but it couldn't hide her haggard appearance, especially the large dark circles under her eyes. She probably hadn't slept well the previous night. Wang Tao found it strange as he looked at her HP bar above her head. Didn't she have a full meal yesterday? If he remembered correctly, her HP increased to 40 yesterday, so why did it look like only 20 HP remained today? It shouldn't be from hunger. One couldn't lose that much HP from half a day's starvation. "Sister-in-law, come in and we can talk." Wang Tao opened the door and let Ding Yukin in. Looking at the suddenly accumulating pile of items in the room, especially the abundance of food, Ding Yukin subconsciously licked her lips. "Take a seat first, sister-in-law. I'm going to change my clothes." "Okay," Ding Yukin responded and began to actively organize the supplies on the floor. Wang Tao quickly took a shower and changed into his casual clothes before coming out. He looked at Ding Yukin squatting on the floor and suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law, you seem to be in bad shape. What happened?" Hearing Wang Tao's words, Ding Yukin almost cried. "The explosion last night was so terrifying. I didn't get any sleep at all. During the day, I was so tired that I finally took a nap, but I ended up sleeping until evening." That explained why Ding Yukin looked so out of sorts. It was the gas explosion from last night that had frightened her. Wang Tao himself had been startled and hadn't slept well, but at least he hadn't lost any HP. Ding Yukin's psychological resilience was much weaker, which he could understand. "Sister-in-law knows that getting food is not easy for you. It's a matter of life and death. But I have no choice. How about this? If there is any work you need sister-in-law to do, just think of it as me working for you, okay?" Ding Yukin's face showed an awkward yet pleasing smile. It had been 7 days since the apocalypse, and she no longer talked about having her husband repay Wang Tao. Although she didn't want to believe it, she knew there was a good chance her husband was gone, and with the government's rescue nowhere in sight, she had to fend for herself. Of course, she wasn't capable of going out to search for food on her own. Her only hope was to rely on Wang Tao. After all, her husband and Wang Tao were folks from the same hometown. They were also neighbors, which made him much better than a stranger. After having a full meal at Wang Tao's place, she never wanted to experience that hunger again. Seeing that Wang Tao didn't respond, Ding Yukin hurriedly added, "I can clean, wash clothes, cook. I do these chores at home and I'm quite skilled at them. I won't cause you any trouble." To be honest, Wang Tao was somewhat tempted. Not for any other reason, but because the sister-in-law was attractive. Having such a good-looking woman, both in figure and facial features, working as a maid in his house would probably make his meals much more enjoyable. So after thinking it over, Wang Tao said, "All right, then it's settled. As long as you work in my home, I'll make sure you have at least 1 meal a day. Don't think it's too little, sister-in-law. You know how much I eat, and I still need to go out and kill zombies. I barely have enough food for myself." If someone helped him with laundry and cooking, it would indeed save him a lot of time. Just washing his jacket and cooking took 1 to 2 hours every day. Thank you so much, Wang Tao." Seeing Wang Tao agree, Ding Yukin immediately burst into tears of joy. She would agree even if it were 1 meal every 2 days, let alone 1 meal a day. "Then go ahead and start cooking, sister-in-law. Use the perishables first and make a larger portion." "Okay." Watching Ding Yukin head to the kitchen, Wang Tao went to the second bedroom, which was his workspace. He planned to combine the horned hammer and steel pipe he had obtained that day, and then try them out on a zombie at Unit 601 tomorrow. Chapter 18, Don't Go Out After Dark. Futilda. After some effort, Wang Tao slightly sawed the short wooden handle of the horned hammer, then tightly stuffed it into the steel pipe. To be on the safe side, he also applied some glue inside. After tested for a while, there was no looseness at all. "It's quite heavier, but it's just right for me, and the power is much greater." The difference between hammering with this hammer and with a steel pipe is significant, especially the horn of the horned hammer. Its power must be tremendous. "Wang Tao, dinner is ready." Outside the door came the knocking of Ding Yukin. "Okay." When Wang Tao arrived at the dining table, Ding Yukin had just served him a big bowl of rice and handed over the freshly washed bowl and chopsticks. Wang Tao took them and said with a smile, "Let's eat together." "Eh?" Ding Yukin had been waiting for those words. With Wang Tao's permission, she immediately went into the kitchen to get a bowl and chopsticks for herself. Although she felt it was highly probable that Wang Tao would invite her to dine with him, since he hadn't said anything yet, She hadn't taken her own bowl and chopsticks to prevent him from feeling repulsed. The dinner was a simple fry-up of 3 dishes and a soup, simple in style, but plentiful in portion. After all, whether Wang Tao was going out to kill zombies or training his body, he had to ensure he got sufficient nutrition. Ding Yukin waited until Wang Tao started eating before she moved her chopsticks. Wang Tao tasted each of the dishes and had to admit that Ding Yukin's cooking skills were really good. It felt no less than a regular restaurant chef, far better than his own clumsy attempts. Ding Yukin ate quietly while discreetly observing Wang Tao. Though confident in her culinary skills, she knew that everyone had different tastes. The dishes she cooked for Wang Tao yesterday were different from today's, and she couldn't guarantee he would definitely like them. Once she saw that Wang Tao seemed satisfied, she felt relieved. Since Ding Yukin had indulged in a big meal yesterday, her hunger wasn't as intense as before, allowing her to eat more gracefully, exuding an air of refinement. When she noticed Wang Tao's bowl was nearly empty, she immediately put down her chopsticks and got up. "Wang Tao, let me get you some more rice." Wang Tao didn't refuse. "That would be great, sis-in-law." Ding Yukin was wearing a gray professional dress today. The clothing was form-fitting, highlighting her curves beautifully, especially her legs in thin black silk stockings, not the digitally edited kind often seen online, but full and round, smooth lines, remarkably healthy and slender legs. This made Wang Tao's gaze somewhat disobedient. Pleasant things were meant to be appreciated, and Wang Tao did not try to hide it. When Ding Yukin came back with the rice, she felt Wang Tao's gaze. She paused slightly, then pretended as if she noticed nothing and handed over a large bowl of rice to Wang Tao. "Wang Tao, here you go." "Thank you, sis-in-law." After eating for a while, Wang Tao suddenly asked, "By the way, sis-in-law, what did you do for a living before this?" He knew that Brother Zhao was a director, but he wasn't quite clear about Brother Zhao's wife's occupation. Your Brother Zhao invested, and I opened a restaurant back in my hometown." Upon hearing Wang Tao's question, Ding Yukin quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and then answered, "No wonder sis-in-law's cooking is so good." Wang Tao realized, "Yeah, I thought that since I was running my own restaurant, I definitely should know the quality of the food we serve. So I decided to learn cooking and spend over 100,000 on it. And then, just when the restaurant hadn't been open long, the apocalypse came," Ding Yukin said with a bitter face. After dinner, Ding Yukin cleaned up the dining room and the kitchen, and then mopped Wang Tao's house. Tilde. She hadn't done so much work in a long time, and was feeling somewhat sore in her waist and back. So she sat on the sofa, took off her high heels and rubbed her sore ankles. She decided she would not wear high heels tomorrow, they were too tiring. "Wang Tao, what time should I come over tomorrow morning?" Wang Tao, who was studying the map, raised his head, and when he saw Ding Yukin rubbing her ankles wrapped in black stockings, he suddenly felt the urge to help. After waiting for a while, Wang Tao finally spoke. 6 o'clock, he said. "Oh, then I'll come over at 6. I'm going back now." Ding Yukin, feeling somewhat uneasy under Wang Tao's gaze, quickly put on her shoes and went home. Watching Ding Yukin leave, Wang Tao began his daily exercises. Since waking up from a 3-day coma, his physical condition had not only become much stronger than before, but he could also slightly feel the improvement with every exercise session. The reason most people lack perseverance in some matters is that they can neither see nor feel any hope of success. Now, after exercising, Wang Tao could clearly feel some slight changes in his body. Although not much, the improvement was indeed there. Furthermore, Wang Tao was quite self-disciplined, so as long as there were no accidents, exercising was something he did every day. Although killing zombies might lead to faster improvement, as killing zombies directly increases the HP bar, with the increase in the HP bar also bringing about a slight improvement in physical conditioning. However, killing zombies was too dangerous, with the possibility of an accident occurring. Besides, Wang Tao was not an engine that could keep killing zombies all the time. There had to be time for rest and meals. Thus, both killing zombies and exercising were non-negotiable. Both were essential, and both had to be strong. After working out, Wang Tao took a quick shower, then turned off all the lights in the house. He went to the window and parted the thick curtains. Light could attract zombies. Although Wang Tao lived on the 5th floor when it came to safety, he never let his guard down. The weather tonight was nice. Even though the moon was not visible, the sky was filled with stars. Under the starlight, Wang Tao could roughly see the situation in the yard, where he could see the zombies wandering. Hatilda. Wang Tao was not sure if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the zombies seemed to have more energy at night than during the day. After thinking for a moment, Wang Tao took a small metal fragment, took a deep breath, and threw it with all his might down to the opposite building below, where there were 3 zombies. Clang tilde. Hee. Roar. Instantly, the 3 zombies near the metal fragment went into a frenzy, emitting a series of chilling roars, and began to wildly run around near where the fragment landed. With their agility, who would have thought they were the same zombies from during the day? If someone had said they were athletes, Wang Tao would have believed it. Other zombies in the yard began to move towards those 3 frenzied ones. Although their speed was not as fast as the frenzied zombies, it was still much quicker than the sluggish pace during the day. The agile zombies I saw last night were not some mutant variant. It must have been them. Perhaps zombies are different during the day and at night. They are slow and stiff during the day, but at night they become faster, more likely to frenzy, and more agile. No wonder it said they prefer dark places. Just not sure if there are other differences. In any case, zombies are more terrifying at night. Don't go out after dark. Chapter 19. Power Outage. Thud, thud, thud. The next morning, while Wang Tao was still sleeping, gentle knocking sounds came from outside. He woke up instantly, quickly grabbed a steel pipe, and went to the door to peep through the peephole, only to find Ding Yukin there. Ding Yukin's face looked somewhat panicked, but she didn't seem to be injured. Wang Tao opened the door. "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" "Wang Tao, the power's gone out. It just went out." Ding Yukin's voice carried a hint of sobbing. "The power's out. Don't panic, come in and we'll talk." After letting her in, Wang Tao casually pressed the living room light switch by the door, but there was no reaction. He went outside to check the electricity meter, which hadn't tripped. As expected, what was bound to come had come. When Wang Tao had found that all network signals had disappeared, he had already anticipated the blackout. However, when the day actually arrived, he still felt somewhat saddened. He wasn't saddened by the blackout itself, but by what it signified behind the scenes. The government had probably lost complete control, and rescue might never come. Truthfully, even though Wang Tao felt he had the ability to survive the apocalypse, he definitely still hoped to be rescued. After all, humans are sociable animals. Occasional solitude might be a form of enjoyment, but a lifetime of it would probably drive one mad sooner or later. Moreover, an orderly society is certainly better than a chaotic one. Aside from a few individuals, most people prefer to live in a peaceful society. Ding Yukin obviously understood these things, which was why she was so frantic. But talking about this now was of no use. Making the most of the present was what mattered most. Wang Tao comforted Ding Yukin by saying, "We're actually in a relatively good situation here. When the virus first broke out, many places lost power immediately. Perhaps it's because our area uses hydroelectric power that we were able to last 7 days. We've actually made a profit." This consolation seemed to be of little use to Ding Yukin. For her, waiting for government rescue was the belief that kept her going. Without it, how could a frail woman like her continue to survive in the apocalypse? Ding Yukin's expression was one of fear and confusion. Suddenly, Wang Tao said, "Sister-in-law, go to my room and check if my power banks have any charge." He had previously scoured other apartments, and the power banks he found had already been fully charged. Asking Ding Yukin to check them was a way to divert her attention. All right, sure. Ding Yukin subconsciously agreed. However, as she entered the room, she suddenly turned to look at Wang Tao, with a glimmer of hope reappearing in her eyes. She wasn't alone now, and there was a chance she could survive if Wang Tao was willing to help her. Wang Tao went to the corner of the living room, where the outdoor power supply he had scavenged before was charging. He checked and saw that it was fully charged. Those small power banks were not very useful to Wang Tao for the time being, but this big power bank was quite useful. It could power the fridge and ensure the food inside wouldn't spoil. His small fridge didn't consume much power, maybe about half a kilowatt-hour a day. The outdoor power supply had 5 kilowatt-hours, which should last about a week and temporarily serve as an emergency solution. But what to do afterwards? Although he had a diesel generator downstairs, he had no diesel fuel. He'll have to go out and look for supplies. Wang Tao frowned. The nearest gas station seemed to be 2 or 3 kilometers away. If he drove, he could probably get there in a few minutes, but a car made noise and would definitely attract zombies. And whether the roads were passable was another issue. He didn't know about other places, but just the streets outside were cluttered with stationary cars, zombies, and even collapsed buildings. It was impossible to drive a car in such conditions. If he walked, it would be quite far. With so many zombies along the way, it would be easy to go and never return. As for electric motorcycles or bicycles, they might be an option. They were relatively quiet, demanded less of the road surface than cars, and still offered a decent speed. But this was akin to using flesh to shield against iron. If they were ever surrounded by zombies, death was the only outcome. Moreover, he didn't have an electric bicycle. When the apocalypse erupted on a workday, all the working people were commuting on their electric bicycles, and it was uncertain if there were any left downstairs. Wait a minute. Wang Tao suddenly remembered. Before the end of the world, he saw Boss Li from the small restaurant downstairs filling up his vehicle with diesel, and his vehicle was a diesel pickup truck. Maybe I don't have to run that far. Wang Tao felt somewhat exhilarated. He decided that after clearing out all the zombies in this building, he would check out the small restaurant. If there was diesel, that would be best. If not, he could still stock up on supplies so the trip wouldn't be wasted. Wang Tao, all the power banks are fully charged. Ding Yukin came out holding a pile of power banks. Wang Tao nodded, then suddenly, as if he thought of something, he quickly went to the bathroom and turned on the tap. Whoosh, the water was still running, but who knew when it would stop? I estimate the water will stop soon. Come with me to fill up containers with water from the other rooms. He had already started storing water in his own home, but the other few rooms he had scavenged didn't have any. Water is the source of life, and while they could get by without electricity, without water, they wouldn't survive. Okay. Ding Yukin nodded nervously. Since the apocalypse, the furthest she had walked was to Wang Tao's room. Although the zombies in the corridor had been dealt with by Wang Tao, she was still somewhat scared. Wang Tao took out several packets of instant noodles and tossed one to Ding Yukin. There's no time for breakfast, just make do with this. It doesn't count as your pay for today. He needed to get his sister-in-law to work later, so it was best to replenish her energy first. Thank you, thank you. Ding Yukin hurriedly expressed her gratitude. After hastily eating a few bites with the boiled water, Wang Tao started to put on his gear. Although the building was temporarily safe, there were still a few rooms with zombies not yet cleared out, so he couldn't be careless. Since the books on his body, arms, and calves all needed to be strapped on with tape, the process was slow. Seeing this, Ding Yukin quickly came over to help. During the process, Ding Yukin unavoidably touched Wang Tao's muscles, causing her to gasp in surprise. So big, so hard. Could such muscles really be developed by a human? Ding Yukin had not liked muscular men before, especially since Wang Tao had a terrifying scar on his face, making him look like a villain from the TV shows, which was frightening. But now, seeing Wang Tao's tall and imposing figure standing beside her, feeling the slight warmth emanating from his body, she suddenly had an indescribable sense of security. This sense of security, she had never felt it from any other man, including her husband. "What's wrong?" Wang Tao, noticing Ding Yukin staring at him, asked curiously. "Ah, it's nothing." Ding Yukin's face warmed up, and she quickly looked away. "Then let's go to room 602 upstairs first, then to 301 and 201. Okay. Chapter 20, Impotent Ray. The two of them came to room 602 and searched everywhere, taking all the usable containers to gather water. There wasn't time to wait for the water to fill up, so Wang Tao took Ding Yukin back downstairs to other rooms. He also took the opportunity to remind the bald uncle. The bald uncle was also a smart man, already collecting water, but he still expressed his gratitude for Wang Tao's reminder. After being busy all morning, they finally managed to fill up all the containers in these empty apartments with water. Wang Tao was ready to take Ding Yukin back to cook. Suddenly, I remember I haven't stored water in my house." Ding Yukin suddenly slapped her forehead, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Then let's go to your place first, we can cook later." Actually, Wang Tao had forgotten as well. "Thank you." Coming out of 201, when they got to the 4th floor, Wang Tao suddenly heard some noise from room 401. Wang Tao didn't speak, while Ding Yukin instinctively hid behind him, nervously clutching the corner of his clothes. She didn't know there were survivors inside. She thought they were zombies. Wang Tao made a hushing gesture, and then went to the front of room 401 to listen closely. He faintly heard a man's voice inside cursing under his breath, complaining about the power outage that caused him to be unable to play his games, but as he cursed, he began to cry. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. Is electricity really the focus right now? It should be how to survive from now on. Ding Yukin obviously heard the voice inside too, but unlike Wang Tao's bafflement, she could somewhat understand why the person would be addicted to gaming. It wasn't because the games were so much fun, but because he had already given up hope. He didn't want to face this world of despair. He was escaping reality. If I didn't have Wang Tao, maybe it'd be the same. Ding Yukin felt a bit relieved in her heart. "Let's go." Wang Tao shook his head. After all, it was someone else's affair, and he didn't want to meddle too much. Reaching the 5th floor, Ding Yukin invited Wang Tao into her apartment. "It's a bit messy inside." Ding Yukin was slightly embarrassed. This was Wang Tao's first visit to her place. Ding Yukin's apartment had the same layout as the one upstairs, 602, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. However, her home was decorated more cozily and felt more lived in. The mess she referred to was the pile of film-making props in the living room. "These are all from Brother Zhao's work. He doesn't let me tidy them up. Don't mind the mess in the house. It's not much different from my place." Wang Tao smiled and shook his head. If it weren't for Ding Yukin's help, his place would be even messier. "Let's get water first." "Okay." After being busy for a while and preparing all the usable containers with all the taps open, Ding Yukin said to Wang Tao. "Wang Tao, I'll watch over it. It will take a while to fill up the bathtub with water. You can sit for a bit." "All right." Wang Tao nodded in agreement but didn't sit down. Instead, he walked around her apartment. Her living room was spacious, with excellent natural lighting. A huge picture frame hung on the wall above the sofa. In the photo, a woman in a white bridal gown intimately held the arm of the man beside her, her face beaming with joy. The man in formal attire gazed at the woman with deep affection, his eyes tender as water under the bright sunshine. They seemed to be glowing. The people on top were indeed Ding Yukin and her husband Zhao Yuan. Next to the sofa, there was a floor-standing coat rack with a pure white strapless wedding dress hanging on it. This was the same style as the one Ding Yukin wore in her wedding photos, Or perhaps it was the very same dress. It was normal for wealthy people to purchase their favorite wedding dresses. Wang Tao glanced at the photo, and then at the wedding dress. It was said that those with smaller busts couldn't pull off this type of wedding dress, and he always felt that some parts of Ding Yukin in the picture had traces of photoshopping. Unfortunately, he had no way to prove it. Wang Tao, I'll get you a glass of water. Ding Yukin came out of the bathroom. She felt it was inappropriate to invite Wang Tao into her home without offering even a glass of water. Although it was the apocalypse, it was still early days, and she retained the courtesy she had before. By the time Ding Yukin came over with a glass of water, Wang Tao suddenly asked, "Brother Zhao had contacted you earlier, hadn't he? How is he doing now?" I'm afraid his chances are slim." Talking about her husband, Ding Yukin's face instantly showed a hint of sorrow. He went to the film city for work early that day. After the virus outbreak, he kept sending me messages, asking me to hold on for rescue. But the day before the network went down, he stopped messaging. No matter how I messaged him, he wouldn't reply. Sob. As she spoke of her sorrow, Ding Yukin covered her face and cried. Brother Zhao is blessed by the heavens, and perhaps he is safe now. Maybe he's not replying because his phone's battery has died. Sister-in-law, don't worry too much. Wang Tao consoled her. It's impossible. He told me at that time that he had borrowed a power bank. Look, if you don't believe me. Ding Yukin, while dabbing her tears, picked up her phone from the table. Though the internet was down now, the chat software still revealed the local chat history. However, after flipping to the chat history, she suddenly blushed and put her phone away. The records were deleted. I'll go check if the water is filled. Ding Yukin wiped her tears and quickly left with her pink and white sneakers. She was obviously lying, but Wang Tao thought it might be because she had some private messages with Zhao Yuan that she didn't want outsiders to see, so he didn't mind. But in reality, in the chat history between Ding Yukin and Zhao Yuan had said some things about Wang Tao that weren't very nice, and Ding Yukin dared not show them to Wang Tao. Otherwise, if Wang Tao got upset and stopped looking after her, she could only wait to die. When the apocalypse arrived, Zhao Yuan couldn't make it back, so all he could do was comfort Ding Yukin while trying to figure something out. Then Zhao Yuan heard from other survivors that Wang Tao was at home. In terms of physical fitness, men definitely had an advantage over women. In a chaotic environment, having a man around was certainly more convenient, especially someone like Wang Tao who was strong and imposing. The couple, Zhao Yuan and Ding Yukin, were neighbors with Wang Tao. Although their relationship with Wang Tao wasn't particularly close, it was at least not bad. So Zhao Yuan messaged Wang Tao, hoping that Wang Tao could take care of Ding Yukin. After the chaos subsided, he would definitely thank Wang Tao. But Wang Tao didn't reply to any messages. At the time of the apocalypse, a saying was circulating in some small circles. The better one's physical condition, the less likely they were to become infected with the virus. The worse one's physical condition, the more susceptible they were to infection. Wang Tao also saw this baseless claim online later, and he didn't agree with it. Instead, he felt it was an excuse concocted by some people who wanted to abandon the weak and the vulnerable. But it didn't matter if he believed it or not, others did. For example, Zhao Yuan believed it. Therefore, Zhao Yuan suspected that Wang Tao was deliberately not replying to his messages and didn't want to help his wife. Of course, suspicion was just suspicion. Zhao Yuan continued to message Wang Tao courteously. But in his chats with Ding Yukin, Zhao Yuan cursed Wang Tao, complaining about all the bad things Wang Tao had done and threatening to make Wang Tao pay in the future. This was actually a display of impotent rage. Zhao Yuan loved his wife dearly and didn't want her to get hurt. But sadly, he was powerless. Chapter 21 Cleanup. Zhao Yuan had come up with an idea at the time called Wang Tao, and then had Ding Yukin listen for any noise coming from Wang Tao's apartment. Zombies are very sensitive to sounds, and if there were zombies in Wang Tao's room, they would definitely make a lot of noise. Even if Wang Tao's phone was on vibrate at such a close distance, it wouldn't escape the hearing of the zombies. At that time, the zombie in apartment 602 had not left yet, and Ding Yukin did not know there was a zombie just outside in the corridor. She didn't dare to go out, only stealthily cracking open the door to listen, and heard indeed that there was no noise coming from Wang Tao's place. This indirectly proved Zhao Yuan's guess Wang Tao did not want to help her. Ding Yukin's previous impression of Wang Tao wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. They didn't interact much, at most exchanging polite greetings when they saw each other. But under these real circumstances and Zhao Yuan's exaggeration, her view of Wang Tao had turned quite negative. Thus, she decided then and there to drop the idea of asking Wang Tao for help. However, it was uncertain whether it should be said that Ding Yukin was lucky or that Zhao Yuan had saved her life. If she had actually gone to find Wang Tao at that time, and Wang Tao was unconscious and unable to open the door, Ding Yukin would likely have attracted the zombies from upstairs. With her frail arms and legs, the outcome would likely have been very grim. And then, a few days later, when she could no longer endure her hunger, and coincidentally witnessed Wang Tao leaving his apartment and killing zombies, she decided to try and see if she could borrow some food from him. It turned out that Wang Tao wasn't as bad as her husband had described. After waiting for a while and nearly filling up her water supply, Ding Yukin came out of the bathroom. "Wang Tao, I've finished collecting water at my place. Oh, and take a look here to see if there's anything you can use. If it's useful to you, just take it. Help should be mutual. One can't always expect others to give." Ding Yukin knew she couldn't be of much help to Wang Tao, so she just let him see if there was anything in her home that he could use. Wang Tao didn't stand on ceremony. Zhao Yuan had quite a few gadgets, and a careful look might reveal something useful. After rummaging a bit, he actually found something good. Binoculars. It was a pair of binoculars, marked with 10*50, indicating a 50-diameter lens and a magnification of 10 times. 10 times magnification, binoculars, what a great find. They might not be needed immediately, but could be very useful later. I hadn't noticed his binoculars were here. You can take them if you need them, as I won't be using them anyway. Ding Yukin's face showed a trace of happiness as she watched Wang Tao hold the binoculars with great affection. She wasn't afraid of Wang Tao taking her things. She was afraid that Wang Tao wouldn't find anything of interest. "All right, then I won't be polite." Wang Tao accepted them right away. They didn't find anything else useful after that, so they both returned to Wang Tao's apartment. Ding Yukin started cooking, while Wang Tao lifted the curtains, took out the newly acquired binoculars, and observed the scene outside the window. This was an old community with a maximum of 6 floors. Fortunately, there weren't many tall buildings nearby, so the binoculars could still see quite far. After looking around, Wang Tao's expression was very serious. He suddenly realized that his happy community seemed to be relatively lucky. In other communities, either a group of zombies surrounded the buildings, with zombies entering and exiting freely, or there were small-scale explosions, leaving behind a scene of ruins. But Wang Tao also noticed some patterns. Places that seemed to be hit harder were areas with more people, especially a plaza in the distance. The dense crowd was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The situation in their happy community was not as severe as in other communities, perhaps because there were fewer residents, and many people had gone out to work at the time. In the apocalypse, luck is also very important. The scenes outside also intensified the urgency in Wang Tao's heart. Considering the zombies he had killed in room 201 earlier, zombies could become stronger too. The female zombie that had eaten people had its HP increased by 10. On top of that, if he could become stronger through training, it was not impossible that zombies might have other ways to strengthen themselves as well. I need to hurry up and clear out the zombies in this building. Wang Tao planned to head to apartment 601, that afternoon to take care of those two zombies. If he could also clear the zombies in apartments 101 and 102 tomorrow, the whole building would be thoroughly secure, and he could then figure out how to look for Diesel outside the community at the small restaurant. Today's lunch was not as lavish as yesterday's, but the portion was still substantial. After dinner, he rested for a while. When Ding Yukin finished washing the dishes and had cleaned up the house, Wang Tao asked her to help him put on his gear. "Wang Tao, what are you?" "I am going up for a bit. Lock the door after you go back." "Are you going to 601? A hint of worry showed on Ding Yukin's face. After all, there were two zombies in 601. "Yeah, I'm going to clear out 601. Don't come out." Wang Tao felt that there was a high probability he could handle the two zombies upstairs, but he didn't dismiss the possibility of a zombie running out. After all, accidents happen. "I understand, be careful." Ding Yukin was genuinely worried for Wang Tao. After all, he was the only one she could rely on now. "I will." Wang Tao nodded. With Ding Yukin's help, he quickly got dressed in his equipment. He picked up his homemade steel-pipe, long-handled sheep's horn hammer and left the room with Ding Yukin. Ding Yukin returned to her room, and after seeing that she had locked the door, Wang Tao strode towards room 601. The room belonged to a middle-aged couple who had surely turned. Wang Tao had even heard two roars coming from inside the room when he went upstairs before. Although there were two zombies inside, Wang Tao was not the same as he had been before. The increase in strength was secondary. It was mainly the experience that counted. Having killed several zombies face-to-face, he already had some experience. Wang Tao fiddled with his lock-picking tools for a while, and with a click, he opened the security door. He then took a deep breath, raised his horned hammer slightly with his right hand, and with a swift pull with his left hand. Clatter! The security door opened. At the doorway, there stood a contorted figure. Wang Tao didn't expect a zombie to be right at the door, and perhaps the zombie didn't anticipate someone suddenly coming in either. Both were momentarily stunned. But Wang Tao reacted faster. With one hand gripping the long-handled sheep's horn hammer, he put the strength of his arm, waist, and thighs into action, swinging fiercely at the zombie's head. Bang! A crisp sound. The zombie's head reeled back from Wang Tao's blow, stumbling 2 steps back, with a number -136 popping up. 364/500. Wang Tao pressed his attack, stepping forward and swinging the hammer once more. Bang! -127. 237/500. This hammer strike twisted its face completely, causing it to stagger another step back. Then Wang Tao gripped the hammer with both hands, raised it high, and smashed the sheep's horn down on the zombie's crown. Splurred. Black blood splashed. Wang Tao felt like he had just smashed a jar filled with soft mud. -237. 0/500. 3 hammer strikes, zombie killed instantly. Chapter 22, shouting until hoarse. That's it. Killed in 3 hits. Truth be told, Wang Tao was also somewhat surprised. With the enhancement of his own strength, increasing experience, and the amplification of his weapons, it wasn't that the enemy was too weak, but that his side was too strong. There was no time to check the spoils. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, but he didn't spot any other zombies. Where's the other one? Wang Tao frowned slightly. He was sure he had heard there were 2 zombies in this room before. Zombies don't usually attack each other. At least Wang Tao hadn't seen it happen so far. So unless that zombie jumped out the window, it had to be still in the house. Wang Tao didn't rush to search. Though he had seemingly wielded his hammer effortlessly 3 times, each strike had been with full power, draining some of his energy. Since there was no immediate danger, he could catch his breath for a moment. A few seconds later, Wang Tao cautiously made his way to the bathroom. This house had the same layout as Wang Tao's own, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and 1 bathroom. The doors to both bedrooms were open, but the bathroom door was closed. Wang Tao felt there might be something in the bathroom. He tiptoed to the door and then kicked it open abruptly. Bang! Nothing. Seeing the bathroom empty, Wang Tao was taken aback. After confirming there was nothing in the bathroom, Wang Tao then checked the kitchen, which also turned out to be empty. Could it be in one of those bedrooms? Wang Tao glanced at the doorways of both bedrooms, but there were no zombies in sight. How strange. He took another look at the doors and windows, which were all tightly closed, not looking like anything had gone out. There were no bloodstains or signs of struggle in the room. Could I have misheard earlier? Wang Tao started to doubt himself, but quickly discarded the thought. He was someone who trusted his own senses. 2 zombies meant 2 zombies, and he most likely hadn't misheard. Let's see where you're hiding. Wang Tao took a deep breath and then moved on to the second bedroom. The second bedroom, apart from a bed, had only a simple cloth wardrobe. The zipper of the wardrobe was open. Obviously, it couldn't hide a zombie. He then grabbed his weapon tightly and peered under the bed. Nothing was there either. After confirming that the second bedroom was clear, Wang Tao entered the master bedroom, which was also devoid of any zombie beneath the bed. Then Wang Tao stood up and turned his attention to the wardrobe in the master bedroom. The master bedroom was much larger than the second and had a row of built-in wardrobes against the wall, with a total of more than a dozen doors. The only place in the entire house he hadn't yet searched was this large wardrobe, unless the zombie had truly opened the window and jumped out, closing the window behind it, or it had been chopped up and washed down the drain, or it had been eaten by another zombie otherwise. Wang Tao figured it was very likely in these wardrobes. But still, these wardrobes aren't big. There are partitions in the middle. Would a zombie really run inside and even close the door behind it? That intelligent? Wang Tao was puzzled. His right hand gripped the weapon tightly while his left hand casually opened the first wardrobe door. Roar! Vug! The moment Wang Tao opened the first wardrobe door, a small framed zombie, curled up inside the wardrobe, suddenly lunged out. Wang Tao was startled. He swung his hammer instinctively but missed. He was knocked down onto the floor by the zombie's force, his weapon flying from his grasp. -5. 130/135. The zombie pinned Wang Tao's limbs down, rendering him immobile in the shape of a cross on the bed. Then it opened its mouth wide, emitting a stench of decay, and its saliva-dripping teeth moved towards Wang Tao's neck. Get off! On the verge of an intimate encounter with the female zombie, Wang Tao's forehead veins bulged, his biceps swelled rapidly, and with all his might holding back the zombie's force, he swung his right fist fiercely. Your breath stinks. Bang! His punch landed viciously on the zombie's face, snapping its head to the side. -23 HP. 467/500 HP. The zombie seemed stunned by the blow, and its grip restraining Wang Tao weakened significantly. Wang Tao seized the moment to raise his right foot and press it against the zombie's chest, then pushed with both arms and legs, flinging it towards the doorway. Bang! The zombie was smashed against the doorframe by Wang Tao. -4 HP. 463/500 HP. The strike didn't do much damage to the zombie, but it allowed Wang Tao to finally break free from its grasp. Without even bothering to pick up his weapons, Wang Tao stepped over to the doorway, then coiled tension into his right leg and delivered a forceful kick to the zombie, which was still down on the ground and hadn't gotten up. Bang! The kick sent the zombie skimming across the floor, flying from the room into the living room, shattering 2 wooden dining chairs in the process. Wang Tao followed up on his victory, leaping into the air near the zombie, his hair nearly grazing the ceiling before he came crashing down harshly on top of the zombie. Crack! His climbing boots landed on the zombie's knees, a crisp sound of bone snapping filling the air. The zombie's knees were completely crushed. The zombie that was attempting to rise fell to the ground once more. Minus 86 HP. 377/500 HP. Wang Tao had intended to stomp its head, but he wasn't sure if he could crush the zombie's skull. If it was too hard and caused him to fall, that would be troublesome. So Wang Tao changed his mind at the last moment, targeting its legs instead. As it turned out, this was effective. The zombie's HP bar shrank by a noticeable amount. And that wasn't even the most important part. It appeared the zombie couldn't get up anymore. They have no sense of pain. A broken arm or leg would be a fatal injury for a normal person, but for a zombie, it's not lethal. But Wang Tao wasn't counting on it to kill the zombie. He was just hoping the broken legs would hinder its mobility, and it looked like it was indeed effective. Perhaps the zombie still retained some human instincts, like bipedal walking, so when its kneecaps were shattered, it couldn't stand up at all. This outcome excited Wang Tao because it meant that, in the future, targeting the limbs could be a viable method for killing zombies. After all, a zombie's limbs aren't as tough as its head, and while their necks are a weak spot, it's not easy to hit for most people. So if survivors were smart, they could potentially chop off the legs to restrict the movements of a zombie and then finish it off completely. While his mind was racing with thoughts, Wang Tao's actions didn't stop. With the zombie down and unable to rise, it was essentially a live target. Wang Tao showed no mercy, stomping down hard and deforming its arms. Minus 34 HP. Minus 32 HP. 311/500 HP. Looking at the zombie with all its limbs broken, yet still baring its teeth at him, a cruel smile appeared on Wang Tao's face masked behind the visor. He had been quite frightened just moments before. This grudge he had to avenge. Moreover, he wanted to take this rare opportunity to test his damage ability. Roar! This female zombie seemed to sense its impending fate and let out an angry roar. Wang Tao clenched his fists and then said fiercely, "Keep screaming. Even if you scream your throat raw, it's no use." Chapter 23 Stealth Potion. Bang! Swipe! Thud! Crack! Clang! Heth! Looking at the sliver of HP bar above the zombie's head, Wang Tao stomped down hard. Splat! Its head burst like a watermelon under his foot. Minus 35. 0/500. Futilda. Torturing zombies was also a matter of skill, not real torture, of course. It was just Wang Tao wanting to see how much damage his various attacks would inflict on a zombie. He had never had the chance to try this before, and now that he did, he certainly wasn't going to miss out. After trying for about an hour, he had finally understood many things that had previously eluded him. For instance, mutilating attacks such as severing limbs only caused damage once. If one kept attacking parts other than the head, it wouldn't inflict any additional damage. For instance, a zombie's fatal weak spot was its head. Attacking any other part wouldn't kill it. Even if you chopped its neck off and it was left with just a head, that head would still be alive. For instance, a zombie's HP bar was related to the hardness of its head. Wang Tao couldn't kill a full HP zombie with one stomp, but he could easily burst the head of one with a sliver of HP. For instance, although zombies didn't fear pain, they were still susceptible to negative statuses like dizziness. Of course, it might not be dizziness, but something more akin to the rigidity found in games. Wang Tao wasn't too sure about the specifics. He just needed to know that landing a heavy blow on a zombie's head would cause it to pause briefly. Moreover, Wang Tao was thrilled to discover that zombies were afraid of fire. When he attacked zombies with other tools, they were unfazed. But when he prodded a zombie with a burning stick, it actually struggled on the ground trying to back away. When he directly burned it with fire, its HP dropped quickly. This was an important piece of news. Of course, the smaller the sample, the greater the margin of error. Wang Tao couldn't guarantee that all zombies were afraid of fire, but the mere possibility that some were was definitely exhilarating news. Whether zombies killed by fire would drop items was something Wang Tao was unclear on, as he hadn't wanted to waste the chance to experiment and would have to wait for another opportunity. Besides that, Wang Tao also experimented with many things, such as the damage caused by attacks on different parts of a zombie, the approximate range of a zombie's perception, the extent to which a zombie's vision had degenerated, and so on. Wang Tao now had a rough idea about these things. Although not necessarily accurate, they were still somewhat useful. If need be, he could always find another chance like this one to experiment more. As for this particularly crafty zombie, Wang Tao speculated that zombies were capable of evolution. Zombie from room 201 had a higher HP bar than the others and must have evolved by consuming humans. However, Wang Tao also felt that zombie evolution wasn't limited to gaining HP by eating humans. It could include ordinary zombies evolving into stealthy kinds like this one. After all, when Wang Tao first arrived, he had indeed heard two zombies inside. It was highly probable that the female zombie had evolved later on. After feeling around the bodies of the two zombies in the room, Wang Tao pushed them both out the window. Bang bang. The sound of them hitting the ground attracted some zombies to surround the area, but upon realizing they were their own kind, the zombies slowly dispersed. Ignoring the black blood all over the ground, he sat on the sofa and rested for a while before finally turning his attention to the loot from the zombies he had just killed. Both zombies had 500 drops of HP, seemingly similar in strength, but in reality they were very different. The male zombie in this house was just an ordinary one with 500 HP. And this female zombie, Wang Tao suspected that she might have undergone a secondary mutation or something of the sort. Although her HP hadn't increased, she had learned to hide. Normally speaking, even if a zombie stayed in one place without moving, it certainly wouldn't close the door, right? Yet this female zombie had learned to close the door and lie in wait for her prey. If it hadn't been for Wang Tao's strength, anyone else coming here might have fallen into the trap. So you see, even though the HP was the same, this female zombie was much more dangerous than that male one. After all, a normal survivor, having killed a zombie and seeing no other zombies at home, would certainly let their guard down. When they relaxed and opened the cabinet, they would most likely be ambushed. And indeed, the HP gained from killing these two zombies confirmed Wang Tao's thoughts. The male zombie was an ordinary one, giving Wang Tao only 5 drops of HP, while the female zombie gave Wang Tao a whole 20 drops of HP. Wang Tao's total HP had now reached 151.55. Kill a few more and I can break through to 200 HP. Next goal, 200 HP. After setting a small goal for himself, Wang Tao looked at the loot from the two zombies. Ordinary loot wasn't worth mentioning, just a wallet, a lighter, a platinum necklace, 2 watches, and 2 mobile phones. The focus was the items dropped by the zombies upon death. The male zombie dropped a small box of screws. Acquired screw X1. Screw crafting material. It was still a crafting material, this time screws he hadn't obtained before. With this screw, Wang Tao now had 4 types of crafting materials. There were gear X1, iron block X1, steel wire X1, and now screw X1. He wondered what he could craft with these items. As for what the female zombie dropped, it first made Wang Tao's eyes light up, and then he felt a wave of disappointment. Acquired stealth potion small. Stealth potion small. After injection, it can conceal one's presence, making it difficult for humans to detect. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 12 hours. Friendly tip, for best results, use at night. This was a pen-sized, semi-transparent disposable needle-free syringe, allowing one to see the green liquid inside, with the word stealth small written on the exterior. When he saw the stealth potion, Wang Tao was excited. Following the patterns of some games, anything with stealth in its name was a good item for avoiding detection by monsters. But after reading the explanation, Wang Tao felt his vision darken. not easily detected by other humans. He didn't need to hide from people right now. And how could he hide from human perception? Could he avoid their hearing or vision? Humans can think and differentiate, unless he could cover up someone's eyes, ears, and so on. It felt somewhat useless. There might be some special application, but for now, Wang Tao definitely couldn't use it. If only there was a stealth potion for hiding from zombies, that would be great, but alas. After a sigh, Wang Tao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at himself. It was good enough to have it, what's there to regret? This stealth potion was labeled small, and perhaps there were also medium or large versions. Maybe there was one that could hide him from zombies. And since there was a stealth potion, there might be other types of potions too. Wang Tao began to look forward even more to his ability to loot. After securing the zombies' dropped loot, Wang Tao started to scour apartment 601. The couple living here had likely mutated into zombies at the same time. There were no signs of struggle in the room, so the food was relatively well preserved, probably enough for Wang Tao to eat for half a month. But a lot of it was frozen food, and now the fridge was out of power. Finding diesel fuel was urgent. Chapter 24, Survivor Base News. Thump, thump, thump. Sister-in-law, it's me. Wang Tao knocked on Ding Yukin's door, intending to ask her to help move some things upstairs. With manpower available, he didn't want to waste it. Hearing the noise, Ding Yukin hurried to open the door, and seeing some black blood on Wang Tao, she immediately asked with concern. Wang Tao, are you hurt? I am fine, got lucky, almost took a bad spill. The voice from under Wang Tao's mask sounded a bit muffled. It was when he had been tackled by a zombie that his wrist had felt a bit sore, but he hadn't lost much blood, which indicated that there was nothing serious. Do you want me to get the first aid kit? Ding Yukin sounded somewhat worried. Wang Tao shook his head. No need, just help me move some stuff first. Okay. Ding Yukin followed Wang Tao to room 601, and seeing the pool of black blood at the entrance and the marks of struggle in the living room, swallowed instinctively before asking softly. Were there 2 zombies here? MHM. Wang Tao nodded. Observing Wang Tao's silhouette, Ding Yukin couldn't help but be amazed at those zombies. He had taken care of both. These items are all packed up, let's move them. Wang Tao pointed to the stuff on the ground. Okay. Although Ding Yukin wasn't very strong, the distance wasn't far, and together they moved everything to room 501 in one trip. As they neatly sorted and arranged these supplies, Wang Tao suddenly felt that his apartment was becoming too small. Mainly because he had brought back everything that felt useful now or might be in the future, like clothes, books, electronic products, and so on. He had even started thinking about other people's furniture. Although furniture was difficult to move, it could be disassembled and taken away. After the gas supply ran out, the wood could also be used to cook. While Ding Yukin was organizing and categorizing the items, Wang Tao took a shower. A cold splash instantly sent shivers through him. After killing the zombies, his spirit was still somewhat tense, as being suddenly attacked by a crafty zombie had left him with a not insignificant psychological shadow. Now the cold water had sobered him considerably. It was just a pity that he hadn't wanted to use electricity to heat the water, which would have been more comfortable with a hot shower. During the bath, Wang Tao checked his wrist, which had a bruise, but it wasn't serious, and he expected it to heal in a couple of days. The previous bruise on his arm had already healed. After the shower, Ding Yukin had just finished tidying up. The bruise on Wang Tao's wrist was still fairly noticeable, and Ding Yukin spotted it immediately. Holding back her surprise this time, Ding Yukin still asked, Wang Tao, shall I apply some medicine to your wrist? It'll heal faster with ointment. Sure. Wang Tao nodded, and Ding Yukin immediately went home to fetch the first aid kit. In fact, Ding Yukin had intended to give the medical kit to Wang Tao, but after hesitating for a moment, she refrained. It wasn't that she couldn't part with it, but she knew she didn't have much of value to offer Wang Tao. If she were to give away the medical kit as well, she'd be left with truly nothing. Wang Tao lay on the sofa while Ding Yukin sat beside him, applying medicine to his wounds. The ointment felt cool and soothing as it was smeared on. Ding Yukin, observing the muscles on Wang Tao's body, thought about offering to massage him to help him relax, as she had some knowledge in that area. But it felt somewhat inappropriate, so she didn't mention it. After applying the medicine for a while, Ding Yukin suddenly asked, Wang Tao, that are you planning to go to the survivor base next? Before the internet went down, she had seen the government's announcement and knew about a large survivor base organized by the government in Huangfeng City. She certainly wanted to go, having heard that it still maintained the semblance of a normal society, with rules and order, and that each survivor even guaranteed a minimum standard of living. To those in this post-apocalyptic world, that was nothing short of paradise. But the problem was, the survivor base was too far from their residential area. She simply didn't have the means to make it there. So she asked Wang Tao to see if he had any plans to go, and if he did, whether he could take her along. Upon hearing the question, Wang Tao pondered for a moment before replying, I am considering it, but I'm not sure when to go. Though at present, he was able to kill zombies and scavenge supplies, seemingly equipped to survive the apocalypse, who could predict future struggles. Moreover, Wang Tao was interested in seeing what the survivor base was like. If it was as good as they said, he was willing to settle there. But he certainly wouldn't go now. His current location was in Shuai's County of Huangfeng City, while the survivor base was in Redstone County. There was a full 50 kilometers between them. Unless he grew wings, venturing that far with his current capabilities was suicide. If you decide to go, could you maybe take me with you? Ding Yukin asked with a smile, looking tentatively at Wang Tao. Well, see, it's too early to talk about this now. Wang Tao didn't directly answer, and this noncommittal response turned Ding Yukin's face pale. In the world of adults, rejections are not usually so direct, often giving the other person some face. Taking into account the current situation, Wang Tao's response was clearly a refusal. After all, she couldn't kill zombies and had little strength. To Wang Tao, she was nothing but a burden. Perhaps without her, he could move faster. Oh. Ding Yukin bit her lip, confused, not knowing what to say next. Wang Tao hadn't openly refused, so she couldn't very well pester him to agree. What if he was still on the fence and her insistence pushed him to decide against taking her? Ding Yukin didn't need to prepare dinner. Some leftover food from lunch just reheated would suffice for Wang Tao. Taking into account Ding Yukin's help in the afternoon, Wang Tao gave her a pack of instant noodles as a bonus reward. This bonus was supposed to make Ding Yukin happy, but she just couldn't seem to find the joy in it. Once Ding Yukin had left, Wang Tao ate a simple meal, rested for a while, and then commenced his routine exercise. I feel like my physical condition has slightly improved after killing those 2 zombies today. It shouldn't be an illusion. Killing zombies, indeed, seems to incrementally enhance one's physique. While the change isn't noticeable at once or twice, I surmise that the improvement will be substantial after reaching a certain number. After several hours of exercise, Wang Tao took a shower, and then suddenly realized that the water supply had stopped. Actually, he had noticed the water flow weakening during his shower, so the cutoff wasn't altogether unexpected. Still, he felt somewhat distressed about it, as it meant he had another task ahead: finding water. Using his pre-stored water, he rinsed off the sweat and didn't discard the used water, saving it for later toilet flushing. Then he lay in bed, turned on the radio as usual to see if he could pick up any signals. ZZZ. This is Redstone Survivor Base ZZZ. Chapter 25, Fast Track in 3 days. Wang Tao rolled over and sat up. He went to the window and slowly turned the tuning knob of the radio. Crackle Redstone Survivor Base crackle providing water. Food crackle safe crackle repeating Redstone, Survivor Base crackle. Redstone, Survivor Base. Wang Tao muttered to himself, rubbing the stubble on his chin. Judging by the name, it must be the Survivor Base in Redstone County. According to the official announcement online prior to the incident, due to the suddenness of the event, there wasn't much time to prepare, and the plan was to build a survivor base in every city. Huangfeng City's survivor base was located in Redstone County. The reason for selecting that location was because it housed a military force and had some defensive measures in place, which could be utilized immediately. However, during the days of the virus outbreak, there was also an infection within the military, resulting in chaos. Especially after the breakdown of communications, Wang Tao had no idea whether the base in Redstone County still existed. Now that he had heard news of the base in Redstone County through the radio, Wang Tao was quite pleased. If they were still broadcasting, it indicated that they must have managed to control the situation to some extent. But without hearing any news about a counterattack or rescue, it seemed they were only able to defend themselves, and that was about it. In any case, this was good news. It also provided Wang Tao with motivation and a goal. At least so many survivors were still alive, so how could he die first? Crackle, crackle. The radio played for a while and then went silent. He couldn't tell if it was shut down intentionally or if there was some problem. Hopefully it was the former. After a silent prayer, Wang Tao turned on the walkie-talkie. Similar to the radio, the walkie-talkie was also switched on once every night, but while the radio had transmitted a few times, the walkie-talkie had been silent up until now. It was understandable, after all, without a relay station. The range of this kind of civilian walkie-talkie was only about 2 or 3 kilometers, so it was normal not to hear anything. However, perhaps it was his luck tonight. Following the news he had received on the radio, his walkie-talkie finally picked up some activity. Crackle, this is Crackle Shua's University Survivor Base. Crackle, if received. Please respond if received. Please crackle. Listening to the intermittent voice inside, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Shua's University was a school nearby, about 5 kilometers away from his happy community. It seemed from the message that someone might have established a survivor base at Shua's University. Shua's University had only been built in recent years. It was situated in a rather remote location with sparse population, but it was close to Huangfeng Film City, and many students went there to work part-time. Wang Tao had visited Shua's University a few times. His impression of it was neither particularly good nor bad. It was just an ordinary school. Not far from Shua's University, there was a security force of about a dozen soldiers. If these soldiers hadn't suffered a large-scale infection or deaths, then it should have been possible for them to establish a small survivor base. Wang Tao pressed the PTT button on the walkie-talkie. I received you, I received you. Wang Tao didn't reveal any detailed information about himself since he didn't know the exact situation on the other side. It was better to be careful. But there was no response to what he said. Crackle Shua's University Base, if received. Please reply, repeat. I received you, I received you, I received you. Wang Tao repeated a few times, but after waiting a while, there was still no answer from the other side. Could it be that my walkie-talkie's power is too weak? Wang Tao suddenly felt a bit depressed. The principle of walkie-talkie communication can be simply understood as centered around a person. The signal radiates outward. In the same terrain, the higher the power, the further the signal can be transmitted. The 4 walkie-talkies Wang Tao scavenged from apartment 602 are all ordinary civilian models, with a communication distance of probably just 2 to 3 kilometers. The walkie-talkies from Shua's University, on the other hand, might be high-power ones, capable of communicating over 5 kilometers. That means their signal transmission distance is far, allowing Wang Tao's walkie-talkie to receive it, so Wang Tao was able to hear them. But Wang Tao's walkie-talkie signal was weak, unable to send that far, hence what he said couldn't be received by them. This was somewhat frustrating, as Wang Tao wanted to learn about the situations of other survivors. After a few more tries and confirming that communication was impossible, Wang Tao shook his head. Sleepy time. Although he couldn't communicate through these two signals, it was still good news. At least it meant humanity hadn't been wiped out. Wang Tao had his best night's sleep in days that night. The next day, Wang Tao woke up just after 6, and as soon as he finished washing up, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening the door, it was Ding Yukin. She came to cook breakfast for Wang Tao. After a brief workout, Ding Yukin finished cooking. Making sure Wang Tao didn't need anything else, she went back to her place. Wang Tao had not asked her to stay for breakfast after all. They had agreed that she would only cook one meal for him. After breakfast, Wang Tao began to don his gear. He suddenly realized how slowly one dresses alone, but he was too lazy to call Ding Yukin back. Once dressed, he went to the second floor and knocked on apartment 202's door. "Little brother Yurei here, come in quickly." The bald uncle hurriedly opened the door for Wang Tao. Wang Tao had previously said he intended to learn all the locksmith skills, but hadn't had time the past 2 days, causing a delay. Now, having scavenged apartment 601 and temporarily secured enough food, he planned to master all the locksmith skills before dealing with the zombies in apartments 101 and 102. The principle of locksmith techniques was not difficult, especially with an old master teaching hands-on. It mainly depended on practice. The more one practiced, the more skilled one became. It seemed that Wang Tao indeed had a knack for it. He was a quick learner. Anyway, the bald uncle consistently praised Wang Tao for being talented, saying that it took him 2 weeks just to qualify. But at Wang Tao's pace, he might be ready in another 2 days. And indeed, as the bald uncle had said, Wang Tao spent another 2 days, plus the previous learning time, for a total of 3 days, to learn all the locksmith techniques including key duplication. He had obtained a small key duplication machine from the old master in exchange for some food. "Your learning ability is too strong. I have nothing left to teach you now. It's all about practice from here. Practice is more important than theory." The bald uncle was somewhat emotional. "Haha, thanks a lot for these 2 days, uncle." Wang Tao laughed and expressed his thanks. Of course, he didn't just offer verbal thanks. He also gave the bald uncle quite a bit of food, which was a fair exchange. "Mutual help, my man." The bald uncle first smiled and then suddenly looked a bit melancholic. "I hope my wife and kids can also meet someone as good as you." In response to being given a compliment, Wang Tao didn't express any specific stance. Curious, he asked, "Where is your family now?" The bald uncle took out a family portrait from his pocket, gently caressing it. "They all went back to the countryside to visit relatives. The countryside is much safer than the city. Before the internet was cut off, my wife talked to me. She said that there were hardly any people left in their village. Naturally, there were very few zombies too, so it was safe to hide at home, Sai. I don't know if I'll ever see them again." "The countryside is very safe," Wang Tao encouraged. "Of course there's a chance." Chapter 26, The Difference Between Zombies and Sandbags. "Be careful." Ding Yukin straightened Wang Tao's clothes, then hugged the steel pipe hammer and another polished short steel pipe separately hanging on the left and right sides of Wang Tao's waist. These 2 weapon sheaths had been handcrafted by Ding Yukin for Wang Tao over the past 2 days. "MHM." Wang Tao nodded, stepping out the door together with Ding Yukin. Ding Yukin returned to her own room, watching Wang Tao descend the stairs and praying for his safe return. Wang Tao approached the door of apartment 101 at a steady pace, fiddled with the lock for a moment, and with a click, the lock opened. He had learned from the bald uncle that 2 elderly men and ladies lived in room 101, and a family of 3 resided in 102. Although not all of them might be at home, to be safe, it was more appropriate to start with the zombies in 101. After opening the door, Wang Tao cracked it slightly and took a quick look inside. On the living room sofa, he immediately noticed two squat but swollen figures sitting side by side, their heads bowed, faces unclear. Wang Tao took a deep breath, then strode into the room. Hag tilde. Stirred by the noise, the two elders slowly lifted their heads, revealing a pair of pale eyes. Roar! Perhaps drawn by the smell of flesh and blood, the two elderly zombies, as if activated, staggered to their feet and lurched towards Wang Tao, one after the other. It seemed that the zombies' strength after infection and mutation might be affected by their physical condition when alive. Wang Tao wasn't sure. But at least it affected their speed. These two elderly zombies were quite slow, their walk unsteady, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Of course, Wang Tao did not underestimate them. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion gives its all. Wang Tao kept his pace, approached in front of the elderly lady zombie, and swung the horned hammer with both hands. Bang! The hammer landed solidly on the right temple of the old lady zombie. Minus 158. 342/500. The hit made the old lady zombie's neck tilt, her body swaying. Seizing the moment, Wang Tao swung the hammer again, aiming for the old lady zombie's right eye socket. Bang! The eyeball burst apart. Minus 164. 178/500. Two strikes had taken away 2/3 of her HP. But by then, the old man zombie had also pounced over. If Wang Tao continued to hammer the old lady zombie, he would be attacked by the old man zombie. Without a second thought, Wang Tao swiftly turned and brought the hammer down on the old man. Bang! The hammer struck the old man zombie's chin, shearing off half of it, a blackened tongue wriggling in the gap. The old man zombie stumbled further, struggling to maintain balance and falling to the floor. Minus 65. 435/500. Just as the old lady zombie recovered from dizziness, she shrieked and stretched her arms towards Wang Tao. Without even looking, he lashed out with a kick. Before she could grab him, his foot struck hard against the old lady zombie's chest. Thump! The old lady zombie was kicked back, slamming into the sofa. Minus 32. 146/500. Wang Tao quickly drew the sharpened steel pipe from the sheath on his left waist. His arm muscles bulged as he hurled the pipe from over 2 meters away. Thrust! The steel pipe pierced directly through the forehead of the old lady zombie, pinning her against the sofa. Minus 146. 0/500. Seeing the opponent's HP drop to 0, Wang Tao turned to face the old man zombie getting up from the floor. Now it's your turn. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Wang Tao was facing two zombies at once. Combat like this, 1v2, was much tougher than 1v1. After all, this wasn't a game. Although he had more than 100 HP, he dared not let the zombies touch him. However, once he had dealt with one of the zombies, battling the other became much simpler. Wang Tao walked towards the old man zombie, wielding the horned hammer. The old man zombie twisted as he struggled to get up from the ground, stretching out his right hand towards Wang Tao. Seeing the dark, sharp nails, Wang Tao quickly dodged to the left, avoiding the grasp while smashing his hammer towards the zombie's head. Thump! Minus 146. The hammer struck hard on the old man zombie's head, making him retreat 2 steps. Wang Tao closed in and swung the hammer once more. Thump! Minus 153. Wang Tao distinctly heard the sound of bones cracking. The old man zombie fell again. Before the old man zombie could rise, Wang Tao mustered strength in his right leg and fiercely kicked the zombie's head. Thump! Minus 71. The old man zombie's body spun on the floor and then crashed against the wall. Minus 33. A secondary injury appeared on the zombie's head from the impact with the wall. Catching his breath for a moment, Wang Tao's mouth curled up under the mask. 1v1 was indeed much easier. As the old man zombie struggled to rise once more, Wang Tao aimed at his temple and hammered down fiercely. Squish! The horned hammer smashed through the skull, embedding into the head of the old man zombie. -32. 0/500. The zombie's HP dropped to 0. Chapter 27. Leaks and Molotov Cocktails. After taking care of the two zombies, it was time for the pleasant corpse-looting phase. Both elderly zombies were quite ordinary, each contributing 5 drops of HP to Wang Tao. Wang Tao's total HP reached 165. Next were the items they dropped. Obtained alcohol X1. Alcohol crafting material. Obtained alcohol X1. Alcohol crafting material. They both dropped the same thing. With a thought from Wang Tao, a glass bottle appeared in his hand. Aside from the 1L marking, there were 2 lines of small text reading purity 99.9%, edible. Upon seeing the word edible, Wang Tao was at first stunned, but then quickly realized what it meant. It means the alcohol was of an edible grade, not suggesting one should drink it directly. If someone were to drink this straight, it could probably be deadly. As far as crafting materials go, based on what he had seen so far, this alcohol was likely to be more useful than some of the other materials. By diluting this alcohol with water in a 3:1 ratio, he could make 75% medical alcohol. Diluting it further, it could even be used for drinking or as a fuel, so its uses were many. He stored both bottles of alcohol in the space backpack, then proceeded to search the bodies of the two zombies as usual. The elderly lady zombie had 2 gold bracelets, 2 silver bracelets, 3 gold rings, and a gold necklace. The old man zombie had a gold watch, a large gold ring, and several large gold teeth noticed by Wang Tao only because its jaw was broken. These 2 oldies were pretty wealthy. Wang Tao was somewhat astonished. As the saying goes, antiques flourish in prosperous times and gold in times of chaos. In this apocalyptic world, Wang Tao wasn't sure what the survivor bases used for trade, but gold must have some value. Since these items were compact and not a nuisance, Wang Tao stored them all, including the large gold teeth. After searching the zombie corpses, it was time to loot the house. Thanks to the 2 old people becoming infected and mutating at the same time, the house was neat everywhere else except for the signs of battle left by Wang Tao, leaving the food intact. But frustratingly, their kitchen was filled with lots of rotting vegetables and fruits. Wang Tao had a rough understanding of the situation. Older generations were more frugal, especially regarding their own food and clothing, always looking to save when possible. This had nothing to do with their wealth, but was rather a long-standing habit. Before the apocalypse struck, the 2 elderly people had stocked up on some not-so-fresh vegetables and fruits at low prices. Under normal circumstances, as long as the food that was about to spoil was eaten in advance, one wouldn't end up with spoiled food. But unfortunately, the apocalypse arrived. Without anyone to eat it, the food quickly went bad. Don't even mention the vegetables and fruits piled in the kitchen. Even those in the refrigerator had spoiled. The only edible thing left was a pack of garlic. This is distressing. Wang Tao felt it was a pity to discard the spoiled food, but there was no helping it. Otherwise, if he ended up with food poisoning or something, that would spell disaster. Almost all the vegetables and fruits were a complete loss, and it seemed like the 2 elderly didn't eat meat, as there was none in the house. However, luckily, there was an 8-pound bag of flour, 2 pounds of eggs, and 2 pounds of dried noodles in the cupboard, which was somewhat consoling. Hey, what's this? Leaving the kitchen, Wang Tao suddenly noticed a pile of green plants beneath the balcony in the living room. Chives. Wang Tao quickly hurried over. A distorted figure suddenly appeared outside the window and started banging against the security bars. Bang, bang, bang. Shit. Wang Tao was startled. Only then did he remember that this was the first floor, and there were zombies outside. Giving the zombie outside a fierce middle finger, Wang Tao quickly pulled the curtains shut. Although they couldn't get in, it was still better to be safe. Ignoring the zombie outside, Wang Tao crouched in front of these plants, a look of joy in his eyes. This is really chives, and they've already grown. These chives were grown in individual square pots, a total of 12 pots, which at a glance looked like they were planted in the ground. These were good stuff. Wang Tao was inwardly overjoyed. He had heard that chives could live for 10 years. If he could preserve these chives well, wouldn't he be able to eat chives often in the future? Although the taste might not be good after a long time in the post-apocalyptic world, having vegetables was great already. Who cared about taste? Furthermore, there was another point. All the rotten vegetables and fruits didn't need to be thrown away. They could be used directly as fertilizer to nourish the chives. Wang Tao hated waste the most, and although he had felt a bit of regret before, now that he could make use of the rotting food, he felt much better. Since there are chives, let's see if there are any seeds or something. Wang Tao immediately began rummaging around. Indeed, after spending some time, Wang Tao found 10 packets of chive seeds, 5 packets of coriander seeds, and 5 packets of white radish seeds. Although Wang Tao wasn't fond of coriander, at this time, there was no privilege of being picky with food. It was good to have anything at all. I'll look into it later. If there's a chance, I might plant these seeds. He put all the seeds in his pocket, and as for the chives, he didn't rush to move them, because while searching for the seeds, he discovered another great thing. He went into the second bedroom and saw 2 boxes of liquor in glass bottles. Wang Tao finally understood why the 2 zombies had both dropped alcohol. They liked to drink. Wang Tao wasn't very fond of drinking, but this liquor was definitely a good thing, which could be used for trade in the future. And these liquor bottles were useful too. He had already experimented before, and these zombies were somewhat afraid of fire. Thus, these liquor bottles could be used to make Molotov cocktails. The manufacturing method of Molotov cocktails is actually very simple, but the main issue is that flammable materials are not easy to come by nowadays. The 40-degree liquor was definitely not suitable. He needed alcohol or gasoline or other flammable materials. Wang Tao had just acquired 2 bottles of alcohol, but they were the kind that could be stored in the space backpack. He would definitely not be willing to use them unless absolutely necessary. The most suitable might be gasoline since there were cars outside, and the fuel tanks would definitely have gasoline. When he went out to find diesel, he could try to get some gasoline. There were 6 bottles in each of these 2 boxes of liquor, 12 in total. If he had enough gasoline, he could make 12 Molotov cocktails. And Wang Tao suddenly remembered the condiment bottles he had scoured before, which included glass bottles. At that time, he hadn't thought of using Molotov cocktails, so he forgot, but the stuff was still there. I need to collect them all. To see how many bottles there are in total, this could be a massive weapon. Chapter 28 Plan Ahead. This time, scavenging in apartment 101 could be considered quite a haul. There was too much stuff, and Wang Tao couldn't carry it all by himself, so he called for Ding Yukin to help. Chives. After Ding Yukin arrived at 101, seeing those lush green chives, she immediately looked on with envy. Although there weren't many chives, it was enough for an occasional treat. She had the urge to ask Wang Tao for 2 pots of chives. After all, there were 12 pots. Missing 2 wouldn't be a big deal. Even 1 would be fine. Just as Ding Yukin was thinking about how to ask, she suddenly spotted 2 corpses in the corner. She instinctively hid behind Wang Tao and clamped her hand firmly over her mouth. Ding Yukin hadn't really seen zombies before. She had only come across them on the internet before it went down. As for real life, there were some downstairs, but she didn't dare look. Besides, Wang Tao had already cleared those inside the building. But now, suddenly facing corpses with brains splattered and inhaling that nauseating stench, her legs were about to give out. Wang Tao turned back and saw Ding Yukin's terrified face, then explained. They're dead, no need to worry. The apartments on the first floor had security windows, and with zombies outside, they couldn't dispose of the two bodies, so for the time being they just had to leave them there. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look any longer. The idea of wanting 2 pots of chives was instantly abandoned. She didn't think Wang Tao would just give away his spoils, obtained through life-threatening danger, for free. If she asked for it, she feared it might annoy Wang Tao, and that would be more loss than gain. After packing up the loot, Wang Tao and Ding Yukin moved stuff back and forth 3 times before finally getting everything back to 501. On the way, a bald man who had heard the commotion came out to look and watched with envy. Wang Tao gave him some food. After all, the information about the number of people in apartment 101 had come from him, and it wasn't a false tip, so giving him some benefits was fair. The door to 401 cracked open as well, but before Wang Tao could get a clear look, it was shut again. He only caught a glimpse of a young man with glasses and a health bar above his head, 50/100. Wang Tao had thought about reaching out for a talk, since they were among the only 4 survivors in the building. But the man showed no interest in communicating, so naturally, Wang Tao didn't bother. It was already noon, and Ding Yukin had started cooking lunch for Wang Tao, who was somewhat worried about the 12 pots of chives. There was no space left in his apartment, and chives needed ample sunlight, but his balcony was too small. If all the pots were placed there, he wouldn't get any sunlight himself. No, I need to move. There are plenty of empty apartments in this building anyway. After some thought, Wang Tao found apartment 602 above quite nice. The layout of 602 was 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, much larger than his 2-bedroom place and clean, making it suitable for living. The apartment directly below 402 would be fine too, but Wang Tao felt that living higher up felt safer. Plus, he might be able to move the chives to the rooftop to grow. The rooftop was accessible, where residents would go to sun their bedding, usually locked, and you would get the key from the property management. When needed now, it was unclear who had it. But Wang Tao knew how to pick locks and make keys, so the absence of a key wasn't a big issue. Wang Tao, lunch is ready. By this time, Ding Yukin had finished preparing lunch. Okay. Lunch wasn't extravagant, as most vegetables were depleted, but there was plenty of meat. Ding Yukin served Wang Tao a small bowl of rice before sitting down and speaking. Wang Tao, when I opened the fridge just now, I noticed that the outdoor power supply is almost out of charge. Almost out of charge, I understand. Wang Tao frowned. The meat at home needed to be preserved in the refrigerator. Once there was a power outage, he would switch to the fully charged outdoor power supply to keep the fridge running. Although it was an energy-saving refrigerator that didn't use much electricity, only about 1 kilowatt-hour per day, the capacity of the outdoor power supply was limited. After using it for a few days, it was nearly depleted. Unless he could eat all the food that couldn't be stored at room temperature in the next few days, he would need to find diesel fuel to run the generator. Wang Tao had planned to clear out the zombies in room 102 tomorrow, since it was the last room in the building with zombies. The day after, he intended to see if he could move to another place, and then look for diesel fuel the day after that. But now he had to move up his Planskly and out room 102 this afternoon, move tonight, and go searching for diesel fuel tomorrow. In fact, Wang Tao didn't expend much physical strength killing zombies. He only went out once a day, not because he was scared, but as a precaution. That way, if an unforeseen crisis arose in the future, he'd be able to respond immediately. But given the current circumstances, running out of electricity was a threat to his food supply. So he'd have to take a bit of a risk. After the meal, Ding Yukin took the initiative to wash the dishes, and after finishing them, she went to wash Wang Tao's clothes as well. Wang Tao had previously told Ding Yukin she didn't need to wash his clothes, but now that the washing machine was unusable, he wouldn't say much since she was willing to help. As for the water issue, although water was now very precious, water that wasn't circulating would spoil if left standing for too long, so They would use it as needed and find a solution when it ran out. After finishing with the clothes, Wang Tao had also rested enough. "Wang Tao, are you going out again?" Ding Yukin was somewhat surprised, since she knew Wang Tao used to go out only once a day. "I'll go clean out the zombies in room 102. This was the last room in the building that still had zombies. Once room 102 was cleared, building number 4 could be considered completely safe. "Then you must be careful." Worry was written all over Ding Yukin's face. The only time she witnessed Wang Tao fighting zombies was during his first battle, and due to the limitations of the peephole, she didn't get to see the full extent of it. So Ding Yukin wasn't very clear about just how strong Wang Tao was. But judging by the fact that Wang Tao only went out once a day before, she thought the fight with the zombies must be tough now that Wang Tao was going out twice. It made her even more worried. "I will." Wang Tao nodded his head. With Ding Yukin's help, Wang Tao was quickly fully armed. He asked Ding Yukin to go back home while he went to the outside of room 102. According to the bald uncle, room 102 contained a family of 3, a couple in their 30s, and a child attending elementary school. Wang Tao wasn't sure how many zombies were inside, but he prepared assuming there were 3. Click tilde. After fiddling with it for a while, Wang Tao unlocked the door to room 102. But as soon as he opened the door a crack, he was hit with a strong smell of blood and decay. In an instant, Wang Tao's mind assessed that a fight had taken place inside. Clutching the long-handled sheep's horn hammer in his hand, he then flung the door open with force. Chapter 29, Running Potion. The living room was empty, with no zombies in sight. But the blood splattered all over the walls told Wang Tao that this place was not safe. Wang Tao quickly surveyed the area, finding the doors to all 3 bedrooms open, with darkened bloodstains at each entrance. He approached the living room silently and looked towards the rooms, spotting his target in the last master bedroom. In the master bedroom, a thin figure in a dirty school uniform was curled up on a blood-stained bed, back-facing Wang Tao. But what first drew Wang Tao's attention wasn't the figure, but the 2 bloody skeletons lying beside it on the bed. Wang Tao felt a chill down his spine. The slender figure seemed to sense the movement and slowly turned its head, revealing a face with gray-white pupils, protruding veins, and a mouth full of black blood. Hee 600/600. By the looks of this zombie before its death, it was that troublesome brat who had caused trouble for Wang Tao, but it had 100 more HP than the other zombies. Wang Tao gripped his horned hammer tighter. The situation had changed. There weren't 3 zombies here, but there was 1 small zombie with 600 HP. Phew! Without time to think, Wang Tao took a deep breath and strode towards the zombie. Heavy. The small zombie stood up and staggered towards Wang Tao. About 10 meters separated them, but Wang Tao suddenly realized that the small zombie's speed was not quite right. Despite its smaller size and shorter legs, it moved faster than the other zombies Wang Tao had seen. Wang Tao instantly stopped in his tracks, watching it cautiously. When the small zombie was about 4 large floor tiles away, approximately 3 meters, it spread its arms and suddenly lunged at Wang Tao. Whoosh! Although Wang Tao was caught off guard by the small zombie's sprint, he had been wary of it. In the moment it approached, he stepped to the side, dodging it. The small zombie failed to grab him, but didn't stop moving and took a few more steps forward before coming to a halt. Then, it slowly turned around and continued towards Wang Tao. Heavy. Just like before, once it was around 4 large floor tiles away from Wang Tao, it opened its arms and lunged at him again. This time Wang Tao didn't dodge, but instead raised a foot and kicked straight into the small zombie's chest. -3. The small zombie's arms, not even half the length of Wang Tao's long legs, flailed after being kicked in the chest, but Wang Tao had thick books strapped to his lower legs and felt no fear. But Wang Tao wasn't being careless. He was trying to gauge the small zombie's strength. Feeling the force on his foot, Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. For its size, its strength is almost like that of an ordinary zombie. Though surprised, Wang Tao suddenly exerted force in his foot. The small zombie, being light, was kicked into the air by Wang Tao and slammed against the wall. -26. That hit seemed to have collided with its head. Roar! The small zombie seemed a bit angry and came at Wang Tao again. It still approached quickly until it was about 3 meters away, then threw its arms out and lunged at Wang Tao in a sprint. Wang Tao repeated the same move, kicking out again, but this time he didn't hold back and kicked it right in the face. Bang! -64. He kicked it flying, and its jaw shattered from the impact. Bang! -37. Then the back of its head hit the wall again. It seems to only know this one move. Wang Tao pondered as he watched the small zombie contort its body to get up. This time, he didn't use his foot. He switched to the long-handled sheep's horn hammer instead. Heh! The small zombie continued its sprint towards Wang Tao, who grasped the hammer with one hand and, as it neared, brutally smashed it down. Bang! -236. 234/600. The hammer strike was dead on, smashing right onto the little zombie's forehead, directly depleting 1/3 of its HP. Its defense seems lower, probably because of its weaker physical constitution before. Wang Tao had seen online that the stronger the physical build of a person, the stronger the zombie they would become after infection and mutation. This little zombie was different from the ordinary ones, so Wang Tao tentatively called it a special zombie. But since it was only a child before infection, with a small body, light weight, and poor physical constitution, it made sense that its defensive power was lacking after the mutation. Of course, that was relative to Wang Tao. If it were an ordinary person, whether they could even break its defense would be a question. While pondering, the little zombie tenaciously stood up again. But this time it did not sprint. Instead, like ordinary zombies, it stalked towards Wang Tao with its arms flailing menacingly, although it was still faster than the regular ones. Wang Tao dodged twice, and having confirmed there were no other special attributes on the little zombie, he wound up and kicked it straight up to the ceiling. -79. -26. After the little zombie landed, Wang Tao kicked out again. Bang! -4. This kick landed on the little zombie's stomach, causing no real damage. However, like a rubber ball, it was kicked against the wall by Wang Tao once more. -32. 93/600. Looking at the remaining 1/6 of HP, Wang Tao's mouth curled under his mask. At least 3 more kicks to go. This was definitely not any form of retaliation against the naughty child. He simply wanted to test how strong this special zombie was. Roar tilde. The little zombie, undeterred by repeated failures, got up and approached Wang Tao again. Bang! 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 Splat! -2. 0/600. Looking at the little zombie whose head he had kicked open, Wang Tao somewhat disdainfully wiped his shoe on its clothes. Phew! Feeling refreshed, he began to tally up the spoils of battle. First was the HP gained from killing the sprinting little zombie, which, like the one capable of stealth he had encountered before, directly added 20 HP. Wang Tao's HP reached 185/185. Next was the half-transparent bundle that the little zombie dropped. With just a thought, Wang Tao had the package zip into his body. Obtained running potion small x1. Running potion small. After injection, lower limb strength increases. Running speed improves by 10% 100%, the stronger the constitution, the greater the enhancement. Lasts for 10 minutes, cools down in 12 hours. Nice stuff. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. This was an injector similar in appearance to the stealth potion, small, but its effects were so much stronger than the stealth potion. The stealth potion could only be used for hiding, But this running potion could increase movement speed by 10% 100%. Moreover, the speed increase depended on one's constitution. The stronger it was, the greater the boost. Wang Tao's physical constitution was definitely not weak. Even a 10% increase could be a life-saving skill at critical moments. The chances of success in finding Diesel outside also went up. If it could boost speed by 100% hiss, dare not think, dare not think. After placing the running potion into his space backpack, Wang Tao started to scour the room for more spoils of battle, deciding not to touch the little zombie's corpse since he had kicked it to bits. Chapter 30 Moving. Upon entering the master bedroom and seeing those two skeletons that had been severely gnawed on, Wang Tao felt a surge of nausea. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the child's parents hadn't turned into zombies after being bitten and completely devoured. Unless their luck was just too bad, and the zombie virus had too long an incubation period. It was said online that the incubation period of the zombie virus ranged from 1 minute to 24 hours. In most cases, a longer incubation period was better. This was because if you amputated the infected area before the mutation occurred, as long as it wasn't a fatal part, there was still a chance of survival. But sometimes, a shorter incubation period meant less suffering. Take this family, for example. Perhaps before they died, they had to watch their own child devour them. Just thinking about that scene was chilling. All I can say is, you were just unlucky. Shaking his head, Wang Tao hurriedly scavenged through the master bedroom, then dragged the small zombie's body into the room, placing it between the two other corpses. Then he closed the room door with a loud bang. A family should be together, complete and orderly. The food in apartment 101 wasn't plentiful. Given Wang Tao's appetite, it might last about 10 days. However, there were plenty of snacks to tide him over. All the items Wang Tao deemed useful or valuable were also packed up. After he finished scavenging, Wang Tao moved the items up to the 5th floor. Since there wasn't much, he didn't call for Ding Yukin. But because he made quite a bit of noise going upstairs, Ding Yukin, who had been keeping an eye on Wang Tao, naturally noticed. She quickly opened the door, first asking solicitously whether Wang Tao was injured, then inquiring if she could help with any work. Wang Tao did indeed have a task for her. He handed Ding Yukin a bunch of keys. Sister-in-law, go collect all the usable glass bottles from those apartments and see how many you can find. Here are the keys. Wang Tao had kept the keys to the rooms he had scavenged. Some were the originals left in the rooms, others he had made copies of. After all, it wasn't practical to pick the locks every time. By myself. Ding Yukin felt the keys in her hand burning hot. Scared? Wang Tao frowned. Ding Yukin nodded honestly. There's nothing to be scared of. I've cleared out all the zombies. As long as you don't open the entrance door to the building, it's safe, forget it. I'll ask the uncle downstairs for help. As he spoke, Wang Tao reached for the keys. No, I'll go. When Ding Yukin heard that Wang Tao was going to ask someone else, she quickly clutched the keys tightly. She was a smart woman and knew that if she couldn't prove her worth, especially in this post-apocalyptic world, there was a possibility of being abandoned. She didn't dare gamble her life on Wang Tao's benevolence. Wang Tao gave her a thoughtful look. All right, go ahead. Although the zombies in Building 4 had been cleared out, the fear they had caused lingered. Not to mention Ding Yukin, even the locksmith downstairs rarely left his home, staying inside almost constantly, especially with many apartments still having remnants of blood smell. Ding Yukin was ready to face it head-on. Wang Tao took a pair of binoculars and weapons to the 6th floor, where he used a lock-picking tool to open the door leading to the rooftop. When the apocalypse broke out, no one had gone up to the rooftop, which aside from some permanently installed clothes racks, had nothing on it. Hugh, being cooped up in the building, all these days had been somewhat oppressive. Stepping out suddenly and seeing the sunset-drenched orange sky, he felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. However, when Wang Tao reached the edge of the rooftop and looked down, that feeling of exhilaration turned instantly into urgency. Because the street below to the north was filled with zombies. From this vantage point, he could see many things that were not visible before. The zombies hidden around the corners and at the base of walls were far more numerous than Wang Tao had imagined. Still, even though the sight was somewhat horrifying, if he could kill all these zombies, the rewards would be substantial. If I throw a Molotov cocktail to burn them to death, I wonder if the kills would count as mine. Wang Tao then moved to the south side, where he could essentially get a clear view of all the zombies wandering in the courtyard of the complex. 319-20. He could see a total of 20, and as for those inside the building that were out of sight, he was unsure. But even with just these 20, they were more than he could handle. The best course of action, he felt, was to lure the zombies to one place and kill them one by one, or to set a massive fire and burn them all to death. But it was too early to be thinking about that now. He had come to the rooftop to figure out how to break out of the complex while surrounded by zombies. Now that Building 4 had been cleared, Wang Tao's next target was to fetch Diesel from the Big Bite of Meat restaurant, and also to scavenge some food. The main gate of the complex was to the west, and directly opposite it was the Big Bite of Meat restaurant. One of the glass doors of the small restaurant was open, while the other was shattered, and he saw no zombies inside. The street was rather narrow and not frequently traveled, so there weren't many zombies around. Wang Tao only spotted a few. As for how he would get out of the complex, Wang Tao felt that the main gate was definitely not an option, as that would attract the attention of the 20 zombies. While zombies generally didn't run fast, and he could probably get through the 20 of them in the complex if he was just focused on escaping, provided his luck wasn't exceptionally bad. There could be no mistakes. That plan was very risky. And he was a bit worried. What if the zombies were attracted by him and followed him right into the small restaurant? So Wang Tao felt that climbing over the wall was a more reliable option. The perimeter wall of the complex wasn't thick and was a simple brick wall. By his estimate, it was just over 2 meters high. With his ability, scaling this wall would naturally not be a problem. First, he'll rush out of the entrance of Building 4, make it to the wall, then climb over it and dash into the small restaurant. If no zombies follow, that's best. If some do follow, then he'll just close the rolling door of the restaurant. I didn't see any zombies inside the restaurant, and even if there were, at most it would be Boss Lee and his wife. I can deal with up to 3 zombies. Wang Tao quickly formulated his action plan. However, before that, he needed to move. His home was still too small, and if everything went well on this trip out, he should be able to find quite a few supplies, which wouldn't fit in his home. Wang Tao was reluctant to throw away those supplies that were temporarily unnecessary, so moving to a bigger house was the best choice. As for where to move, Wang Tao had already decided Long Agate would be room 602 upstairs. As he went downstairs, Ding Yukin happened to be sweating profusely, carrying a box of narrow-necked glass bottles to the front door of Wang Tao's house. "Wait a moment, sister-in-law, don't put them inside. I'm moving to an upstairs room," he said. "I'm moving." Ding Yukin was taken aback, then seemed to think of something, and her face turned pale. Chapter 30. Please take your sister-in-law with you. He's moving. He's living just fine. Why is he moving? Does he dislike me? Doesn't want to live across from me anymore? Is it because I eat too much? Or because I can't be of help to him? But as a weak woman, what help can I offer Wang Tao in this post-apocalyptic world? At that moment, Ding Yukin's heart was filled with panic. She was only surviving now thanks to the relief Wang Tao provided. Without him, she was certain to die. She was still young, she didn't want to die. Moving right now. Wang Tao nodded his head. He hadn't gone out at night before because the zombies in Building 4 hadn't been cleared out, and he was afraid of accidents. It was too dangerous in the pitch dark. but now that the zombies had been cleared out, there was nothing to worry about if he worked at night. Wang Tao was planning not just to move all the supplies to 602, but he also wanted to move those chives to the rooftop. Growing them on the balcony was obviously not as good as the rooftop. He decided to dismantle some of the furniture and use the steel pipe clothes racks on the rooftop to build a simple shed to house the diesel generator. After all, the smell was too strong. It was impossible to live with it indoors. Talking about moving, in fact, there weren't too many things. Items that were not immediately needed could all be left in 501. Wang Tao only needed to move daily necessities, exercise equipment, the generator, and food. As for other furniture, beds and such, he could just use those in 602. Wang Tao wasn't very picky, second-hand goods were fine for him. Ding Yukin watched Wang Tao move bag after bag of food upstairs, which instantly gave her a sense of being abandoned. 2 hours later. "Sister-in-law, you go back to sleep. I can handle the rest," Wang Tao said, waving his hand with a hint of distaste. Ding Yukin was too weak. Her working efficiency was too low. Working together, sometimes she even got in the way. Oh. After Ding Yukin left, Wang Tao busied himself until midnight, finally settling into his new home. Then, without resting, he took a telescope to the rooftop. The weather was good that night, with stars scattered across the sky. Zombies are so active at night, but I wonder if their strength has increased. Wang Tao felt an urge to have a go with the zombies at night, of course. This was just an impulse. He definitely wouldn't do it right now. Wang Tao took a dry towel, dampened it with alcohol, and then went to the edge of the rooftop, lighting the towel with a lighter. Watching the towel catch fire quickly, Wang Tao casually tossed it down. The flaming towel drifted down towards the street, landing amidst a few zombies. Attracted by the light, the zombies immediately ran over, but upon feeling the heat of the flames, the surrounding zombies quickly retreated a few steps. One of the zombies stared restlessly at the flames, while the others left outright. After the towel burned out, the zombie that had remained waved its arms and came over, waiting at the ashes for a while, and then left when it found nothing. From the rooftop, Wang Tao watched all of this unfold. Then he tried another experiment, this time not with a towel but with a thick stick. After lighting the stick on fire, Wang Tao threw it towards the distance. Crack! The sound of the stick hitting the ground attracted a few zombies, but after feeling the light of the fire, they, too, retreated. In the end, only 2 zombies remained, staring at the burning stick from afar. The stick burned longer, and after a while, those 2 zombies also lost patience and contorted their bodies to leave. Seeing this, Wang Tao felt a bit exhilarated. If I could turn the area around the compound into a firewall, wouldn't the zombies be reluctant to come over? Then, wouldn't this at least be a relatively safe, small-scale survivor base? Of course, Wang Tao would never do that, because this community's location isn't great, lacking tall perimeter walls, and there aren't many good resources nearby. He himself had no plans to stay here for long, so there was no need to consider setting up a small survivor base. However, it could be turned into a temporary base. The next day, Wang Tao awoke in the large bed of apartment 602. Before he could wash up, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, there stood Ding Yukin, right on time. "Wang Tao, I've come to make you breakfast." Today, Ding Yukin's attire was different from usual, making her look very homely. Her black hair fell behind her, adorned with a black butterfly knot hairband. She wore a deep purple low-cut camisole dress, which perfectly highlighted her shapely, gourd-like figure. But what was most attractive were her round, snowy and slender legs and the rounded feet in flip-flops, stirring an urge in one to play with them. Wang Tao had just gotten out of bed, and seeing Ding Yukin's outfit, a nameless fire suddenly sparked in his heart. But his self-control was solid after all. With so many beauties on set, lacking self-restraint would be embarrassing. Wang Tao surveyed Ding Yukin with an appreciative eye several times before stepping aside to let her in. Sister-in-law, come in." Ding Yukin, slightly stiff in her movements, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon Wang Tao's invitation. She feared that once Wang Tao moved, he wouldn't need her to cook anymore. "By the way, make breakfast a bit more substantial today." Wang Tao suddenly stopped walking, and Ding Yukin, looking down, didn't notice and bumped into him. Feeling the softness behind him, Wang Tao very gentlemanly stepped aside, letting Ding Yukin go first. "Sister-in-law, you should watch where you're going." With a blush on her face, Ding Yukin replied in a low voice. She felt that Wang Tao had done it on purpose, but she had no evidence. After watching Ding Yukin sway her way to the kitchen, Wang Tao first went to the bathroom, then headed to the exercise area to start his workout and cool off a bit. An hour later, Ding Yukin, who had prepared a full table of dishes, called Wang Tao to eat. Since Wang Tao had asked for a more substantial breakfast, she naturally complied. Knowing his appetite, the amount was not excessive. "Sister-in-law, please sit too, let's eat together." Ding Yukin had been looking for an excuse to stay. At Wang Tao's words, her face lit up with joy, and she quickly thanked him. "Thank you." Wang Tao usually had her cook lunch. Does this breakfast count as an extra treat? However, Wang Tao's next words dispelled Ding Yukin's hopeful thoughts. "I am going out for a bit later, out of the community, sister-in-law. You just stay in your room and don't wander around." You're leaving the community." She subconsciously frowned, feeling scared just by the thought of stepping out of her own doorway, let alone the community where zombies roamed outside. Could it be was Wang Tao heading to find a survivor base? But he hadn't agreed to take her with him yet. No wonder he didn't ask her to have breakfast and made it so lavish. It turned out to be a farewell meal. Ding Yukin became anxious at once. She instinctively grabbed Wang Tao's hand with a pleading look. "Wang Tao, please don't leave me behind, take me with you. I am begging you." Wang Tao was startled at first, but after seeing the expression on Ding Yukin's face, he realized she might have misunderstood. So he said calmly, "It's too dangerous outside, sister-in-law. It's better for you to stay at home. I'll leave some food for you." Chapter 32. I'll work like an ox or a horse to repay you. "No, I don't want it. I don't want your food. I don't want to be alone at home. I just want to go with you, please, Wang Tao." Ding Yukin clutched Wang Tao's hand tightly in her agitated state, her eyes brimming with tears. It was the first time Wang Tao had seen Ding Yukin lose her composure like this, and he fell silent for a moment. "It's not possible. It's too dangerous outside." "I am not afraid of danger. As long as you take me, I am not afraid of anything." Ding Yukin quickly spoke. Wang Tao fell silent again, then said, "Forgive my bluntness, but sister-in-law, you're too weak physically. Going out with me, you'd only be a burden." Hearing this, Ding Yukin's face turned paler and paler. Then she bit her lower lip as if making up her mind, a mix of fear and feigned seduction in her voice. "As long as you take sister-in-law with you, I'll do anything you ask of me, please." Wang Tao continued to stay silent, but he furrowed his brow as if in thought. Seeing that her words seemed to have an effect, Ding Yukin's hope was reignited. If one could live, nobody would choose death. But Wang Tao's next words seemed to sentence her to death. "Sorry, I still think it's better for sister-in-law to stay at your home. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's eat." Wang Tao withdrew his hand from Ding Yukin's. Not talk about it? How could they not talk about it? Ding Yukin was not even 30 years old. She had a whole beautiful life ahead of her. She didn't want to die. Ding Yukin's face was the picture of despair. Looking at the lavish spread of food before her, she simply couldn't eat. Although Wang Tao had a big appetite, he ate quickly. Before Ding Yukin could even come to her senses, he had finished eating. Then he stood up, ready to go and pack his gear. Suddenly there was a thump. Ding Yukin knelt down in front of Wang Tao, desperately hugging his legs. Her eyes welled with tears as she said, "Wang Tao, I won't hold you back. Really, I swear. If there's a danger you can't handle, just leave me behind. I just hope that when you have spare strength, you can protect me for old time's sake, for Brother Zhao's sake, I am begging you. Please. Looking down at Ding Yukin kneeling before him, there was indeed a perverse thrill. But Wang Tao didn't plan to continue scaring her, as her HP was nearly depleted. In just this short time, her HP had dropped by 20 or 30, scaring her further might actually kill her. So Wang Tao crouched down, intending to pat Ding Yukin on the shoulder. But she might have misunderstood his gesture, suddenly grabbing Wang Tao's hand and pressing it against her face, her voice choked. Wang Tao, as long you don't abandon sister-in-law, I will repay you by working like an ox or horse in the future. Feeling the softness in his hand, Wang Tao gently wiped her tears away. Looking at her frightened and even despairing gaze, Wang Tao showed a trace of confusion and said, Sister-in-law, when did I say I was going to abandon you? You said you were going out. You said I was a burden. You wouldn't take me with you. Isn't that abandoning me? Sob. I said I am leaving the neighborhood to look for diesel outside, to power the home's diesel generator. Such a dangerous task. If I took you, wouldn't you be a burden? Of course, if you really wish to come with me, I will respect your decision. Get ready and let's leave right now. Having said that, Wang Tao stood up and began to put on his gear, leaving Ding Yukin in a daze. It seemed like a moment, yet also an eternity before Ding Yukin hurriedly got up, trotted behind Wang Tao, and started with a mix of excitement and disbelief. Wang Tao, are you serious? You're just going out for supplies and y'all come back, right? You won't leave me behind. Wang Tao twisted his body, his face showing some displeasure. Sister-in-law, are you doubting my words, not believing me? No, not at all. I didn't doubt you. I definitely believe you. I am just too excited. Ding Yukin quickly brought her hands together in prayer and bowed to Wang Tao. All right, sister-in-law, hurry up and eat. We're leaving soon. Leaving? Where to? Of course, to look for diesel. Didn't you say you wanted to come with me? Hurry up, we want to leave early and return early. To be honest, she still wasn't completely sure whether Wang Tao's words were true or if it was possible for him to just leave and never come back. If she went with Wang Tao, then even if he really left, she wouldn't be alone here. But Wang Tao didn't seem to be deceiving her, especially since he had always been so good to her before. He probably wouldn't lie. If she really went out to look for supplies with Wang Tao, the danger would be too great, far less safe than waiting at home, and indeed she might become a burden to Wang Tao. After contemplating for a few seconds, Ding Yukin, clutching the hem of her dress and looking down somewhat embarrassed, said, I'll just wait for you at home. Sister-in-law, do you want to come out with me or wait at home? I'll wait for you to come back. Ding Yukin didn't hesitate this time and immediately spoke up. All right then, make sure you stay at home and don't run around. I'll help you with your gear. Ding Yukin wiped her eyes, not minding the makeup that was slightly smeared, and hurriedly went to help Wang Tao. After they finished preparing, Wang Tao handed several packs of instant noodles to Ding Yukin. I think I should be able to come back by tonight at the latest, but I can't be too sure. Take this food for now in case I really get delayed so you won't go hungry. Thank you. Ding Yukin hurriedly took them. All right, let's go. Wang Tao and Ding Yukin left the house together. After watching Ding Yukin return to her own home, Wang Tao continued downstairs. Wang Tao, you must come back safely. From behind, Ding Yukin opened a crack in the door and called out softly with a hint of worry. She was not sure whether she was more worried about Wang Tao getting hurt or the possibility that he might not return at all. Wang Tao waved his hand. When he reached the bottom of the building, he didn't go out immediately but first went to Unit 201. He cracked open a window slightly. There was no security grill here. If there was someone blocking the main entrance when he returned, he could climb in through this window. Although it was unlikely to be needed, it was better to be prepared for any eventuality. As he left, probably hearing the noise, the balding uncle also came out. He was surprised to see Wang Tao fully armed. "Young man, are you going out?" "Yeah, we're running low on supplies at home. Need to go out and look for some." Although his home still had quite a bit of supplies, his consumption was also substantial, so saying they were running low was not far from the truth. "There are two of you at home. That's a lot of consumption indeed." The balding uncle had seen Wang Tao and Ding Yukin act together before and thought Ding Yukin was Wang Tao's girlfriend. Although they live in the same building, it's not unusual for residents not to know each other well. Chapter 33, Stealth Potion Medium. "Be careful, young man. You've got a delicate wife waiting for you at home. You can't afford to have an accident." The bald uncle cheered Wang Tao on. It must be said, although the bald uncle was physically weak and easily frightened, he had a kind heart. Wang Tao didn't explain much. "Don't worry, uncle. I am naturally not going to have an accident. But you, please don't go out no matter what. Just move around inside the building. It's too dangerous outside." "Haha, rest assured, I am too scared to step outside. I have to stay alive to reunite with my wife and children." The bald uncle took out a family photo from his pocket, his eyes brimming with longing. "Then I am relieved." The bald uncle did not delay Wang Tao any further and left after exchanging a few words. Wang Tao proceeded downstairs and through the security door's window. He could see several zombies roaming around outside. He waited quietly for a while, and when he saw the zombies slowly moving away from the door, Wang Tao took a deep breath and then burst through the security door. Clack! The sound of the security door opening instantly attracted the attention of a few zombies. Wang Tao didn't even glance at them. He closed the door and sprinted towards the community wall in the distance. "Het! Roar!" The zombies that noticed him immediately began to twist their bodies and stagger towards Wang Tao. Although Wang Tao was running, he didn't forget to observe the zombies around him, making sure there were none that could stealth, sprint, or had other special abilities. Fortunately, for the time being, the zombie's speed didn't seem fast, and as long as he wasn't surrounded, there would be no threat to his life. After a dozen seconds, Wang Tao safely sprinted to the wall and then, with a foot on the bare wall, he leaped forcefully, grabbing onto the top of the wall. "Heave!" Wang Tao's arm muscles bulged. He exclaimed lightly and used the formidable strength of his upper body to lift his entire lower body up. By the time two nearby zombies sluggishly arrived, Wang Tao was already standing atop the wall, out of their reach as they waved their arms helplessly. Wang Tao suddenly felt that if he used the 1-meter-long steel pipe from behind to strike the heads of the zombies below, couldn't he slowly wear them all down? After all, the zombies couldn't reach him. Perhaps it's a good method, but now is not the right time. It'll let them off the hook. Wang Tao hadn't forgotten his purpose. Securing diesel fuel was crucial. Killing zombies was secondary for now. He looked toward the other side of the wall. The situation on this street was the same as what he had seen from the rooftop. Not many zombies. A few zombies were in the distance, but they had not noticed him yet. Lucky break. Wang Tao lightly jumped off the wall. The cracked ground, black bloodstains everywhere, newspapers and government notices scattered around, cars burned down to their frames, and moss-covered mottled walls. Viewing the post-apocalyptic desolation on the street instilled a sudden sense of loneliness. Wang Tao took a deep breath, cast aside these complex emotions, and stealthily made his way to the Big Mouth meat-eating diner across the street. The glass door of the small diner was ajar, revealing a scene of disarray inside, with many chairs and tables damaged and dried blood smears on the ground and walls. Wang Tao was not surprised by this scene. Gripping the 1-meter-long steel wolf fang club tightly, he slowly entered. This time when he left the house, he brought all 3 steel pipes, 250 cm and one 1-meter long. He had modified each of these weapons. Of the 250 cm steel pipes, he turned one into a long-handled sheep's horn hammer, the weapon he found most comfortable to wield so far. The other one was modified by stuffing a small sharp-tipped steel bar inside to create a short spear. As for the 1-meter steel pipe, he drilled several holes in it and inserted long nails, transforming it into a wolf fang club. In more open spaces, it's better to use this 1-meter-long steel pipe wolf fang club. After entering the shop, he carefully avoided the glass shards on the floor and then quickly surveyed the hall. He mainly wanted to see if there were any zombies hiding behind the cash register. He had been ambushed by a crafty zombie before, and if he had time, he would make sure to check carefully. Fortunately, there was nothing under the cash register. Looking at the change in the drawer, Wang Tao casually grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his pocket. This trip hadn't been in vain. Wang Tao checked the street behind him and, seeing no zombies approaching, held the Wolf Fang Club and walked into the back kitchen. The kitchen was a mess, plundered bare, but thankfully there were no bloodstains. The small diner had 2 doors. One was the front door he had just come through, and the other was a side door next to a bedroom where staff could rest, leading out into an alley. The side door was open, and outside was a domestically made white pickup truck with its plastic wrap barely torn. It belonged to Boss Lee. The truck surely had fuel inside. That day Wang Tao had seen Boss Lee refueling it. But this raised another issue. If Boss Lee's truck was here, it meant he hadn't left. Wang Tao glanced at the tightly closed bedroom door. Since their store also served breakfast, Boss Lee and his wife usually slept in the shop for convenience in the mornings. Wang Tao guessed that either they had been bitten by zombies that came from outside and turned into zombies, or they had become zombies inside this bedroom on the first day. Regardless, they had definitely been infected. Because their fuel-filled truck was here, and had they not been infected, they would likely have fled to the countryside in it. The bedroom door was locked, and Wang Tao prepared to pick the lock. He had come out well prepared this time. Things like weapons, some lock-picking tools, food, binoculars, a flashlight, even a small radio, mobile phone, walkie-talkie, and so on were all with him. After all, the mission was to scavenge for supplies, and having incomplete tools wouldn't do. Besides, being tall and strong meant carrying these items was no hassle for him. Click. After fiddling with the door lock for a while, he successfully unlocked it. Thankfully, the door was not bolt-locked. Otherwise, even the best lock-picking skills would have been useless. Wang Tao gently pushed the door open and immediately saw a fat figure lying on its side on the bed, covered with a blanket and facing away from him. Seeing that red HP bar above its head, Wang Tao didn't hesitate. He rushed in and struck its head brutally with the Wolf Fang Club. Bang! Dark blood splattered. Minus 156. 394/550. The zombie let out an unpleasant hiss as it tried to turn over. Wang Tao kicked it in the waist through the blanket, flipping it back again. Then Wang Tao pulled out the Wolf Fang Club and delivered 3 consecutive blows. Splat. Minus 142. Minus 143. Minus 109. 0/550. Acquired Stealth Potion Medium X2. Another crafty zombie. Chapter 34, Great Harvest. Wang Tao was very surprised. He had thought that zombies capable of stealth were all hiding in dark places, waiting to launch surprise attacks. But now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Like the one in front of him, when Wang Tao came over, it didn't attack first but continued lying on the bed. If Wang Tao hadn't seen the red HP bar above its head as soon as he entered, he wouldn't have been so decisive. If someone else had come in unsuspectingly to check, they might have been in big trouble. After killing it, Wang Tao's HP increased by 20, and he was now at 205/205. Wang Tao couldn't help but feel that his physical capabilities had slightly enhanced after his HP broke through 200, but there was no time to test it now. He'd study it carefully when he got back. He flipped the zombie's body over, and although half of its head had been smashed by him, he could still recognize from the other half that this was the proprietress of the shop. As for where Boss Lee had gone, Wang Tao suddenly flipped back the quilt, only to see a bunch of bloody human bones lying in the arms of the zombie proprietress. Shua. Wang Tao hurriedly covered the quilt again. He would lose HP too if he saw such scenes too much. Having confirmed there was no immediate danger in the bedroom, Wang Tao turned his attention to the spoils he had obtained from killing the zombie proprietress. Obtained Stealth Potion Medium X2. Stealth Potion Medium. After injection, it can hide one's scent, making it harder for zombies to detect. Duration 1 hour, cooldown time 12 hours. Friendly reminder, best used during daytime for maximum effect. Great stuff, and it's a double dose of potions. Wang Tao had previously guessed that there might be medium and large stealth potions, some of which might help hide from zombies, and he was right. What he was lacking now was this kind of potion. Potions for avoiding people weren't of much use to him, at least not for the moment. But these for avoiding zombies were extremely useful. He even felt like injecting a stealth potion now, and going to provoke some zombies, but such dangerous thoughts were fleeting. Because it was clearly stated in the description that it's harder to be detected by zombies, not won't be detected by zombies. Wang Tao guessed that the principle behind the stealth potion might be to lower his own human scent. Zombies could normally detect him from a distance, but after injecting the potion, they could only do so from close proximity. He figured that was more or less right. After storing the stealth potion carefully, Wang Tao started scavenging for other spoils. The bedroom wasn't big. A bed and some sundries occupied the entire space. Boss Li and his wife were usually simple folks, not wearing much jewelry, so Wang Tao didn't bother searching their bodies. It was mainly the other things in the bedroom. Wang Tao immediately noticed 3 army green square tin oil drums in the corner, each labeled with a 20L mark. Wang Tao tried them out and found only one drum was full, another had only half diesel left, and the last was empty. However, this was enough for Wang Tao. Apparently, 1 liter of diesel could generate 3 to 4 kilowatt-hours of electricity, so with roughly 30 liters, that was almost 100 kilowatt-hours. If he only used this electricity for freezing in his fridge's daily consumption was less than 1 kilowatt-hour, so this would last for quite some time. After setting aside the oil drums, Wang Tao continued his scavenging. But there wasn't much of value left in the bedroom, and he found only a wallet, a car key, and 2 mobile phones. Then Wang Tao went to the kitchen. Although the kitchen looked like it had been ransacked, some food was left behind. Wang Tao didn't dare take some of the dirtier food, not sure if it had been contaminated with zombie blood. After a simple selection process, he took an unopened 25 kg bag of rice, a 25 kg bag of flour, several bags of salt, sugar, some rice noodles, a large number 0 beverages, 2 bottles of beer, and a big bag of various types of takeout seasoning packets, roughly weighing 20 kg. I didn't expect you, the bushy-browed Boss Li, to use seasoning packets, Wang Tao slightly criticized in his mind, but it was a good thing for him, as at least these unopened seasoning packets were clean and offered a rich variety of flavors, which weren't too bad. After sorting these things out, they weighed a hefty 150 kilograms. There's a bit too much to carry in one go. Wang Tao suddenly found himself with the happy problem of abundance. Fortunately, he lived close to the residential area, so he could just make a few trips. Just as Wang Tao confirmed there were no zombies around and prepared to take some of the items home first, he suddenly heard a faint buzzing noise. What's that sound? And it's getting louder. Wang Tao was instantly on guard. He put down the supplies and gripped the wolf fang club in his hands tightly. The zombies outside seemed to have heard the noise too and were getting restless. In this post-apocalyptic world, any small change could prove deadly. Without knowing exactly what was going on, Wang Tao didn't dare take the risk and head home. He continued to wait in the restaurant, but he had already hung the iron hook of the roll-up door on the door itself, ready to bring it down in an instant should zombies approach. As for the back door of the small restaurant, Wang Tao had locked it from the inside long ago. Buzz, whoosh. The sound grew from a distance, and Wang Tao, hiding by the door, suddenly looked up. In the distant azure sky, a small black dot appeared. That's a plane. Wang Tao's gaze sharpened, his heart suddenly filled with excitement. He quickly checked his phone in his pocket. Today is April 18th, the day the government said they would make the airdrop. The government is still there. At least it's still operating well enough to keep its promises. Wang Tao's spirits rose all at once, his eyes firmly fixed on the growing black dot. As the roar of the turboprop engine grew louder, Wang Tao recognized it as a government military transport plane. Could it really be an airdrop? Wang Tao was hopeful. If only the airdrop would land nearby. Whoosh! Hee-hee! Roar! With the arrival of the plane, the zombies outside grew more frenzied and started running about wildly. Wang Tao was a bit anxious. Luckily, there weren't many zombies around, so for the time being, there wasn't much risk of being exposed. They were dropping supplies. Suddenly, Wang Tao saw crates being released from the transport plane's rear, like an animal laying eggs. Some of the airdrops had parachutes unfold, WHTLE others didn't. As the plane drew closer, Wang Tao grew more excited. However, he quickly cursed under his breath because, as it got closer, he realized the plane was starting to turn. Forget it, that's just my luck. Just as Wang Tao was about to lament his bad luck, he saw the plane make a turn and suddenly drop another airdrop. This one was very close to him. He could even see the large letters on the crate, and it was a parachute-equipped airdrop. Wang Tao was instantly torn. To take or not to take? Chapter 35, Liars All Liars. Ding Yukin had wanted to sleep at home, hopping to see Wang Tao safe and sound when she woke up. But with Wang Tao not around, she felt so insecure that she couldn't fall asleep at all. So she watched Wang Tao from the balcony. Due to the angle, she didn't see how Wang Tao left building number 4 or how he avoided the zombies, but she saw him effortlessly scale the courtyard wall and dodge the zombies. This made Ding Yukin a bit excited. Wang Tao is so strong, nothing will go wrong with him. She couldn't see what happened to Wang Tao after he climbed over the wall. She could only see part of the street. Nevertheless, she stayed on the balcony, occasionally glancing toward the entrance of the community, with her hands busy sewing a black mask. This was a double-layered mask, with a white skull's big mouth on it. Wang Tao had seen a garment with a skull head on it before, and he thought that cutting out the skull head and sewing it onto the mask would definitely look cool. However, Wang Tao had only mentioned this idea casually because these fancy accessories that didn't increase fighting ability weren't his priority. He would rather spend that time training. Moreover, his sewing skills were inadequate. But Ding Yukin took his words to heart. Since she didn't have much to do at home, she decisively helped Wang Tao sew a handsome new mask. Just as she finished sewing the mask, she saw the zombies in the community downstairs becoming more frenzied, followed by a faint buzzing noise. She didn't know what was happening, but the sight of the frenzy outside sent her heart racing. Wang Tao, you must be okay. The noise outside grew louder, the zombies downstairs became more frenzied, and Ding Yukin's anxiety and excitement intensified. It sounds like a plane. She hadn't seen the cargo plane, but she had been on planes before, and the noise was similar. She guessed that it might be a plane passing by. Her nervousness was naturally for Wang Tao, while the excitement came from the thought of the government's rescue. However, after living through so many days of the apocalypse, she had completely lost hope in the idea of rescue. Even now, hearing the sound of a plane, she didn't dare to harbor too much hope. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She had now pinned all her hopes on Wang Tao. Wang Tao had promised her he wouldn't abandon her. And just as Ding Yukin prayed for Wang Tao to return quickly, she suddenly heard another roar. But this sound wasn't from above. It was at the entrance of the community. She quickly focused her gaze and saw a white pickup truck suddenly backing out from a small alley. then sharply swerved 90 degrees, positioning the driver's side towards happy community. That's Wang Tao. Ding Yukin suddenly clenched the mask in her hands with some excitement. Although the distance was too far for her to see the driver's face clearly, she was too familiar with Wang Tao's build and his head-to-toe black armed gear. Is he planning to drive the car back to the community? He must have gotten a lot of supplies. That's great. Ding Yukin's monologue suddenly stuttered, because she realized that Wang Tao wasn't driving into the community, but heading directly towards another street. In the blink of an eye, she could only see the two red tail lights on the white pickup truck. He left. Ding Yukin's expression became somewhat blank. Thud. The newly sewn mask fell to the ground from her hands. He promised me, if he had the strength left, he wouldn't abandon me. He obviously still had the strength. Liar. All liars. Sob sob. 10 minutes earlier. After agonizing for a few seconds, Wang Tao decided to go for the airdrop. As the saying goes, opportunities are reserved for the prepared. The airdrop wasn't far from him, and if he failed to seize this chance, who knew when the next one would come, if there would even be a next time. Moreover, Wang Tao desired the airdrop not just for the resources inside. He was more eager to learn the current state of the outside world and the government, to know if there was a chance of restoring order, if the government had any deeper understanding of the apocalypse. He was certain the government would leave information in the airdrop. So this was an opportunity. Conveniently, there was a pickup truck outside, filled with gas. The airdrop had fallen in a less crowded area where there were relatively fewer vehicles on the road. Most importantly, he had 2 stealth potions, a source of confidence. Wang Tao wasn't too fond of taking risks, but now with so many favorable conditions before him, he felt the risk was worth taking. Thus, Wang Tao picked up the car keys, opened the pickup truck door, and loaded all the supplies he had just gathered onto the vehicle. Then, with a skilled reverse and drift, he floored the accelerator before the distant zombies could react. Boom! The white pickup truck roared away as several zombies at the roadside choked on its exhaust. Inside the vehicle, Wang Tao felt the wind passing by his ears and watched the houses swiftly fly by, feeling a swell of pride in his heart. Who says you have to hide at home during the apocalypse? Wasn't he having fun outside? Seeing some zombies on the road, Wang Tao extended his middle finger, offering them an international friendly gesture, and courteously inquired about the health of their family members. Soon the vehicle approached a residential square. Several abandoned vehicles blocked the entrance, and Wang Tao remembered there were quite a few zombies inside the square. He immediately reduced speed, trying to be as quiet as possible, then sought a path through. At the entrance of the square, a skinny female zombie was hanging its head low. As the pickup approached, it slowly lifted its head, revealing a gaping mouth that stretched to its ears. Then it opened its mouth even wider. Then, a piercing screaming sound, like fingernails on glass, erupted from its mouth. Wang Tao inside the truck jumped in shock. What the hell? He looked towards the source and saw the female zombie with the wide-open mouth. It only has 200 HP. But before Wang Tao could express his surprise, he saw a large group of zombies in the distant square awakened by the screaming, turning their heads one after another towards the pickup, then walking and even running towards Wang Tao's location. Damn it! Seeing at least 100 zombies charging toward him, Wang Tao could no longer worry about finding a way through. He whipped the steering wheel around and drove straight into the screaming zombie. Bang! -34. -166. 0/200. The screaming zombie was first struck and sent flying, then its head was crushed under the wheels of the truck, killing it instantly. Wang Tao, with one hand out the window, willed the screaming zombies drop bag into his body after it had tested earlier that as long as he was within about 3 meters from a zombie, he could absorb the transparent bag. Without even looking at what the zombie dropped, he floored the gas pedal again, and the unrelenting pickup continued on, crashing into the back of an abandoned sedan ahead. Bang! A loud crash sounded. The abandoned vehicle was shoved aside, while the pickup shuddered violently, its body twirling uncontrollably. Wang Tao jerked the steering wheel twice in quick succession, forcibly stabilizing the vehicle. Glancing in the rear-view mirror at the horde of at least 100 ferocious zombies in pursuit, Wang Tao stepped on the gas once more. Damn it, I can't afford to show off like this anymore. Chapter 36, Tap Water Plant. Wang Tao finally understood why during the 10 or so days he had stayed at home, he had never seen vehicles on the streets outside nor heard any noise. On the one hand, there were few survivors left outside. More importantly, these things truly had an incredible ability to attract zombies. With a horde of zombies following the car, he couldn't stop, and the faster he went, the louder the noise became, resulting in even more zombies following behind. This was a vicious cycle. If the road had been clear, the zombies definitely wouldn't have been able to catch up with the car. But there were obstacles everywhere on the road, severely hindering the driving speed, especially when sometimes he had to ram through roadblocks, not only affecting the speed but also creating a huge amount of noise. Seeing that the car was not getting any further from the zombie horde, but instead more and more zombies were piling up behind, Wang Tao realized he might have been too rash. Driving a car now, even towards less populated areas, was still too dangerous. However, the more dangerous the situation got, the calmer Wang Tao's mind became. I can only try this. After coming to a small alley, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then he grabbed his weapons, got out of the car, closed the door, all in one fluid motion. Looking back at the dense crowd of zombies, he immediately ducked into a small alley. These zombies had a clear target, which was Wang Tao. After Wang Tao ducked into the alley, they scrambled after him. Inside the alley, Wang Tao zigzagged left and right. After about half a minute, although he couldn't see the zombies due to the buildings blocking the view, he could hear movements all around him. In Wang Tao's right hand flashed a needle-free injector. Stealth Potion Medium. Upon injection, it conceals one's own scent, making it difficult for zombies to detect. Duration 1 hour, cooldown 12 hours. Friendly reminder, best used during the day. Without any hesitation, he rolled up his sleeve, aimed the injector at his arm and pressed the trigger. PFFD tilde. A minor sting was felt, but Wang Tao didn't even frown. He saw an icon under his HP bar labeled Stealth Medium, followed by 2 lines of text. Duration 59:59. Cooldown 11:59:59. During cooldown, using the same type of potion is ineffective. Soon, Wang Tao felt his body growing colder and colder, his breathing slowing down, and his limbs feeling heavier and heavier. This thing shouldn't be toxic, should it? Feeling the changes in his body, Wang Tao was still somewhat anxious. But fortunately, after about 3 to 5 seconds, his body temperature ceased to fall, his breathing became steady, and his limbs were only slightly numb. His movement was not greatly affected. And the biggest change was the smell of decay emanating from his body. It was exactly like the scent of a zombie. To hide my own scent, it turns it into that of a zombie, making the zombies mistake me for one of their own. Sounds about right. After Wang Tao injected the stealth potion, the zombie horde seemed to have lost their target, and the noise around decreased bit by bit, soon becoming silent. Wang Tao gathered up his courage and went back to take a look. He saw a large crowd of zombies standing idly in the alley, looking somewhat confused. Wang Tao took a few steps closer, and the zombies showed no reaction. Wang Tao took a few more steps closer, and still, the zombies had no reaction. It was only when Wang Tao was about 3 meters away from the closest zombie that it finally turned its head, looking at Wang Tao with its cataract-clouded eyes. Wang Tao was ready to run at any moment, but the zombie just looked at him and made no move. When he was about 2 meters away, the zombie finally made a move. However, it wasn't an attack but a slow approach towards Wang Tao. This didn't seem like a zombie discovering a human, but more like a zombie perceiving something and wanting to come over to check it out. Wang Tao didn't dare to try again, given that there were still over 100 zombies in the alley. He ran off immediately, deliberately making some noise as he moved. Upon hearing the sounds of footsteps, the zombies successively turned to look at Wang Tao's retreating figure, but apart from a few that clumsily followed, the rest remained motionless. It seems that zombies do not rely on a single sense to hunt for prey, but rather a combination of senses to make a comprehensive judgment. Now that the human scent on me has vanished, as long as I don't make too much noise, these zombies should lose interest in me. He emerged from another alley and returned to the vicinity of his pickup truck. Not a single zombie was around the pickup truck. They had all been lured away. Wang Tao got into the vehicle and started it. Hum! The truck gave off a buzzing sound. This time he didn't dare to drive too fast. The pickup was new, and it wasn't very loud at low speeds. Moreover, since he no longer had any human smell, he figured he probably wouldn't attract too much attention from the zombies. Sure enough, after slowing down, he became a lot safer. Some zombies, even if they saw the truck pass by, would chase it for a couple of steps and then, losing interest, stop. Perhaps from their point of view, they saw a zombie driving a truck. Having wasted so much time, the airdrop had already landed. Thankfully, after landing, the airdrop would emit a red smoke, and there were no tall buildings in the vicinity to obstruct the view, making the smoke quite visible. It's in the northern direction. I can take the outer ring road. Looking at the red smoke, Wang Tao immediately drove towards the outer ring. On the outer ring road, there were significantly fewer abandoned vehicles, and naturally fewer zombies. Wang Tao slightly increased his speed, and even purposefully ran over a couple of stray zombies. Received Blade Roman 11. Blade crafting material. Received Can Roman 11. Can crafting material. He acquired 2 new crafting materials and gained 10 HP. Once he confirmed it was temporarily safe, Wang Tao finally had time to check out the loot from the screaming zombie he had earlier run over. Screaming potion small. After consumption for the next 10 minutes you can produce a piercing and prolonged scream. Cooldown, 12 hours. Friendly reminder, screaming may cause some degree of damage to the vocal cords. It is advised not to speak for the rest of the day. It's a great item. Zombies are sensitive to sound, and at a crucial moment it might even lure them away. Despite some side effects, nothing too serious. Wang Tao instantly thought of many scenarios where he could use the screaming potion, even set a trap, scream to attract the zombies, and then kill them one by one. But now was not the time for daydreaming. He quickly checked the position of the smoke. Over there, that should be the water treatment plant location. I can turn there at the T-junction up ahead. However, after turning at the fork, Wang Tao suddenly heard some rustling noises coming from the forest across the road. He glanced sideways, and his pupils suddenly contracted. All he could see was an enormous shadow, over 3 meters tall, flickering in and out of the trees. He couldn't make out its specific features, but he could see those red glowing eyes and 10,000/10,000. 10,000 HP. Chapter 37, Terrifying Figure. After 3 seconds of stiffness in his body. Boom! The pickup truck's engine roared as it quickly left the outer ring road. It wasn't until the trees in the rearview mirror were no longer visible that Wang Tao gradually slowed down and then parked behind a low building. Huff huff. Wang Tao gasped for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Good thing it didn't follow. What the hell was that thing? The moment he had made eye contact with that thing, Wang Tao felt as if his blood had frozen. He wanted to move, but he was paralyzed. If it hadn't been for his strong will, forcefully pressing down on the accelerator, he might not have lived to see tomorrow's sun. Definitely not a zombie. Zombies don't have that kind of intelligent look in their eyes, and my stealth state was useless on it. Judging by its physique, it seemed more like a 4-legged beast. Most importantly, it had 10,000 HP. They say the city isn't safe, but it seems the wilderness isn't any better. Damn. Wang Tao's face was pale. He would rather face zombies than deal with this kind of unknown creature. At least he could kill zombies, but facing this monster, just thinking about the feeling of being targeted, he didn't even have the courage to fight it. I'd better hurry and get the airdrop. I'm not coming back here for such deadly business again. Wang Tao took a deep breath, rested for a short while, and then headed for the water treatment plant. This road had been under repair before the virus outbreak and was quite empty for a long stretch, with no cars. But Wang Tao didn't dare to drive too fast, fearing the noise would be too loud. He proceeded with extreme caution. After about 10 minutes, he finally arrived outside the water treatment plant. The water treatment plant was in a remote location with few people coming and going, and access required a pass. Additionally, with a relatively good level of automation, it was said that there were only about 20 staff members, so the number of zombies inside should be low. I hope it hasn't been picked up by someone. Muttering to himself, Wang Tao parked the truck in the empty space at the entrance of the water plant. It was deserted, with no cars or zombies in sight. After scouting around and seeing no issues, he finally took his weapons and got out of the truck, approaching the guardhouse. Hefty. A silhouette in a security uniform lay inside the guardhouse, and as Wang Tao approached, it slowly raised its head. Without a word, Wang Tao swung his wolf fang club. Bang! Dark blood splattered everywhere. Minus 231. 179/500. The zombie that had just steadied itself was knocked back. Wang Tao stepped forward and swung 2 more times with his club. Minus 245. Minus 24. 0/500. The zombie's head burst open. In a one-on-one situation and well prepared, Wang Tao found it basically effortless to kill an ordinary zombie. Moreover, when he had previously reached 200 HP, that feeling of becoming stronger wasn't an illusion. His physique had indeed improved previously. His attacks on zombie heads would register a bit over 100 HP, not counting child zombies with their lower defense. But now, each strike dealt over 200 HP. The maximum HP increased by 5 again, reaching 240/240. Received tape Roman 11. Tape crafting material. Another new material he hadn't seen before. Wang Tao casually took it. Wang Tao searched the body of the security zombie in the guardhouse, finding a walkie-talkie with no battery, a set of keys, and a rubber baton. Having the keys meant Wang Tao didn't have to bother picking the locks. Click. Clatter. He slowly opened the metal gate, ensuring no zombies were approaching, and then drove the pickup truck inside. The water treatment plant was vast, filled with water storage tanks. The water inside looked clean and seemed to be uncontaminated. Wang Tao also surveyed the surrounding walls, thinking that maybe this place could be turned into a survivor base. But the place was too big. Without enough people to guard it, it certainly wouldn't work. There it is. After wandering around the factory for a while, Wang Tao finally spotted the airdrop, located in a yard surrounded by iron fencing. In the yard, there were some machines he didn't recognize, and a room with a closed door marked with high voltage room, no unauthorized personnel allowed. It seemed to be a distribution room. The no longer smoking airdrop was right by the door of the power distribution room. Next to the airdrop were 2 zombies dressed in worker uniforms, wearing hard hats. Few finally found you. Wang Tao was somewhat excited. This airdrop was clearly unopened, and he was eager to see what was inside. But before that, he had to deal with the 2 zombies in the courtyard. Wang Tao looked at his HP bar below and noticed that the stealth state had half a minute left. He decided to wait for the state to expire before going in. Because being in stealth mode made his body somewhat stiff, slightly affecting his movements, and it seemed to weaken his strength a bit. Even with the stealth effect, if he got too close to the zombies, he would still be discovered. so it was better to wait and face the enemy in the best condition. After all, these two zombies had 600 HP, more than any he had encountered before. A minute passed quickly. The feeling of obstruction in his body gradually dissipated. His body temperature slowly rose. His heartbeat began to return to normal, and that rotten smell finally vanished. Thump thump. Feeling the heartbeat and the strength in his hands, Wang Tao then got out of the car holding the Wolf Fang Club. The lock outside the courtyard was open, saving him a lot of trouble. He pushed the door open and strode into the yard. Hefty. The two zombies in the courtyard immediately came toward Wang Tao when they heard the noise. Having lost the effect of the stealth potion, the zombies' perception range of him was greatly increased. Seeing one of the zombies enter his attack range, Wang Tao swung the Wolf Fang Club and smashed it right into its temple. Bang! -36. 564/600. The safety helmet burst open, but the zombie only lost a bit over 30 HP. This safety helmet is really good quality. Wang Tao complained in his heart, then swung his club down again. -165. 399/600. Hiss, its defense is much higher than ordinary zombies. Just at the door, Wang Tao dealt over 200 damage to an ordinary zombie, but now he was only doing a bit over 100. The zombie staggered backward from Wang Tao's blows, but didn't give him a chance to finish it off, as the other zombie stretched out its arms to grab him. Wang Tao hurriedly switched targets. -33. First, he shattered the other zombie's safety helmet, then used the books on his arm to block a hit. Taking advantage of the zombie grabbing his arm guard, Wang Tao kicked it in the stomach. -3. Although the damage was low, it sent the zombie flying. Wang Tao didn't bother with it anymore, since the first zombie had already lunged at him. -171. -153. Even though this worker zombie was tough, Wang Tao had fast attack speed and great strength. 2 consecutive blows left it with just a sliver of HP. Looking at the zombie now dazed, Wang Tao pulled out the homemade short spear from his waist and thrust it into its forehead. Squish. -75. 0/600. Picking up its dropped loot casually, Wang Tao turned to the other zombie. He swiftly dispatched it too. Wang Tao felt these worker zombies had more HP, higher defense, and greater strength than ordinary zombies. He had taken 2 hits to the chest from a zombie, losing 10 HP. But each of those 2 zombies had added 10 HP to him. Now he was at 250/260. After collecting the loot, Wang Tao didn't bother to inspect it closely and immediately went to the green airdrop box. With eyes sparkling, he looked at the massive box. Let me see what good stuff is inside. Thud thud. And what's that noise? Just as Wang Tao was about to open the box, he suddenly felt some vibrations on the ground. Bang! The iron door of the power distribution room behind him suddenly flew out, heading straight for him. Wang Tao instinctively protected his body with his arms. Bang! Crash! His body slammed harshly against the iron railing. A towering figure in work clothes, holding a reinforced concrete hammer, emerged from the power distribution room. Chapter 38, Big Hammer Zombie. It hurt a piercing pain. Wang Tao struggled to get up from the ground, his arms numb and everywhere else aching. -80. 170/260. He glanced at his HP bar, a direct loss of 80 HP. Thud thud. ZZZT. This was a gigantic zombie, at least 2 meters 23 tall, dressed in an orange work uniform with reflective stripes, dragging a reinforced concrete hammer and walking step by step toward Wang Tao, as sparks flew when the steel bar scraped against the ground. What the hell is this? Looking at the opponent's HP bar of 1000/1000 above its head, Wang Tao swallowed hard. As the big hammer zombie stepped out of the house into the sunlight, it suddenly covered its eyes with its hand. This gave Wang Tao the chance to escape. He hurried over to pick up his weapon. But looking at his own toothpick in hand, and then at the opponent's massive club, Wang Tao's face turned ugly. How was he supposed to fight this? Thud thud. Zzzt. The big hammer zombie approached Wang Tao once again. Wang Tao glanced at the side door, then back at the airdrop behind the big hammer zombie, gritted his teeth, and instantly prepared to retreat. Airdrops are great, but one must be alive to take them. And just then, when the big hammer zombie was more than 3 meters away from Wang Tao, it suddenly raised its hammer with both hands and then smashed it down fiercely. It's moving so slowly, Wang Tao observed as he dodged. If the opponent's speed was slow, then he might stand a chance to fight. What Wang Tao didn't expect was that, although he had clearly dodged the big hammer zombie's attack, when the attack hit the ground, it created a visible small-range shockwave. Thud. Bang. Whoosh. Wang Tao was hit by the shockwave and slammed against the iron fence. He felt his vision blurring, and as if all his organs had shifted, his mouth even tasted somewhat sweet. -102. -23. 45/260. Only less than 20% HP left. Thud thud. Zzzt. The big hammer zombie, dragging the steel bar, once again walked toward Wang Tao step by step. Now, with the big hammer zombie standing at the gate, Wang Tao felt he couldn't even run if he wanted to. The iron fence wasn't high, but climbing over it also took time, and he didn't think the big hammer zombie would give him that time. Plus, he felt so weak and achy all over, he doubted he could make it over. Is today the day I'm going to fall here? Wang Tao struggled to his feet, then slowly moved towards where the airdrop lay. The big hammer zombie followed Wang Tao's movements to switch direction, but while looking at Wang Tao, it suddenly covered its eyes with its hand again, and its steps came to a halt. Despite being in grave danger, Wang Tao remained calm. The big hammer zombie has blocked its eyes twice. What is it blocking? Wang Tao hastily looked back, the afternoon sunlight making him squint instantly. It's blocking the sunlight. Is it afraid of light? Joy surged in Wang Tao's heart. He quickly started searching on himself. Thud thud. Zzzt. The big hammer zombie, dragging the steel bar, slowly approached. Because it was facing the sunlight, it moved very slowly this time, shielding its eyes with its hand every few steps. But it eventually got close to Wang Tao and then raised its reinforced steel hammer. Bang! This time, Wang Tao was prepared. He ducked at a greater distance and was not hit by the shockwave. However, there wasn't much space to begin with, so, in order to dodge the attack, Wang Tao had no choice but to vacate the spot, which allowed the big hammer zombie to see him without staring directly into the sunlight afterward. Thud thud. SSSHHH. As the big hammer zombie approached Wang Tao again, ready to lift its hammer, Wang Tao suddenly pulled something out of his pocket and shone it at the zombie. Whoosh! A blinding white light emitted from the flashlight in Wang Tao's hand, striking the big hammer zombie's eyes. Bang! The big hammer zombie's freshly raised hammer instantly fell to the ground as it covered its eyes with its hands. Huff! Wang Tao, seeing that his flashlight wasn't damaged and that it was effective against the big hammer zombie, breathed a sigh of relief. It was a powerful flashlight he had found while scavenging in a building. Even in broad daylight, its beam was clearly visible. Wang Tao carried many things with him for contingencies, like having to spend the night outside, and the flashlight was one of these things. But he had never imagined that the first time he would use the flashlight outside would be under such circumstances. Now that he had discovered the big hammer zombie's weakness, Wang Tao was in no hurry to run. With the flashlight in his left hand continuously shining on the big hammer zombie's eyes, he wielded the wolf fang club in his right hand, quickly got up close, and struck its head. minus 34. This damage number left Wang Tao in stunned silence. But there was no time to ponder. He struck twice more. Minus 25. Minus 31. Wang Tao. Roar. The big hammer zombie, enduring the discomfort from the light, swung its other hand violently. Bang. Minus 141. 30/260. Wang Tao blocked the blow with the arm guard on his arm, but his entire arm went numb, and he lost 14 HP. Looking at his own remaining 30 HP, Wang Tao's mouth curled under his face mask. I think I know how to kill you. The big hammer zombie's hammer-smashing attack was powerful and had a wide range, but its wind-up was slow. As long as he watched its movements and wasn't cornered, he could dodge with his speed. After being dazzled by the light, the big hammer zombie would cover its eyes for several seconds, during which it wouldn't attack. After a few seconds, it might swing its hand, but that damage wouldn't be enough to kill Wang Tao instantly. Wang Tao focused on those precious seconds. In that time, he could deliver several blows. If one blow could deal 30 damage, he would only need to land just over 30 hits to kill it. Of course, this was an ideal scenario. Wang Tao couldn't make a single mistake. He was down to his last 30 HP, and his body was exhausted. If he was hit even once by the big hammer zombie, he might be killed instantly. So, a potion suddenly appeared in Wang Tao's hand. Running potion small. After injection, lower limb strength increases. Running speed increases by IO% 2%. The stronger the physique, the larger the increase. Lasts for 10 minutes, cooled on 12 hours. I'll take a gamble. If the speed increase exceeds 30%, I can fight. If it's less than 30%, then I'll retreat. PFSSD. As the potion was injected into his arm, Wang Tao felt a surge of power in his legs. Even the strength in his upper body saw a slight increase. Even his health bar displayed an +30 sign. Is this healing some of the damage to my lower body? Wang Tao was a bit surprised, but what delighted him more was the effect of the running potion. His health bar clearly showed running speed increased by 50%. Without a second thought, Wang Tao, holding the bright flashlight, charged at the big hammer zombie. The big hammer zombie instinctively covered its eyes, and Wang Tao took the opportunity to land 2 heavy blows. -3U. -331. Before the big hammer zombie could swing at him, Wang Tao quickly retreated. The zombie grasped at thin air. The plan was workable. Chapter 39, Design Blueprint Crystal Core. -32. -29. 404/1000. Huff. Wang Tao let out a long sigh of relief after seeing the big hammer zombie's HP bar drop to less than half. In the enhanced speed from the running potion, beneath the glare of the flashlight and the sun, it took him 4 minutes to grind away nearly 600 HP from the big hammer zombie. If it weren't for his superhuman physique, which had been further strengthened by killing zombies, he definitely wouldn't have lasted this long. I hope when you die, you'll drop something good for me. Wang Tao quickly closed in on the zombie again and bashed its head with his club. -27. 377/1000. Based on his 4 minutes of combat experience, Wang Tao had the chance to hit it once more before retreating without it being too late. But suddenly, he noticed the big hammer zombie's movements were different. Previously, at this time, it would have been preparing to swing its left arm. But now, it suddenly gripped the steel bar hammer with both hands. Danger! An alarm went off in Wang Tao's mind. He immediately gave up the chance to attack and chose to retreat quickly. And just as he retreated, the big hammer zombie suddenly swung the hammer with both hands, turning in a 360-degree windmill around itself. Whoosh! Bang! The big hammer landed heavily, and the concrete floor cracked once again. 4 meters away, Wang Tao felt the brunt of the wind on his face and shuddered with fear. Lucky for him, he had retreated. Otherwise, a hit from that would have killed him with his remaining HP. After the big hammer hit the ground, the big hammer zombie seemed a bit tired, leaning over slightly with its head bowed, using the hammer as support. Good opportunity. Wang Tao immediately sprinted to its side and swung his club fiercely. Bang! -58. This strike inflicted the highest damage he had achieved so far, but the steel pipe wolf fang club finally gave in under the strain. Its steel studs, and even the pipe itself, bent out of shape. Bang! -13. Without the steel studs, the damage was greatly reduced. Seeing the big hammer zombie pick up the hammer again, Wang Tao hurriedly retreated and simultaneously threw away the damaged wolf fang club, switching to the long-handled sheep's horn hammer at his waist. The horned hammer was half the length of the wolf fang club, which put him at a slight disadvantage against such a large foe, but Wang Tao was already accustomed to the big hammer zombie's attack pattern. As long as he was well prepared, it wouldn't be a problem. After the big hammer zombie's HP dropped below 40%, its attacks became much more frenzied, occasionally unleashing a 360-degree windmill. Wang Tao found himself in a difficult fight, as there were few chances to approach the zombie and get away unscathed. He was practically dancing on a steel wire. One misstep and he'd be done for. However, the tenser the situation, the calmer Wang Tao became. As the big hammer zombie's HP neared depletion, it became even more manic, and Wang Tao couldn't approach it at all. He didn't force it. Instead, he kept dodging and waited for an opportunity. Finally, after a full minute of waiting, he successfully moved behind the big hammer zombie and smashed its head with the pointed end of the sheep's horn hammer. Squish. -37. 0/1000. The big hammer zombie's body stiffened, then it crashed to the ground with a thud. Huff huff tilde. Seeing it finally dead, Wang Tao sat down on the ground, heaving deep breaths. He had only 20 HP left, nearly drained of his energy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had persevered solely on willpower during the last few minutes. Now if any random zombie, no, even any random human came at him, he might not win. But mere moments later, Wang Tao perked up, because he found that he had recovered quite a bit of strength all at once. He quickly glanced at his HP bar. 60/300. After killing the big hammer zombie, his HP cap rose by 40 points, and he recovered 40 HP. Wang Tao felt his body getting warm. It seemed like his physical condition had improved even more. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the power in his hands, almost bursting out with laughter. Indeed, to become stronger, you have to kill zombies. Wang Tao roughly estimated that for every 100 HP gained, his physical condition might improve by about 10%. However, the increment in HP from killing zombies seemed quite small, maybe 1,000th. Wang Tao wasn't sure. But no matter what, the more zombies he killed, the stronger he became. Conversely, the greater the danger. Even with his strength, he almost perished today. After a brief rest, Wang Tao looked around and, seeing no zombies approaching, he began to check the spoils of battle with relief. First were the 2 worker zombies. You have obtained Purified Water Medium Roman 11. Purified Water Medium, 25L consumable. You have obtained Purified Water Medium Roman 11. Purified Water Medium, 25L consumable. Each of the worker zombies dropped 2 buckets of water, not the small 5L ones, but medium-sized 25L buckets of purified water. It's no surprise there from the water plant, all good stuff. As for the worker zombies themselves, Wang Tao checked the bodies and only found 2 packs of cigarettes. Then there were the items dropped by the big hammer zombie. A strength potion and a blueprint. Seeing these items, Wang Tao's eyes widened. Besides a needleless syringe labeled Strength Small, there was a blueprint. Strength Potion Small. After injection, overall strength increases by EO degrees/O IU%. The stronger the physique, the greater the increase. Lasts for 1 minute, 12-hour cooldown. Strength Potion Small Blueprint. Once learned, you can craft 5 doses of Strength Potion Small at a time. Required materials: Strength Mushrooms, a Zombie Crystal Cores, a Purified Water 100 ml, 10 kcal food. Strength potions are precious, but they only last for a short duration and should be used at crucial moments. As for the formula on the blueprint, aside from purified water and food, Wang Tao hadn't seen any of the other required materials. It seems impossible to craft it now. Wait a second, zombie crystal core. What is that? Sounds like something that grows inside zombies. Wang Tao was puzzled. He went over to the 2 worker zombies and, enduring the disgust, meticulously searched their skulls and bodies but found no crystal cores. He then approached the big hammer zombie. Looking at this towering figure over 2 meters tall, Wang Tao first frisked it indiscriminately, finding only a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Then Wang Tao picked up the horned hammer and pried open the shattered skull of the big hammer zombie. As Wang Tao acted, a grape-sized white transparent diamond-shaped crystal fell out, which he caught reflexively. The crystal had a gray haze inside, but there seemed to be a wave pattern moving within it, reminiscent of the shockwave created by the big hammer zombie's slam. Wang Tao instinctively swallowed, feeling an urge to consume it, yet the bloodstains also made him feel nauseated. At that moment, a line of text popped up. Level 1 Crystal Core Shockwave. Quality, Ordinary 20%. Purity, 50%. Side effect, Light sensitivity. Below was a detailed introduction. Level 1. A crystal core with an energy level of 1. Crystal core. Humans can fuse with it to obtain the respective ability, Shockwave. Consumes energy when attacking, can carry a shockwave quality. The stability level of the energy within the crystal core, the higher the stability, the better the quality, and the higher the fusion success rate. Ordinary, 20%. 20% success rate for fusion. Failure results in loss of the crystal core and leaves the individual weak for 1 day. Regardless of success or failure, internal impurities remain. Purity, 50%. Side effect, Light sensitivity. 50% of the energy in the crystal core is usable, the rest is impurity, with the side effect of light sensitivity. Friendly reminder 1. The more internal impurities a human has, the higher the chance of turning into a zombie. Friendly reminder 2. Humans can only fuse with a limited number of crystal core types, and each time a new type is fused, the difficulty increases exponentially. Choose carefully. Friendly reminder 3. Multiple crystal cores of the same type and level in your backpack can be synthesized together. Chapter 40, Crystal Core Synthetic, Open Airdrop. Wang Tao's eyes widened as he looked at the long list of introductions. Zombie Core Shockwave Ability. If I fuse with this crystal core, can I acquire an ability? Wang Tao was somewhat excited, but he didn't let excitement cloud his judgment. The instructions were clear. Fusing had a failure rate, and the fusion success rate of the core he held was only 20%. With such a success rate, he might as well assume it would fail. He never believed in such probabilities. More importantly, these cores contained impurities. The impurities not only caused the side effect of sensitivity to light, but if too many accumulated in the human body, one could turn into a zombie. Wang Tao didn't want to become a zombie. He hadn't lived long enough yet. So was this core useless to him? No, of course not. Wang Tao quickly placed the zombie core into the space backpack. It could go in there. The space backpack was similar to the grid backpacks in games, except its slots were unlimited. The same types of crafting materials were all stored in the same slot. After putting the zombie core into the space backpack, it naturally occupied its own slot. However, a notification popped up. 1/10, unable to synthesize at this time. Synthesis, quality sums up, purity sums up. At 100% purity, side effects are extracted. Does this mean I need 10 level 1 shockwave crystal cores for fusion, and I can increase the success rate to IU%, and there won't be any impurities or side effects? A gleam of excitement burst from Wang Tao's eyes. This meant then that he definitely could not fuse with this core. He had to collect more of the same type of crystal cores and then synthesize one with a IU% success rate, free of any impurities and side effects. Wang Tao now had another goal, to kill zombies and gain abilities. But there was still one problem. It says to fuse, but how do I fuse this thing? Am I supposed to eat it? Wang Tao took the core out again. Originally covered in blood, the core was now spotless after being placed in the space backpack, perfectly clean. Looking at the clean core in his hand, his mouth began to salivate madly. He felt an almost irresistible urge to eat it, as if a voice inside him was saying, "Eat it, and you will become stronger." But of course, Wang Tao wouldn't eat it. He could resist that much temptation. He placed the core back into the space backpack, and looking at the L/E on the core, he grinned. My future life in the apocalypse just got a bit brighter. It's just that he didn't know which zombies would drop crystal cores. He had killed so many zombies before. Apart from those hit by cars, the rest were all blown apart by his hand, and he always searched the bodies. So he knew there were no crystal cores in their heads. The crystal cores are probably only in especially strong zombies. He shook his head, not wanting to think about it any further. All he had to remember was that if he encountered a big hammer zombie again in the future, he'd definitely have to find a way to hunt it down. He felt that, with enough preparation, killing this big hammer zombie wouldn't be as difficult as it had been today. Wang Tao swept the area to ensure nothing was missed, then prepared to go collect the airdrop. But upon seeing the reinforced concrete hammer the big hammer zombie had dropped, he thought it seemed like a decent weapon, something he might be able to use himself. So he headed towards the big hammer, and as he got closer, he suddenly saw a line of text appear on the hammer. Reinforced concrete hammer. It has a name, then doesn't that mean? After Wang Tao grasped the big hammer, with a single thought, the hammer disappeared from his hand and appeared in his space backpack at the same time. Acquired, reinforced concrete hammer Roman 11. I can put it into the space backpack. Wang Tao was somewhat excited. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that it could be stored in the space backpack was enough to beat most weapons hands down. After all, weapons like his wolf fang club and horned hammer could only be carried on him, and although they weren't heavy for him, they were still somewhat inconvenient. But putting them in the space backpack was different. It was not only convenient, but he could also launch a surprise attack. With another thought, Wang Tao felt his hand suddenly grow heavy, as the reinforced concrete hammer reappeared in his grasp. So heavy. This thing must weigh at least 50 pounds, and it was a full 2 meters long, not to mention bulky. Wang Tao tried swinging it. He could wield it with both hands, but he could forget about agility. It was only good against less agile zombies. It was very exhausting, even for someone with his physical strength, and he wouldn't be able to use it many times. Moreover, it was very inconvenient to carry. He could either drag it on the ground like the big hammer zombie or carry it on his shoulder. Actually, it wasn't very suitable as a weapon, but because it could be put into the space backpack, it could serve as an unexpected trump card. After making sure once again that he hadn't missed anything, Wang Tao approached the loot crate. So much had happened tonight, all for this loot crate. I hope it won't disappoint me. Wang Tao muttered, but he didn't immediately open the loot crate. Instead, he went out to find his car and drove it over. The water treatment plant was spacious. Aside from the zombies he had killed, he hadn't seen any others for now. Wang Tao drove the car up to the small courtyard outside, then with great effort, he moved the loot crate onto the car. Phew, find a place to rest for the night. It was now evening, and he had time to rush back, but his HP was low, only 60, which made him feel very insecure. So Wang Tao decided to rest outside tonight, recover some HP, and it would be safer to go back tomorrow. As for the place to rest, Wang Tao had already chosen it, an old 5-story building inside the water plant. The reason he chose this place was that the door of the building was locked, and moss was climbing up the outer wall. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time, and it was very likely there were no zombies inside, making it relatively safe. After slowly driving the car over, Wang Tao was surprised to find that the building even had an indoor garage connected to the rooms inside. That was just perfect. Wang Tao, who had obtained the true transmission of the locksmith, managed to open the garage door in no time, and the interior was covered in dust. He first went inside with his weapons and made sure there were no problems before driving the car in. Then he locked all the doors and windows, ate the dry food he had with him, and then he approached the loot crate. This loot crate wasn't something you could simply open. It had a lock, and what's more, it was a keypad lock. If he didn't pick the lock, even Wang Tao couldn't open it. However, there were a few lines of text written on the box. L+8 equals, 7-2 equals, 2 xi equals, 74-1 equals. These questions were too simple. Probably to prevent zombies from accidentally opening the loot crate, they were deliberately set up like this. Wang Tao pressed down on 9, 5, 2, 7 in turn, and with a click the lock opened. Chapter 41, Inhibitor and Gun. The supply drop box was large, but upon opening it, the interior space wasn't as big as it looked because a lot of black shock-absorbing material had been used. Inside, there were 3 compartments of varying sizes, each with its own packaging. He first opened the largest compartment. Just as expected, apart from a few small radios, the rest were foods. There were self-heating meals, compressed biscuits, energy bars, chocolate, sugar, powdered drinks, canned goods, and other easy-to-carry edibles. Wang Tao tried a few and couldn't tell if it was psychological, but he felt that the food here tasted better. He then opened the second compartment. Is this all? Emergency supplies. There were many small medical kits. He counted a total of 20. But in addition to the medical kits, there was also a small box with a buckle. Luck. What's this? Upon opening the small box and looking at the neatly arrayed 20 bottles of blue potion inside, Wang Tao was puzzled. However, there was a manual embossed inside the box, which he hurriedly read. Zombie virus inhibitor. It can suppress the initial infection and mutation to a certain extent, but it has side effects. Good grief. After reading the explanation, Wang Tao was somewhat shocked. According to the documentation, this zombie virus inhibitor was a product hastily developed by leading figures in the medical community after the virus outbreak. It couldn't completely solve the zombie virus, but it could suppress the outbreak of the virus. Theoretically, if a person infected with the zombie virus continued to take this inhibitor, they would never mutate. Of course, that was in theory. In practice, it was impossible, not to mention that the supply of this inhibitor was limited. Even if it could be provided in unlimited quantities, whether a person could withstand it was uncertain. Because the inhibitor had severe side effects, it affected one's health, and extensive use could even lead to death. Moreover, the use of the inhibitor was painful. To maximize the effectiveness of the inhibitor, at least one of 2 conditions had to be met. One was strong willpower, and the other was robust physique. If someone with weak willpower and a poor constitution took the inhibitor, they might die of pain from the inhibitor itself before they even had a chance to mutate. That's why it was emphasized that one should be cautious before using the inhibitor. If an ordinary person was infected with the zombie virus, the priority would be to amputate the infected area. If amputation was not possible or ineffective, only then should the inhibitor be used. After learning about the inhibitor, Wang Tao thought it was something useful, yet not useful. It was useful because it could save someone's life at a critical moment. It was not useful because the conditions for its use were quite harsh, and its efficacy was not 100% guaranteed. Of course, for Wang Tao, it was definitely useful. Whether his own willpower was strong was hard to say. It could sound self-flattering. However, there was no doubt about the quality of his physical strength. He could use this inhibitor. Of course, he hoped he would never need to use it. Wait a second. Suddenly, Wang Tao thought of something. After human beings fused with a zombie core, they acquired abilities but also accumulated impurities in their bodies. The more crystal cores that fused, the more impurities would accumulate, increasing the risk of turning into a zombie. Could this inhibitor be used for such ability users? They could kill zombies to obtain crystal cores, ensuring their physical fitness was exceptional, and their willpower might also be very firm, so the effect of using the inhibitor would definitely be excellent. As for the side effects of the inhibitor that might affect their health, they were on the verge of turning into zombies, so what did health matter anymore? Wang Tao felt that perhaps this was the right way to use the inhibitor. However, that was a matter for the future. Currently, it was still unknown if anyone could become an ability user. After resealing the box containing the inhibitor and locking it up, Wang Tao turned his attention to the last section inside the airdrop crate. Rubbing his hands together, he opened it with a face full of anticipation. There are several small boxes inside, and there are buckles and shock-absorbing materials. He pressed the buckles and opened one of the boxes. Upon seeing what was inside, Wang Tao's eyes instantly widened. Holy shit! What did he see? Guns. He saw guns. The boxes were actually filled with guns. There were a total of 10 Model 400 military handguns from the gun family. There were also 20 extra magazines, 10 silencers, and 10 boxes of 5.8 handgun bullets, each box labeled with 100 bullets, totaling 1,000 bullets. Wang Tao guessed that the reason his airdrop had a parachute, unlike some of the others, was probably because it contained weapons and ammunition. If it was just food, clearly a parachute wouldn't be necessary. Wang Tao took out a handgun to fiddle with. He had actually handled real guns before, from filming a movie to visiting a shooting range. The guns from filming were not worth mentioning. They were old and never actually fired, not even blanks. It was all special effects. The guns at the shooting range could be fired, but each bullet cost him 20 yuan. Wang Tao had only tried a few times. His family's financial situation didn't allow for more. He did have some understanding of guns, though. Now getting his hands on these real guns, he couldn't hide his excitement after all. What man doesn't like guns? With these guns, dealing with zombies shouldn't be anything less than one shot, one kill. Although Wang Tao's shooting skills might be average, zombies wouldn't necessarily dodge on purpose. Within close range, a headshot should still be no problem. Zombies might withstand a few blows from him, but definitely not a bullet. However, there was a problem. The noise from firing a gun was too loud. So-called silencers only suppress the sound. They cannot completely silence it. If the consequence of killing a few zombies was to be attacked by a large crowd of them, then Wang Tao thought that using cold weapons wasn't such a bad idea. Inside the box with the weapons was an envelope, which Wang Tao opened. Inside were 3 pieces of paper. The first piece of paper detailed the basic operation of handguns, complete with illustrations, and had a warning in red. Unless absolutely necessary, do not fire the gun. Gunshots will attract a large number of zombies. Silencers are not very effective. It is best to move in groups for mutual lookout and to have a quick evacuation route after firing. Otherwise, the danger of using a gun far outweighs its lethality. Wang Tao agreed with this advice. He liked the guns, but would not consider using them unless absolutely necessary. The second piece of paper outlined the government's understanding of the apocalyptic situation. It mentioned that the apocalypse came too suddenly, without any warning signs. The government was also unprepared, despite having many civil defense projects. The initial spread of the zombie virus was unimaginable and unstoppable. The local governments and the government of Cayenne country had lost touch with one another. The unit behind this airdrop was not from Redstone Base as Wang Tao had thought, but rather from Wyang Military Base. The situation at Wyang Military Base was also grim. They were barely able to protect themselves after the disaster, and could not carry out any rescue operations. They also encouraged citizens to take up arms and defend themselves. As for whether there would be another airdrop, the letter said, not to get one's hopes up. Chapter 42. Accidental Encounter with a Survivor. Huff. After finishing the second piece of paper, Wang Tao let out a sigh. Although he knew the situation outside couldn't be good, the confirmation still left him somewhat disappointed. There was one last piece of paper in the envelope. It provided instructions on how to contact their base using radio, the specific location of their base, and a blueprint. This blueprint was not a map, but a zombie blueprint. It contained information about all the varieties of zombies encountered so far. Compared to the means of communication, Wang Tao was more interested in the zombie blueprint. After all, he was too far away from the military base to contact them, even if he knew how. But the information on the zombies in the blueprint would definitely be of great help to Wang Tao. There were more than 20 types of zombies detailed on the blueprint, among which Wang Tao saw a few familiar ones. The stealthy zombie he had encountered before was called the taciturn. The taciturn would silently hide in dark places or disguise themselves as human corpses. They made no sound and their perception was weak. They would only discover their prey when it came close and then suddenly launch a deadly attack. The fighting capabilities of this type of zombie were actually similar to that of ordinary zombies, but because of their ambush tactics, many people were killed by the taciturn. Inside houses, they were a very dangerous type of zombie. The child zombie that Wang Tao had seen, capable of short sprints, was officially called sprinters. They moved faster than ordinary zombies and had higher attack power. When prey was within a close distance, they would activate their sprinting ability. A single sprinter was not much of a threat, but if a sprinter mixed in with other zombies and launched a surprise attack, then survivors would be in great danger. There was also the screaming zombie Wang Tao had encountered and run over with his car, which was called screamers. They were weaker than ordinary zombies, much weaker. An adult male with normal physical strength could easily take one on using a melee weapon. But these zombies were highly sensitive to noise, and before they spotted a human, they would prepare and once ready, emit an ear-piercing scream that could attract nearby, especially special, zombies. If you killed a screamer before it could scream, there was no problem. But if you let a screamer get its scream out, the best option was to run. Otherwise, being surrounded by the horde meant only death. As for the big hammer zombie Wang Tao had encountered today, there was also a description, but not much. Big hammer zombies were called terrorizers and appeared a few days after the apocalypse began, at a time when everyone was looking out for themselves, and no one would proactively hunt them. Terrorizers were slow but could use weapons, with high attack power and defensive power. Their attacks also came with shockwaves that science couldn't explain. As for the characteristic of being sensitive to light, it wasn't mentioned. It seems that no one had discovered that. Wang Tao hadn't encountered some of the other zombie types yet, but he committed the information of these zombies to memory, certain that it would be useful in the future. The material also mentioned that most zombies were afraid of fire. If one wanted to establish a survivor base, fire was an indispensable element. At the end of the material, the zombie core was also mentioned. It said that only strong zombies carried this zombie core thing, but its exact use was currently unknown because several volunteers who had tried to experiment with it all suffered failure and substantial side effects. They speculated that the crystal core, once consumed, would likely enhance human physical capabilities, but with significant side effects. If anyone wanted to use it, they had to be psychologically prepared. They didn't recommend its use in principle. After Wang Tao had read through all 3 pieces of paper, he carefully put them away and stored them in the box where the weapons were kept. As for the guns, after thinking it over, he decided to take out one and load it with 2 bullets. While guns might not be needed, it was best to prepare in advance, just in case they proved crucial at a critical moment. Then Wang Tao packed up the airdrop as all of it needed to be taken back. It was a pity that these items couldn't be put into the space backpack. That would have made things much easier. By this time, the sun was already setting. The sunset was beautiful, but Wang Tao was in no mood to appreciate it. He prepared for himself a simple dinner that was filling, and while he was halfway through eating, his gaze suddenly sharpened, because he saw that a group of people had emerged in the distance. There were 6 of them in total, 4 men and 2 women, all covered in grime and carrying large and small packs. They were brandishing some homemade weapons, and was that a police officer among them? There are actually survivors coming out. Wang Tao felt somewhat surprised. It wasn't strange to find other survivors. The world was so large. There were certainly people who had lived through the catastrophe. But for survivors to come out at this time, did they think they had 9 lives? It was about to get dark. Even he didn't dare to venture out at night. However, Wang Tao quickly realized that he might have misunderstood. These survivors hadn't emerged in the evening, but had been out since before and had walked until dusk. Because they were hiding in a corner, pointing at the water plant and discussing it, it seemed they wanted to come over to seek shelter but were somewhat afraid to do so. Wang Tao had no intention of going out to greet them. Having dealt with all sorts of people throughout his life, he was well aware of the potential malice in human hearts. Especially now, with his abundance of supplies and being wounded, he had to be even more cautious. Though the small building where Wang Tao was staying was at a distance from the entrance, there was little to no obstruction in between, allowing him to observe the outside clearly. The group of survivors cautiously entered the water plant, and upon finding the gate unlocked, they all became excited. But a young man with dyed yellow hair got a scare when he noticed the zombie that Wang Tao had killed with a hammer in the security booth, and he ran back into the crowd in a panic. "There's a zombie. Don't panic, we outnumber it. One zombie won't be able to overpower us." A woman dressed in black police uniform drew her service pistol, aimed it at the security booth, and called out in a low voice. When the policewoman spoke, the others seemed to find their pillar of strength and instantly tightened their grip on their makeshift weapons like kitchen knives, steel pipes, and table legs, encircling the security booth in a fan formation. The policewoman was about to suggest she should check it out when a skinny young man next to her suddenly spoke. "Wife, why don't you take a look?" The policewoman opened her mouth but then said nothing. She put away her pistol and then carefully took out her baton from her waist and approached the security booth cautiously. The others followed her, weapons in hand. The policewoman arrived at the security booth and took a careful look inside at the zombie. Seeing the bloody hole in its head, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, everyone, the zombie inside is dead." Upon hearing that the zombie was dead, the crowd dared to exhale loudly. The policewoman's husband was still not entirely at ease. He went for another look, and seeing that the zombie was indeed dead, he straightened his back. However, how this zombie died based on the wound, it looks like it hasn't been dead for long. The policewoman furrowed her brow, looking towards the water plant. Could there be someone inside? Inside the small building. Wang Tao, after watching the situation with the group of survivors outside, immediately relaxed. So they're just a bunch of rookies. Chapter 43, Night Walk of 100 Corpses. Do you think there might be other survivors in here? After entering the water plant, another girl, petite and covered in dust, whispered, "Probably not." A slightly chubby crew-cut man responded uncertainly, "I hope not, hope we don't run into other survivors." The petite girl muttered. This made everyone fall silent suddenly. Before they set out, they had hoped to encounter other survivors, for there was strength in numbers. But due to certain events, they had lost trust in survivors outside of their team. To be precise, we hope not to run into survivors with ill intentions. The female officer corrected the petite girl, then encouraged the group. Even in peaceful times, there are scumbags in society, let alone now. We can't let a few scumbags lead us to deny humanity as a whole. We must always remember unity makes us stronger. Of course, we should still be cautious. The previous events had been distressing for the police officer, but she still needed to boost everyone's morale to not give up. After all, their destination was a survivor base. If they lost complete trust in others, they would never reach the survivor base. Officer Han is right. We shouldn't be too pessimistic. There are still good people in the world, like at the survivor base we're heading to. But there are also bad people, and that's why we need to stay alert. A student-looking young man quickly pitched in. The female officer named Han gave him an approving look. In times of crisis, the pressure from the outside wasn't the scariest thing, but internal strife and loss of hope were. As long as they held on to even a sliver of hope for the future, their chances of survival would greatly increase. Right. We have to believe that we can make it to the survivor base alive. The others quickly agreed, slightly more upbeat. The male student, buoyed by Officer Han's approving gaze, puffed out his chest. Officer Han's husband watched the student with an unpleased gaze, though. He didn't say anything. Officer Han carefully surveyed the surroundings, keeping to herself the thought that, judging from the wounds on that security guard turned zombie's head, it had died not long ago. There might really be people in this water plant. She needed to be careful. The water plant was quite spacious and free of zombies, so the group quickly reached the small building where Wang Tao was. Officer Han, why don't we rest here for the night? The petite girl spoke timidly. She was afraid of encountering zombies if they ventured further. Before Officer Han could reply, her husband immediately said, "No, haven't you noticed that this building has been abandoned for a long time? The moss has climbed so high. The door is also locked, and we need to do more than just rest. We need to find food. We can't make it to the survivor base without food. Now that there are no zombies in the water plant, it's the perfect opportunity for us to scavenge." Seeing the group's hesitation, he asked, "You want to scavenge for food now when it's safer, or would you prefer to search in more dangerous places with zombies tomorrow?" With that, everyone felt that taking some small risks now was better than facing greater danger later. Still, the group subconsciously looked towards Officer Han, as she had saved them and protected them all the way. Officer Han's husband's face darkened instantly. He felt this was the most sensible decision right now, and anyone with a brain should agree, rather than looking to others for confirmation. A bunch of spineless creatures. He cursed inwardly. I think Wei Guang is right. Let's go inside the building and check it out. After pondering for a moment, Officer Han nodded. Although she felt that if there were any survivors, they'd most likely be in that building. But not all survivors were necessarily bad people. They could communicate with one another. On the other hand, zombies were enemies. It was a fight to the death upon encounter. So taking some risks now was worth it. If they could really find some food, then they wouldn't need to take too many risks later on. Only after getting Officer Han's approval did everyone slowly head towards the building. Officer Han, wielding a baton, led the way at the front, with the male college student carrying a table leg right behind her. In the middle were Officer Han's unarmed husband and the petite female student, while Blondie and the slightly chubby buzzcut man followed behind, each holding a kitchen knife and a steel pipe, respectively. The water plant's building had 3 floors, and the door was open. The group entered cautiously. Inside the decrepit building, behind the curtain, Wang Tao watched the group leave and immediately frowned. Survivor base? Could it be the Redstone Survivor base? No, that can't be right. Redstone base is 50 kilometers from here. These people couldn't possibly make it that far. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Wang Tao's eyebrows shot up. I heard on the walkie-talkie before that there's a survivor base at Shui's University, and it's not too far from here. They might be heading to Shui's University. Wang Tao was quite interested in the survivor base. If these people came from the survivor base to look for supplies, Wang Tao might go and ask them for details. But it was clear that these people hadn't been to the survivor base yet. They were just planning to go there, so they probably didn't know much, which meant Wang Tao wasn't interested anymore. Letting the curtain fall back into place, Wang Tao checked the entire building to ensure all doors and windows were locked securely, then returned to his room and took out his radio, walkie-talkie, and cell phone. He glanced at his phone, still no signal. Carrying the phone was purely out of habit. In the past, even going to the bathroom, he always had to have his phone in hand. He then turned on his radio and walkie-talkie, still just static noises without any signal. However, Wang Tao seemed to be thoroughly entertained. The sun set. Darkness slowly engulfed the land. Wang Tao could distinctly feel that something outside was different. During the day, it was actually very quiet outside, hardly any noises at all. But at night, he could vaguely hear various growling sounds coming from outside. Even without going out, just hearing these sounds was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Wang Tao took a deep breath, and after ensuring again that the room was safe, prepared to go to bed. Before sleeping, he habitually lifted the curtain to check the scene outside the window. Then his pupils contracted in an instant. What the hell? He saw on the distant street a swathe of heads moving like a dark tide. They twisted their shapes and trudged slowly in this direction. Zombies, all of them were zombies. Chapter 44, Suzaku University Base. What's happening? Wang Tao quickly took out his binoculars. Looking at the vast expanse of ferocious figures, his scalp tingled. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of zombies. With so many zombies, anyone who came would die. In his heart, he even felt a moment of panic, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Because panicking now was useless, he could only adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Wang Tao immediately went downstairs, packed up his things, and if he really was to be besieged by that many zombies, his only option would be to flee by car. Although driving at night was almost like courting death, it was still better than being torn apart by zombies here. Of course, this was a worst-case scenario. He still had a bottle of stealth potion in his hand, which he had intended to keep for the return trip. But if there was no other choice, he would have to use it now. After getting everything ready, Wang Tao returned to the upstairs window, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They're not heading for the water plant, thank goodness, but these zombies didn't seem organized, just wandering on the streets. They came from the east side of the road and then left from the west. But damn it, so many zombies have entered the water plant. Looking at the zombies in the water plant, Wang Tao felt a headache coming on. He thought he should have locked the gate of the water plant. No, wrong. Even if he locked it, those survivors would definitely come and pry it open. Anyway, no matter what, quite a few zombies had gotten in, but it wasn't to the extent that he felt he had to risk his life to run. He could only wait for now. Wang Tao let the curtains fall, then went to the top floor to take a light nap. The rooftop was quite far from the zombies below, and his human scent would definitely be much fainter there, which naturally meant it would be a lot safer. As dawn was about to break, Wang Tao, who was in the middle of sleeping, suddenly heard a scream from afar. He reflexively got up, grabbed his weapon, and then went to the window, parted the curtains, and took a peek. It's coming from the water plant building. Those survivors are in trouble. The moonlight was good that night, and Wang Tao saw that the glass doors under the distant building had shattered, and plenty of zombies were somewhat frantically squeezing inside. Wang Tao couldn't see what was happening inside, but if those survivors were smart, there was still a chance they could survive, as the rooms inside the building weren't doorless. Or they could block the stairs with some stuff to prevent the zombies from getting up. It all depends on whether they're smart enough. Wang Tao shook his head. Now that it was morning, and he no longer felt sleepy, he habitually fiddled with the radio and the walkie-talkie. Then he suddenly heard a voice coming from the walkie-talkie. "ZZZ. This is Suzaku University Survivor Base. Please respond if you receive this. Please respond, ZZZ." After hearing the tired female voice repeat several times, Wang Tao then pressed the PTT button on the walkie-talkie. Received, this is the water plant, this is the water plant. Wang Tao also repeated several times. While pressing the PTT button on the walkie-talkie, it could only transmit one's voice, but not receive. Therefore, it had to be repeated several times to avoid missing the conversation. After a moment, "Survivor, hello, please repeat your location, I didn't hear you clearly. Please repeat, ZZZ, it's so good to make contact." Wang Tao repeated, "I'm at the water plant, I'm at the water plant." "Heard you, I heard you. How is the water plant faring, is it safe?" Wang Tao glanced at the zombies downstairs. "It's temporarily safe, but there are zombies everywhere downstairs." The other party paused for a moment and then added, "Sorry, we can't offer you help at the moment, but we have established a survivor base at Shuai's University. If you can leave the water plant safely, you can come to the Suzaku University base. We'll provide you with safety and food, and you'd only need to do some work for the construction of the base." It sounded quite promising. "The way, how many survivors do you have at your water plant? How long can your food supply last?" Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, "There are 6 of us in total, including 1 female officer." "Female officer? Ah, I see. Are you the group saved by Officer Han Rui?" "Han Rui?" Wang Tao confirmed. "Yes, that's Officer Han, but they're all asleep now, haven't woken up yet." To prevent the other party from asking directly about Officer Han Rui, Wang Tao preemptively closed the topic. Roman 2 II. The person on the other end did indeed want to inquire whether Han Rui was present, as a professional police officer would definitely have better communication skills in some matters than ordinary people. But since they were asleep, it wouldn't be good to wake them up. In such times, maintaining one's condition was very important. "May I ask about the situation at your Shuai's University base?" Wang Tao asked further. "Of course, there are currently over 300 survivors at our Shuai's base." Upon hearing this number, Wang Tao was immediately surprised. Having over 300 survivors was quite significant. After listening a while longer, Wang Tao also roughly understood the situation at the Suzaku University base. Before the apocalypse struck, Shuai's University was undergoing renovations, and due to the strong paint fumes had given a 2-day break. When the apocalypse hit, the university was mostly empty aside from a few staff on duty, so there weren't many zombies there. Next to the university was a security army squad, which had experienced a large-scale infection internally. Those of the security army who survived grabbed weapons and ammo and ran out. As they fled, they rescued civilians, and taking a liking to Shuai's University, they established a survivor base there. The security army had thermal weapons and were physically fit. With some police officers joining them in the middle, they managed to save many people. Even Huangfeng Film City, which was some distance away from Shuai's University, had many actors and actresses rescued and brought over. The current state of the Suzaku University base wasn't just strong, but it had settled down. Every survivor in the base could find something to do, with access to food and safety. It was arguably the best survivor base in Shuai's county. Many people nearby wanted to go there, but even a few kilometers' journey involved life-threatening risks. Officer Han Rui and her group had heard of the Suzaku University base from another location, then managed to make contact with Shuai's base. After learning more, they decided to take the risk to go there. Having understood everything he needed to know, Wang Tao said, "Thank you very much for the information. I must go now, the walkie-talkie is running out of battery. I hope we can meet in the future." MHM, good luck to you all. Our radio frequency is, we will turn it on at scheduled times every day. The other party relayed some more information before ending the conversation. Wang Tao, stroking his chin stubble, muttered, "This Suzaku University base could be a good place to head to. But this is only one side of the story. We can't completely trust it until we see it with our own eyes." Chapter 45, Forced Suicide. After breakfast, the sun had also risen. Wang Tao lifted a corner of the curtain to take a look outside. Crap! Good news, the horde of zombies from last night had all left. Bad news, some of the zombies had stayed behind in the water treatment plant. Moreover, the zombies that had remained seemed to have increased in number since he had gone to sleep the night before. He wasn't sure if they were attracted by the screaming. Looks like I won't be able to return today. Wang Tao looked at the zombies inside the water plant, and then at his own HP bar 80/300, deciding that it was still too risky to venture out today. He had a car, but there was only one road out of the water plant, and it was infested with zombies. He could manage hitting a few zombies with his car, but with so many of them around, he didn't dare to bet on whether the car could withstand more damage than the zombies. If the car stalled, that would mean death. He couldn't be hasty today. After all, he had plenty of food here, as well as purified water. Everything was good except for the lack of electricity, so he could afford to wait a bit longer. Wang Tao glanced again at the water treatment plant building, looking somewhat surprised. Are those survivors still alive? He brought out his binoculars and took a closer look. He saw a group of people lying haphazardly on the rooftop of the building, covered with clothes. The female officer named Han Rui was on guard alone, wielding a baton and a pistol. Wang Tao counted carefully and saw only 5 people. They were 6 yesterday, so one was missing. Given the circumstances, the consequences of being one person short were self-evident. Wang Tao took a closer look at the situation on the rooftop and immediately understood. Pretty smart. Inside the building, there were many staircases leading up, which they would not have been able to block off completely, but there was only one way up to the rooftop. So they had all made it to the rooftop and blocked that single path, preventing the zombies from getting up. Soon, the sleeping survivors began to wake up one after another, and only then did Han Rui go to rest. The male college student brought some food to Han Rui, and she thanked him. Han Rui's husband was lying on the edge of the rooftop, looking down and swearing under his breath. After watching for a while, Wang Tao began his recovery exercises. He still had injuries, and moderate exercise would help the healing process. After intermittent training all morning, Wang Tao started to prepare lunch. While eating, he observed the group of survivors again. He then noticed that there seemed to be some arguments among the survivors. Han Rui's husband was loudly saying something to the petite girl, who knelt on the ground covering her face and crying. Han Rui and the male college student hurried over to mediate, while Blondie argued angrily with Han Rui's husband before tightly hugging the petite girl's shoulders. She then buried herself in Blondie's embrace and cried her heart out. Han Rui's husband, somewhat restless, went off to be by himself. Wang Tao suddenly found that observing others could be quite interesting. Since he didn't have much else to do, he considered it a way to pass the time. Night fell. Wang Tao didn't go to bed early, but instead intentionally waited at the window. Indeed, the number of zombies on the streets started to increase again. These zombies preferred to be active at night, but there weren't as many as the previous night. Huh! Suddenly, Wang Tao let out a quiet exclamation. He noticed that some of the zombies inside the water treatment plant had followed the others and left. Wang Tao was surprised. Early the next day, the first thing Wang Tao did upon waking was to go to the window. As expected, there are fewer zombies. Maybe they left because they couldn't find any fresh blood. Wang Tao didn't fully understand, but it was certainly good news. Nothing happened today, survivors didn't lose anyone, and Wang Tao was very safe on his side. The second day at the water plant passed safely. At night, it was still the policewoman keeping watch over the survivors. Wang Tao observed the number of zombies in the water plant, and sure enough, there were fewer of them. Looking at this situation, I estimate we can leave in another day. The third day trapped in the water plant. Wang Tao was in a fairly good state of HP. He had recovered another 20 HP, now sitting at 100/300. As the saying goes, injuries to the muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. Many of his wounds were internal and even medical packs were of no use. There were no professional doctors around, so he could only rely on time to slowly recover. Wang Tao continued to observe the survivors on the roof, not far away. Their situation seemed to be not so good, trapped on the rooftop for so long. Everyone's spirit was very poor, and it seemed they were running short on food, which led to quite a few disputes. Wang Tao felt that their little team might not be able to hold on much longer. After all, the disintegration of a team usually starts from within. But this had nothing to do with Wang Tao. They were doing well to keep themselves safe and had no capacity to care for others. However, since Wang Tao was preparing to leave tomorrow, driving would definitely cause some noise, attracting some zombies. If those survivors could seize this opportunity, they would have a good chance of escaping. At night, there were still many zombies strolling on the streets. After Wang Tao noticed another group of zombies follow the others and leave, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now there might only be around 20 zombies left in the water plant, scattered around. Only 2 or 3 were blocking the main gate. He could definitely drive out during the day. Just wait patiently one more night. After routinely checking on the group of survivors, he prepared to go to sleep. Lying in bed, Wang Tao suddenly thought of Ding Yukin. I left her food and purified water. As long as she stays at home obediently, she should be very safe. No need for me to worry. Early morning. Wang Tao got up extra early. He went to the window to look out. The situation was similar to last night. Most zombies had left. Have breakfast, then leave. After making some simple food, Wang Tao habitually observed the group of survivors again. Then his eyebrows lifted. On the rooftop today, it was the policewoman's husband and the petite woman keeping watch together, while the other few survivors were still asleep. Yet the two of them, who were apparently at odds the previous 2 days, somehow ended up together, literally together. Wang Tao quickly grabbed his phone, turned on the telephoto camera, and started recording. He loved gossip. A minute later, the two, still grubby, hurriedly got dressed. The policewoman's husband said something to the petite woman, and she looked terrified but eventually nodded her head. Then the two approached the edge of the rooftop. A male university student was sleeping on the ground leaning against the edge. The policewoman's husband and the petite woman exchanged a glance, and then suddenly flipped him over. The male university student, still in his dream, didn't even have time to scream before plummeting down towards the ground. Splat! Right below was the main gate, blocked by a few zombies. Blondie, lying on the ground nearby, seemed to hear the noise and woke up groggily. He got up and saw the people in front of him, but was still not quite comprehending what was happening. The policewoman's husband didn't expect Blondie to wake up and seemed a bit flustered, but the petite woman suddenly pushed Blondie. Blondie's screaming abruptly woke the policewoman in the distance. She immediately prepared to come over and check, but her husband and the petite woman blocked her. The two seized the policewoman's arms, frantically saying something to her. The policewoman's husband was facing Wang Tao, and from the look of his lip movements, he seemed to be saying, He killed himself. We take the chance to escape. Chapter 46, Test Subject. How could they? Han Rui's expression was somewhat blank. They had all cheered each other up last night, agreeing to hold on for 2 more days, wait for the zombies downstairs to leave, and then they could all go to Shua's university base. But why? Why did they commit suicide? Just 2 more days would have been enough. What on earth is happening? Han Rui forced herself to calm down, as her gaze became a bit stern. Wu Yingying couldn't bear to look directly into Han Rui's eyes, and just sobbed with her head down. Sun Weiguang said with a sad face. Wife, right after Li Cheng woke up, he seemed mentally unstable, saying he wanted to die. Wu Fei and I were preparing to talk him out of it, but he suddenly jumped off the building. Wu Fei was closer, caught Li Cheng's arm but was dragged down with him. Li Cheng didn't seem like someone who had lost hope. Han Rui scratched her messy hair somewhat frantically. Sun Weiguang secretly pinched O Yingying. O Yingying's body shuddered, and then she grabbed Han Rui's arm, sobbing and pleading. "Sister Han, let's escape now." Sun Weiguang immediately grabbed Han Rui's shoulder and shook it. "Yes, wife, let's get out of here quickly." Li Cheng's suicide, apart from despair for the world, might also have been intended to create an opportunity for us. The zombies downstairs have all gone after him. We can't let his good intentions go to waste. Han Rui hastily broke free from the two and went to the edge of the rooftop to look down. She saw Li Cheng with his head covered in blood, likely having landed on it, probably dead on the spot. Wu Fei was still crawling on the ground, but his body was covered in blood, his blonde hair dyed red. Most importantly, the zombies at the door had surrounded them both, and had even started to feast clearly. Both of them were beyond saving. "I were leaving." Han Rui was not the type to dawdle. Since the situation was irreversible, there was no use saying anything further. Escaping now was the most opportune decision. She quickly led the two to pack up and go downstairs. The stairwell was free of zombies now, and the few zombies downstairs were all attracted by the two who had fallen, making Han Rui's path with her two companions unobstructed. The zombies feasting on the two paid no attention to their meal, and did not notice the people descending. Han Rui immediately signaled to Sun Weiguang and O Yingying with hand gestures to go to the nearby wall, which wasn't high and had no zombies nearby, making it possible to climb over and escape. Several zombies were still at the main gate, and without using guns they clearly couldn't break through. Using guns would be suicidal. Therefore, climbing the wall was the best choice. Han Rui took one last look at the two teammates surrounded by zombies in the middle, feeling very sorrowful. They had arrived as 6, but now only 3 remained. However, this was not the time to grieve. She did her best not to make any noise and waved to the two behind her. Sun Weiguang and O Yingying hurried to follow, but during their escape, O Yingying felt as though someone was watching her. She instinctively looked back and saw a pair of bloodshot eyes staring intently at her from amidst the zombies. She shivered instantly, then tightly grabbed the edge of Sun Weiguang's clothing and ran without looking back. Only when he saw the policewoman climb over the wall last did Wang Tao stop filming the video. He was initially just interested in watching the drama unfold, which was why he had taken out his phone to record it, but it turned into a witness of human ugliness. In fact, if the group of survivors had waited a little longer, until Wang Tao drove the zombies away later, they would have had a high chance of safely leaving without any losses. Of course, they didn't know that, and Wang Tao had no way to contact them. But Wang Tao didn't think this was his fault. It was already good enough that he could save himself, let alone others. He just felt it a pity that there were 2 less survivors in this world. The incident also served as a reminder for him. In this apocalypse, it's fine to trust others, but it's better to trust oneself. Looking at the 2 survivors now surrounded and being devoured by zombies, Wang Tao picked up his weapon. "Let's see." After he was fully equipped, Wang Tao left the building and ran toward the bottom of the tall building. Today, most of the zombies in the water plant had already left. Apart from a few zombies at the gate, there were only 4 zombies left at the entrance of the building. The 4 zombies were not a big problem for Wang Tao, especially in such an open space. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could always run back. Jogging up to the entrance of the tall building, the zombies, perhaps too busy feasting, did not notice Wang Tao approaching. Wang Tao, armed with a spear made from a steel pipe in one hand and a steel pipe hammer in the other, attacked the 2 zombies. Wu Fei was filled with hatred. He hated himself for being blind enough to fall for such a venomous-hearted woman. He worked 12 hours a day, and out of his monthly salary of 6,000, he handed over 4,000 to her. He'd take care of her with warmth every day, treat her to big meals on weekends, and send her various small gifts on holidays. When she was sick, he'd work during the day and spend the night in her hospital room to keep her company. When the apocalypse came, she was the first person he thought of. He thought he had done well enough. In what way had he wronged her? Why did she push him off the building? Bitch, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Wait, someone's coming. He's killing zombies. He's so powerful. The zombies stand no chance against him. If only I had his strength. Save me. A few minutes later. With a thought, Wang Tao instantly stowed away the spoils of battle. Obtained, purified water small 4. Purified water small, 5L suitable for drinking. All 4 zombies had dropped purified water small, and Wang Tao could never have enough purified water. In keeping with the excellent tradition of frugality, Wang Tao searched the 4 zombies again, finding several wallets and a box of cigarettes. Then he finally turned to look at the 2 unlucky survivors. The college student's neck had been bitten off, his eyes wide open, dead without closing them. To Wang Tao's surprise, Blondie was not yet dead. 10/105. But he only had 10 drops of HP left and was in a dying state. Wang Tao squatted down in front of Blondie, looking at the unfortunate soul whose thigh, arm, one eye, and half of his face had been eaten away, and frowned as he said, "Do you have any consciousness left? If you do, blink." Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Blondie excitedly blinked his eyes like mad. Gurgle. He tried to speak, but blood sprayed from his mouth as he opened it. If you don't want to die, don't talk. Wang Tao stripped off a few articles of clothing from a nearby zombie, quickly wrapped Blondie's head, then grabbed his legs and dragged him back to the exterior of the small building. Wait outside. After giving him that instruction, Wang Tao went inside the building, approached the airdropped box, and took out a bottle of inhibitor. He had been worried about not knowing the effects of the inhibitor, and now a test subject had presented itself. Chapter 47, Licking Dog Has Nothing Left. Wang Tao's understanding of the inhibitor was entirely from what was written. On paper, he wanted to see its effect firsthand. If he could save Blondie, that would naturally be better. If he couldn't, he didn't stand to lose anything, as he had 20 bottles of the inhibitor. Missing one wouldn't matter. Holding the last bottle of inhibitor, Wang Tao walked out. In just that short time, Blondie's green HP bar was down to 5 dots of blood. It was unclear whether he would die first after his HP ran out, or turn directly into a zombie. Wang Tao squatted next to Blondie, looking at the black lines slowly appearing on his neck. He speculated that after infection, running out of HP would likely mean direct transformation into a zombie. Still alive, if you are, blink your eyes. Wang Tao asked Blondie. Blondie lifted his one eye to look at Wang Tao, his gaze somewhat vacant, but he still blinked with difficulty. Wang Tao took out a tube of the inhibitor and waved it in front of him. This is the inhibitor, something the government developed to fight the zombie virus. As soon as he said this, it was obvious that there was a glint of hope in Blondie's eyes. But it can't completely detoxify you. It can only suppress the outbreak of the zombie virus. If I use the inhibitor on you now, you won't mutate into a zombie, but it's unclear when the virus might flare up again. You would need to continue using the inhibitor. Blondie showed no disappointment. In his current state, he wasn't asking for much. Being able to live even one more day would be enough to make him secretly happy. However, this inhibitor comes with serious side effects. Plus, only those with strong physical constitutions or willpower can use it. Otherwise, even if used, it'll still be death. So, are you ready? Blondie used the last of his strength to start blinking frantically. Very good. Wang Tao nodded. The inhibitor could be injected or taken orally. But before pouring the inhibitor into his mouth, Wang Tao added, Black now, think about the reasons you can't die. For example, your parents are still waiting for you to come to their rescue. Or, the woman who just got you tailed is still alive and well. Blondie's one eye instantly widened, filled with a hue of resentment. So Wang Tao said no more and directly squeezed Blondie's mouth, forcing the entire bottle of the inhibitor down. Gulp, After drinking the inhibitor, Blondie's whole body started to convulse. It didn't seem like suppression, but rather like he was about to turn into a zombie. Could it be ineffective? Wang Tao took a step back, his hand gripping the horned hammer. If he saw Blondie's HP turn red, he would not hesitate to deal a blow with the hammer. After waiting another 2 minutes, watching as Blondie was down to the last drop of blood, with Wang Tao already lifting the hammer, suddenly, Blondie's body stopped shaking. The black lines on his neck began to fade, and his green HP bar surged to 20, but his HP limit dropped by 20 drops. 20/85. Are you conscious? Yeah. Blondie, with his eyes closed, responded with a nasal yeah. How did it feel just now? Pain, my whole body hurt, felt like my head was going to explode. Good, welcome back to life. Wang Tao patted his shoulder, then went to get a medical kit. He administered some hemostatics and sedatives, and roughly, yet amateurishly, bandaged his wounds. Throughout this, Blondie gritted his teeth. After everything was taken care of, Blondie's HP bar increased by another 10 drops. The effects of the military medical kit were immediately apparent. Thank you. Blondie looked at Wang Tao with a face full of gratitude. No need to thank me. I just wanted to test the effect of the inhibitor, using you as a guinea pig, Wang Tao replied. The truth really does hurt. But Blondie was still very grateful. No matter what the masked man's intentions were, the fact that he had saved him was undeniable, especially since he had just been betrayed by someone he was close to, and then rescued by Wang Tao right after. His feelings of gratitude were beyond words. Smoke. Seeing Blondie's eyes light up, Wang Tao took out a cigarette, roughly stuffed it into Blondie's mouth, and lit it for him. Tell me about what happened to you guys. What exactly went down between you? Wang Tao was very curious about their situation and didn't mind getting the full story before he left. After taking a deep drag, Blondie's spirit seemed much improved, and he began to explain. My name is Wu Fei. 10 minutes later, Wang Tao had a rough understanding of the whole story. Before the apocalypse, Wu Fei worked at an electronics factory in the neighboring city, where he met Yingying online, a fellow factory worker. To pursue Yingying, he had expended a great deal of effort and resources, and only managed to win her over after half a year. During the pursuit, Wu Fei gave a lot. After getting together with her, he gave even more. He treated Yingying as if she were his wife. However, the two had never progressed beyond hugging and holding each other until then. Yingying said she wanted to save the best for their wedding night. Wu Fei was not only not angry when he heard this, but also very happy. Because Yingying mentioned wedding night, didn't that mean she was willing to marry him? After the apocalypse hit, Wu Fei lost communication with his parents, and with his hometown being over 1,000 kilometers away, he could do nothing. Yingying, on the other hand, took the initiative to call him for help, and Wu Fei agreed without a second thought. Under the power of love, he even cleverly killed a zombie to see Yingying. After that, they depended on each other for survival, with Wu Fei giving most of the food to Yingying. When they ran out of food, police officer Han Rui and her husband's son Waiguang showed up. Officer Han Rui said they were heading to the Suzaku University survivor base and asked if they wanted to join. Staying where they were was a death sentence, but following Han Rui provided not only food but protection. They had no choice. Then, on the road, they encountered a few more people and set off together. On their journey, they were extorted by a ruthless group of survivors. If it weren't for Han Rui, they might have all ended up as zombie fodder. After that came the situation Wang Tao saw. They had arrived at the water plant. Although there were some disputes among the team, they were still relatively harmonious. But on the first night, his girlfriend was scared by the zombies outside, screamed, and attracted a lot of zombies. During the escape, one of their companions got bitten. Because of this incident, Sun Waiguang held a significant grudge against Yingying. Even not just Sun Waiguang, The faces of Han Rui and the male college student Li Cheng were also quite grim, but they didn't say much more. Wu Fei even argued with Sun Weiguang to defend his girlfriend. Afterwards, the group spent their time on the rooftop, all very agitated. This morning, while he was sleeping, he heard a noise. Just as he opened his eyes and got up, without understanding the situation, he was pushed down by O Yingying. Even now, he couldn't understand why O Yingying wanted to kill him. He didn't see the male college student fall to his death, and after he fell, he was too scared by the approaching zombies to notice the body behind him. Wang Tao looked at him with a hint of pity in his eyes. Loyalty to the end, only to lose everything, Blondie. You really didn't fare well. Since Wu Fei had satisfied his curiosity, he naturally had to satisfy Wu Fei's doubts as well. Thus, Wang Tao showed Wu Fei the video he had taken. The unedited version, starting from the moment that despicable couple had hooked up. Chapter 48, Method for Purifying Water. Bastards. Slut. Upon seeing the video, Wu Fei's mouth suddenly turned into a Gatling gun. If words could kill, Wu Fei would have probably mowed down the whole world in these short minutes, without waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. You know why she wanted to kill you. Because you saw the evidence of them committing murder, of course. You actually didn't see it, but they thought you did. With the collapse of the world order, it was only a matter of time before people started harming others for their own benefit. Wang Tao had been prepared for that. The reason the two of them were afraid of their murderous acts being discovered was obviously because of Han Rui, the policewoman. Han Rui was obviously someone with a strong sense of justice, and if she discovered that they had killed a teammate, that would be problematic. Especially for O Yingying, she was even more afraid. After all, she and Han Rui had no familial ties. She couldn't be sure that Han Rui wouldn't kill her. So to avoid trouble, she went ahead and killed even Wu Fei. One has to admit, this woman was very decisive. Regardless of her character, just on the basis of such ruthlessness, she would probably live a long time in this apocalyptic environment. No wonder, when I saw Han Rui and her husband before, this bitch kept sneaking glances at Sun Weiguang. Wu Fei painfully grabbed his hair. Before, he thought O Yingying was just stealing extra looks at a handsome guy, just as he wanted to take more glances at Officer Han Rui out of plain admiration, for he had no hidden intentions since they were a married couple. But who knew O Yingying had already set her sights on him, and to think he had even argued with Sun Weiguang because of her, turns out he was the clown. As for their desire to kill that college student Li Cheng, I guess it's because Li Cheng kept showing kindness to Officer Han Rui on the road, which annoyed Sun Weiguang. And Sun Weiguang wanted someone to attract the zombies, so he chose him. After understanding all of this, the rage shooting from Wu Fei's soul eye was almost tangible. This pair of dogs, I'll make sure they don't die a good death. All right, I don't know if others will die, but if you keep getting this worked up, you might just die first. Wang Tao pointed at the wound on Wu Fei's body that was bleeding a bit from his excessive agitation. Wang Tao glanced at his watch again. Got any questions? You have 10 minutes. You that thing. Wu Fei pointed at the empty inhibitor bottle on the ground. This is something that the government's organization has had a large number of experts working on. Wang Tao briefly introduced the inhibitor. So how can I get the inhibitor? Wu Fei hadn't forgotten that Wang Tao told him he might need the inhibitor in the future. Currently, I only know that there are inhibitors in the supplies drop, so you need to pay attention to the supplies drop. Supplies drop. Wu Fei's eyes lit up. He had obviously seen the previous airplane supplies drop. Then, big brother, are you at the survivor base? Can you take me there? I'll repay you. Wu Fei looked at Wang Tao with a longing gaze. Wang Tao shook his head. I'm not at the survivor base, I'm in my own home. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei's face immediately fell into disappointment. He was at his own home, which obviously meant he wouldn't take a stranger like himself. I think you're capable of getting to the survivor base on your own. Wang Tao said, looking at the wounds on Wu Fei's body. Wang Tao didn't know if it was the side effects of using the inhibitor or the aftereffects of Wu Fei's near infection and mutation, but he felt his body had become much stiffer, as if on the verge of turning into a zombie at any moment, although his physique seemed somewhat stronger. Wang Tao estimated that once he had recovered, even if his HP had dropped by 20, his strength should still be greater than that of an ordinary person. As long as he could handle zombies one-on-one and be extra cautious on the road, there was a decent chance he could make it to the survivor base, especially since it wasn't too far away. Moreover, killing zombies could increase his HP cap. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Wang Tao left behind for Wu Fei the medical kit he had used, along with some food, then got into the vehicle under Wu Fei's watchful gaze. This big brother actually drove out here. Wu Fei was dumbfounded. Only a real badass would dare to drive in an apocalyptic city. He suddenly regretted it, wishing he had shamelessly asked to follow this big brother. He didn't even know this man's name or what he looked like. Wang Tao drove the pickup to the gate where 4 zombies were present. Since he had saved Wu Fei's life, he might as well extend his goodwill to the end and deal with these 4 zombies as well. In a few minutes, all the zombies were dead beneath his horned hammer. Acquired purified water small 4. Wang Tao discovered that zombies killed at the water plant seemed to always drop purified water. Maybe in the future, if he was short on water, he could come here to stock up. Lost in thought, Wang Tao locked the water plant gate. Now Wu Fei inside the water plant was essentially safe. Boom! The pickup's engine let out a gentle roar as it left the water plant. From the balcony, Wu Fei watched the departing vehicle, murmuring to himself, "Big brother, may we meet again if fate allows. If I'm still alive, Wu Fei, will definitely repay you." In the pickup, after driving out of the water plant's range, Wang Tao immediately injected himself in the arm with the stealth potion, medium 1. The familiar sensation returned. His body got colder, his breathing slowed, and his limbs felt heavier. Phew, this feeling is really unpleasant. Using the stealth potion itself wasn't too uncomfortable. What was uncomfortable was the feeling of losing strength. His strength would diminish slightly after the injection. Even though the reduction wasn't much, for Wang Tao, who was accustomed to strength, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. In this post-apocalyptic world, no strength meant no sense of security. After the stealth potion took effect, Wang Tao's vehicle's speed slowed down, and some zombies noticed the vehicle but didn't go berserk, only approaching curiously. By the time they got closer, the vehicle had already departed. This time, Wang Tao didn't take the outer ring road. There was a monster with 10,000 HP in the forest beside the road, and he didn't dare to take that route. The stealth potion lasted an hour. Even if he drove slowly, he could make it back. However, before going back, Wang Tao had one more thing to do: get some gasoline. As he passed a small parking lot and saw the intact vehicles, an idea struck Wang Tao. There were no zombies here. It was an excellent opportunity to scavenge for gasoline. He had previously taken 3 fuel barrels from a small restaurant, 2 of which contained fuel. The empty one would be just right for collecting gasoline. Additionally, he had drunk a barrel of purified water small in the past few days, and the leftover empty barrel could also be filled with gasoline. With tools in hand, he got out of the vehicle, and after some time, Wang Tao filled the 20L fuel barrel and the 5L water barrel with gasoline. Haha, now I can make Molotov cocktails. Suddenly, I'm looking forward to encountering a big hammer zombie again. Happy community. Thud thud, thud, you damn whore, open the door quick. Hearing the knocking outside the bedroom, Ding Yukin, pale and haggard, hugged her knees, curled up in a corner of the room, her eyes brimming with despair. Wang Tao, you really left me behind. Where are you? I hate you, sob sob. Chapter 49, The Second Terrorizer. Damn, could I have possibly jinxed it any worse? Wang Tao was dumbfounded as he looked at a terrorizer zombie not far away. He had casually wished to encounter a big hammer zombie, but he hadn't expected to run into one so soon. Detour? There was still time to take a detour. But to be honest, seeing the terrorizer, he somewhat didn't want to leave. After all, this zombie could drop a shockwave zombie core. What should I do? Wang Tao glanced at the terrorizer in the middle of the road in the distance, and then checked the remaining time of the stealth potion below his HP bar. The effect of the stealth potion still has 40 minutes, and it will take about 20 minutes for me to go back, which means I still have 20 minutes. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Tao steeled his heart. Let's give it a try, and if it doesn't work out, I'll retreat. Wang Tao slowly parked his car in an alleyway on the side of the street, which was a dead end, cluttered with a lot of rotting garbage, but no zombies. After getting out of the car, Wang Tao carefully surveyed his surroundings, then approached the door of a nearby house. The door was open, and inside was chaos, with a lot of black bloodstains on the floor and walls. Wielding a horned hammer, Wang Tao entered cautiously, searching around. All the food and such was gone, but he found what he wanted. 2 glass seasoning bottles. The bottles were empty, saving Wang Tao the trouble of cleaning them out. He went on to rummage through the next 2 neighboring houses. Although he only found 1 glass bottle, he did find a bag of laundry detergent. So many bottles are broken. What a pity, but 3 Molotov cocktails should be enough. Wang Tao returned to his car, took out a can of gasoline, and filled each of the 3 glass bottles with a bit more than half but not more than 2/3 full of gasoline. The gasoline shouldn't be filled to the brim, otherwise it might not ignite. After filling the bottles with gasoline, Wang Tao added different ingredients to each of the Molotov cocktails. The first bottle was mixed with sugar to extend the burning time. The second bottle was mixed with flour to increase the burning temperature. The third bottle was mixed with laundry detergent to boost its stickiness. Finally, he stuffed the mouths of the bottles as much as possible and inserted a piece of cloth as a wick. This made 3 simple Molotov cocktails. Oh, there was one more step. The bottles had to be wiped clean. Some gasoline had spilled on the bottles while pouring, and if not cleaned off, it could burn him as well. After making sure everything was ready, Wang Tao took a deep breath, grabbed all the equipment he could carry, including a handgun, and then got out of the car and headed towards the terrorizer zombie. The effect of his stealth potion was still active. As long as he didn't get too close to the zombies, he would most likely not attract their attention. When he was about 10 meters away from the terrorizer, Wang Tao stopped. This terrorizer resembled the ones he had encountered before, dressed in work clothes, towering over 2 meters tall, and wielding a reinforced concrete hammer as well. But this one seemed more ferocious, and it had more HP. 1,200/1,200. He guessed its strength might be even greater. However, strength didn't matter. After all, Wang Tao had no intention of a fair fight this time. After thoroughly scanning his surroundings, Wang Tao noticed an old 2-story building. The small building was directly under the sun, so if he stood on top of it and the terrorizer tried to attack him, it would have to face the sunlight. The door to the building was locked. Looking through the broken glass of the security window revealed that the inside appeared to have been through a fierce battle, with bloodstains everywhere. Many pieces of furniture blocked the main door. Picking the lock was pointless. He glanced at the building's exterior walls. The windows and other protrusions offered numerous handholds for climbing. Without a second thought, Wang Tao grabbed his stuff and started climbing the wall. A few minutes later, Wang Tao reached the rooftop of the 2nd floor. Looking at the terrorizer nearby, Wang Tao felt an itch to act, but he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he took out a long rope. This rope, which was sturdy, had been in the pickup truck. He tied one end of the rope to the railing on the rooftop and threw the other end down. After ensuring that everything was in place, Wang Tao took a deep breath. He picked up several bricks and threw them at the terrorizer in the distance. Thwack, thwack, thwack. His accuracy with bricks wasn't great, only one managed to hit the terrorizer. Roar! After being hit, the terrorizer immediately turned around, but he couldn't see who had thrown it. After all, Wang Tao was still under the effects of the stealth potion, which masked his scent. So Wang Tao threw a few more bricks, deliberately using the noise to guide it. Sure enough, the terrorizer followed the sound. When it reached the base of the building, it looked up at Wang Tao on the rooftop with some confusion, but the blinding sunlight made it instinctively shield its eyes with a hand. It was at this moment that Wang Tao lit the fuse of the Molotov cocktails with gasoline before sparking his lighter. Watching the Molotov cocktails ignite, Wang Tao hurled one down at the terrorizer below. Crash! The cocktail hit the terrorizer square on the head without deviating. Boom! Instantly, a fireball erupted, engulfing the terrorizer. A string of numbers jumped out from its head. -53. -52. -55. On the rooftop of the second floor, Wang Tao stepped back unconsciously from the blast of heat. Roar! The burning terrorizer's zombie let out an angry roar. It had finally located Wang Tao on the rooftop. Although it didn't understand why the rooftop zombie would attack him and even use fire, it just went with it. Amidst the flames, the terrorizer raised its big hammer and slammed it into the building. Bang! A loud boom rolled out, along with a ring of shockwave, and Wang Tao felt the building shake. Damn! Seeing the terrorizer smash a large hole in the building, revealing the red bricks inside, Wang Tao was a bit stunned. These old brick wall structures felt like they wouldn't hold up against such smashing, and such a loud noise would attract a lot of zombies. No, I must finish this quickly. Wang Tao had initially planned to slowly kill it with the remaining Molotov cocktails, but now he was forced to change his mind. After gathering his belongings, Wang Tao grabbed the rope and rappelled down from the rooftop. The terrorizer in the sea of fire was unrecognizable, but it still had enough strength to hammer at the wall, and it seemed that it could still see Wang Tao as it brought the hammer down to the ground. The hammer missed, but the shockwave hit Wang Tao. -82. Wang Tao tasted something sweet in his throat. Enduring the pain in his body, he rolled to his feet and swiftly pulled out 2 pistols, firing at the terrorizer. Bang, bang, bang. After the sound of gunfire, various eerie roars echoed through the streets. Wang Tao's expression remained unchanged as he continued to pull the trigger. When several -300 popped up above the terrorizer's head, it fell down instantly. Braving the fire, Wang Tao hurried over to pry out a red, transparent crystal core from the terrorizer's skull, quickly collecting the loot, and then made a run for it. Rumble! No sooner had Wang Tao left than a group of zombies arrived. The zombies saw Wang Tao from afar but didn't chase deeply. In their eyes, Wang Tao was one of their own. Phew! Wang Tao, while running, patted the sparks off his body. Once he made it to his car and saw no zombies following, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. He quickly started the car and glanced at the loot in the space backpack. Level 1 Crystal Core Shockwave. Quality, excellent 80%. Purity, 50% side effect. Sensitivity to light. Chapter 50, Ability Shockwave. Vroom! The car started and turned to leave via another road. Wang Tao suddenly felt that firing his gun just now seemed to have its benefits after all. It had at least attracted the surrounding zombies, so he could speed up a bit. Not until he had left the street did Wang Tao finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then he took out a painkiller from the military medical kit and plunged it into his arm. The terrorizer's hammer strike, although not hitting him directly, had delivered a solid shockwave to him, taking off more than 80 HP. His wounds hadn't fully healed, and now his whole body was even more painfully sore. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes, with books on his body to block some of the damage. It was also lucky that he had dressed warmly, or he might have been burned while collecting the spoils of combat. Looking at the burnt holes in his clothes, even on the hood and the face mask, Wang Tao felt somewhat relieved. He had narrowly avoided disfigurement again. The painkiller worked well, and soon he felt much more spirited. Only then did he have the chance to check his spoils. Killing that terrorizer had once again granted him an additional 40 HP limit. He reached 54/380, close to breaking through 400, but since his current HP had dropped quite a bit during the fight, he was still severely injured. Just like before, the terrorizer's weapon was stored by Wang Tao in his space backpack, and the dropped parcel contained the same item, strength potion, small, XL, but this time there was no blueprint. Finally, it was time for him to focus on his main objective. Level 1 Crystal Core Shockwave. Quality, excellent 80%. Purity, 50% side effect. Sensitivity to light. This time, the crystal core was not a white and transparent one, but a transparent red crystal. Compared to the previous crystal core, the quality had changed. The last one was ordinary 20%, and this one was excellent 80%. Quality affects the success rate of fusion, indicating an 80% success rate for merging this red crystal core. This success rate was impressive. As long as one wasn't extremely unlucky, the fusion would be stable. Of course, Wang Tao was aiming for a 100% success rate. He definitely wouldn't fuse this one now, as he intended to gather 10 for synthesis. Wait a minute. Wang Tao suddenly paused. The first shockwave crystal core had a fusion success rate of 20%, and this second one was at 80%. Didn't that mean the combined success rate was already 100%? He quickly looked at his space backpack and noticed some changes in the cell where the zombie cores were stored. Level 1 Crystal Core Shockwave. 2/10 can be synthesized. He could synthesize now. So this 10 didn't mean that at least 10 cores were needed for one synthesis, but that up to 10 cores could be fused. Just as Wang Tao was pondering synthesis, another prompt popped up. The attributes after synthing Level 1 Crystal Core Shockwave will be: Quality, ordinary 20% plus excellent 80% equals epic 100%. Purity, 50% plus 50% equals 100%. Impurities, none. Side effects, none. After synthesis, the quality will become 100% and the purity will be 100% as well. Stability maxed out, no impurities, side effects extracted too. What are we waiting for? Without hesitation, Wang Tao chose to synthesize. Swish. The cell in the space backpack, where the crystal cores were placed, burst into a burst of colorful light, and an orange zombie core appeared. Level 1 Crystal Core Shockwave. Quality, epic 100%. Purity, 100%, no side effects. Seeing the orange zombie core in the space backpack, Wang Tao felt his heartbeat quicken a bit. But Wang Tao still had his wits about him. He knew that merging this thing right now wasn't quite appropriate. It would be better to go back and do it. However, just as Wang Tao took the crystal core out from the space to admire it, he suddenly felt as if he hadn't eaten for days, and a delicious meal was placed in front of him. Instinctively, he bit into it. And then he swallowed the beautiful orange crystal core. Fucky. It was only after swallowing it that Wang Tao realized what he had done. He quickly stopped the car, touched his body, and tried to see if there were any changes. I feel a bit hot. Wang Tao felt his body warming up, but that was all. No other changes occurred. The mild heat persisted for about 3 minutes. Then Wang Tao felt like he had grown a bit stronger, but not by much. He hurriedly checked his attributes. His HP limit didn't change, but his current HP increased by 10 points, turning into 64/380. Below his HP bar, a new blue bar had appeared, 100/100. Seeing the blue bar, a realization suddenly dawned on Wang Tao. The blue bar represented his energy. He needed this energy to release the shockwave. Then next to the icon for the space backpack, an icon of a small fist appeared. Inside the fist icon, there was another icon with a wave pattern, Ability Shockwave. Do I really have an ability now? Wang Tao felt it was somewhat surreal, mainly because he didn't feel any major changes in his body. Thinking this, Wang Tao suddenly threw a punch at the air outside the car window. Thump! Although it was a punch into the air, it made a ripple as if hitting water, visible to the naked eye. The diameter of the ripple was about 1 meter. At the same time, his blue bar dropped by 10 points. Then he punched the air again, but this time nothing happened. So that's how it is. Wang Tao had understood how to use the ability. As long as he thought about using the shockwave ability in his mind, he could manifest it. If he didn't want to use it, it would be just a normal attack. He could also roughly control how much energy to use. He just thought about using as little energy as possible, and then used 10 points of energy. He could use even less or more energy in one go. But he had a feeling that using less energy required extremely precise control, which he was not capable of yet. If he used too much energy at once, he might end up drained or damage his body, and it seemed like the maximum energy he could use at once was around 20 points. Therefore, to wield this ability with ease, he had to learn and practice more. If two ability users with the same energy and skill were to fight head-on, the one more proficient in using their ability would undoubtedly win. But no matter what, Wang Tao was now a genuine ability user. He couldn't wait to roar out in excitement, after all, which man hadn't dreamt of having supernatural powers when they were a child. Although he wasn't quite at the level of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth, he believed that as long as he continued to grow stronger, he might get there one day. With this excited mindset, Wang Tao finally returned to Happy Community a minute before the effects of the stealth potion wore off. And what happened? Wang Tao suddenly frowned. Something seemed off. Where were all the zombies in the courtyard? There were clearly more than 20 zombies in the yard, and when he left, the zombies didn't chase after him. Could it be that someone came out and lured the zombies away? No, the zombies went into the building. When Wang Tao saw that the door to Building 4 was open, his face suddenly turned grim.